G'day mates, how's it going? I'm back. Give me a minute. Benny's got it all wrong. What a fool. Um, that one. What? Why are you broken? Why you break? Wait, what? Hello? Is my capture card broken? Wait, what? What? What's happening? What? Why are you broken? It's what? It's working on my screen. Why are you not work? Fuck you, I'll delete you. Make a new one. Um. Ah, crap. I just remembered. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to resize it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to resize this. Oh, this is gonna be a pain. Still not working though. What? Okay, what if I... Ow. Why? This is why I hate headphones with cables. What's going on? Why are you not working? Go away. I will get you to work. No, I'll make a new one. See if that fixes it. What? Where's what's happening? Sucks to suck? Pretty much. Why are you not... Huh? Why is it not... I don't understand. Did it just break? But it's working fine. Oh, my other monitor. What? I don't understand this at all. Why is it... Quick question. What? Shoot. Did you plug and unplug? Yeah, just now. I unplugged it just now. Plugged it back in. I don't know why it's broke. Why you broke? Wait, is it? Hold on. Where's that fucking thing? Can't believe you don't know who Dido is. Is it this one? I think it's this one, right? Let's see. If I open this. It didn't work. What? Bro, why? There was no problem. And then I start streaming, it breaks? Why does this always happen? Why is it always why does my stream break after I start it? Why do you not break before I start it? So annoying. If it is connected with your PC, USB-C or what? I don't know. I can't remember. Restart PC, maybe. Software error? Yeah, maybe. But sometimes when I open this Elgato 4K thing, it fixes it. Because for some reason I need this to... I need this thing on my computer to even do anything. I hate this. Elgato capture utility? Probably, I don't know. I download it and then just forget about it. Elgato 4K captures something. Yeah, utility, that's what it is. Why are you broke? Huh? Why you gotta be a broke boy? It's all Simon's fault. And like, wait, making a new one doesn't work, does it? Yeah, even making a new one doesn't work. Did it break finally? In what? Being in use by another program? Okay. I'll unplug it again. We'll see if that fixes it. Unplugged it from the power. Let's see if that fixes it. Fix yourself. Do it. Okay. Aha! I'm a genius. Okay, now I just need to fix the size of this thing. Oh god, oh god, oh god, stop clicking on the things. Stop being like this. No, stop it. I hate my life. Let's go this, right? And then we'll go like this. Like that, right? Perfect. Okay. That doesn't work. Okay, I hate this. Bro, everything was perfect and right size. And now it's all ruined. It ruined my life. Let me go back where it was. Wait, where was it? I think it was there. Yeah. Right. Okay. Now we want to just resize the corners a little bit. All right. Like that. Does that look good? Are we looking good? Do I need to make it a little bit more? Huh? What do we reckon? A little bit more? Like that? That looks good, right? Right? Tell me. Tell me, or I'll execute all of you. I'll execute Order 66. That's pretty much where it was before, right? How much do you hate life? Like, would chocolate milk fix it? No. Oh, bro. You know what would fix it, though? You just reminded me. I'm super excited about it. Um, I have iced coffee coming in the shopping, and I can't wait. So I'm not drinking Mother this morning. We're drinking iced coffee when it gets here. We gotta wait for it to get here, though. I should probably... Hold on. I need a PNG. We need to fix this. We need to fix this. What ice? It's iced, right? With a D, iced coffee. Oop. I think it's Breako. Yeah. And then a PNG. Can I get one? It's this one. Oh yes. Okay. Save image to my stuff. That works. I will just name it iced coffee. Coffee. Okay. Right. And now we want to go here. Then we want to add an image. Where is it? Image. Shut up. Stop telling me things. I'm not talking to chat. I'm talking to I'm talking to this thing. Because it's like, hey, you should name this thing. And I'm like, I don't care. Just give me my thing that I want. Pictures. Where are they? I think it's in here. Oh no. It's not in here. Oh no, where did I put it? Is it in here? This looks familiar. Yeah, here it is. Found it. God, I'm a genius. I'm so smart. Sometimes. We'll put down in the Mother, right? And then we'll go like this. Then we need to go like this. Then we'll move it. And then we'll shrink it. Yummy. Yummy. Iced coffee. There we go. Does that look good? Look, that looks good. Looks good? Beautiful. That's what we're drinking today. Kind of moose? Not a moose. It's Dido, bro. What? No, don't switch. You know who Dido is? How do you not know who Dido is? Dido, bro. Dido. Dido, what a most played part. Wait, what? Is it because she's... Did she stand there like that? Perverts. Dido. You know... Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna play it. I'm gonna have... It will most likely get cut out. Right? Because it's definitely gonna get claimed. Do you know this song? I would assume you would. This is a long version. We'll skip forward a little bit. Oh, Dido be pregnant? When was Dido pregnant? We gotta skip forward. What? Stanley, what you know this song? You still ain't calling. I left my cell, my pager, and my home phone at the bottom. I sent 2 letters back and heard that song maybe 3-5 times in my life. And that was through memes. Oh my god. Bro, this song's amazing. This song is amazing. This is one of the songs where, like, I think, I'm trying to think of something I can compare it to. You know when everyone started saying, like, Adam Sandler doesn't know how to act? That's why he just does comedies. And then he went and did Uncut Gems, is that what it's called? And everyone was like, holy shit, Adam Sandler knows how to act. This is crazy. I feel like it's the same thing with Jim Carrey, right? Everyone was like, oh, he just knows how to be funny, man. He doesn't know how to act. And then he went and acted in, like, good movies. Everyone was like, what the fuck? This is like that, right? Everyone was like, oh, he just knows how to rap. He doesn't know how to make, like, anything but rap songs. And then he did this. And everyone was like, whoa, this song's crazy good. What year was she popular? Well, I don't know. Well, this says 15 years ago. Early 2000s? What year was she popular? Now you got me wondering. It was like early 2000s. I can't believe you don't know Dido, bro. What year was Dido popular? Yeah. 2001, 2002. So early 2000s. She was one of those ones that made like 3 good songs. Everyone was like, whoa, this chick's crazy good. And one of them was with Eminem. And then I think maybe because she's pregnant, because she looked pregnant in that. She just was like, I've had enough, and just stopped. I mostly heard 80s and 90s music, bro. Anything that's kind of girly, well, not kind of girly, is girly, I know, right? Because I grew up with my mother and my sister. So I mostly heard girly songs over like other music. I did hear, like, my dad used to play Metallica a lot. Metallica, Akadaka, like all those sorts of things. The Doors. But yeah, whenever I was with my mom, it was always girly stuff. That's why I love Missy Higgins. Way flew over your head. Probably. But like, whenever you play, like, people don't really know Dido, right? Until you play this song. Once you play this song, then everyone's like, "Oh, I know this song," because like her songs were good. And she was getting popular, but then they did this, and this was like what blew her up. But yeah, I'm trying to think of the other one. Like oh, what's her name? Like Vanessa something, right? Vanessa. Yeah, Vanessa Carlton. I think she did the same thing. Like she had one giant hit, and then she kind of just like released songs low key, right? She didn't really like. Oh no, she's been releasing. Okay, just no one heard about her after the 1,000 Miles song. Okay, yeah, but there was a couple of like singers who just like released a couple songs and then realized they didn't like being famous. So then they were like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go." Oh, I found a video that I want to watch, but we're doing lolcow today, so we'll watch it tomorrow. But you need to remind me, Benny. It's from that guy that we watched. We watched the Drake and Josh stuff and the iCarly stuff. It's from that guy. And it's Zach and Cody. It's about Zach and Cody. Yeah, Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. Made a video on them too. I want to watch that. So Jessie J, Katy Perry, Carly Rae Jepsen, Britney Spears, Celine Dion. It was more like a type. I'm trying to think of the chick's name because I don't think you named her. She's British. Britney Spears, yes. My mother listened to Britney Spears a lot. She listened to Kylie Minogue. What's the other one? Madonna. Girls Just Want to Have Fun. What's her name? Girls Just Want to Have Fun. Cyndi Lauper. Like all that Pink. My mother loves Pink. I don't mind some of Pink songs. Some Pink songs are good. Yeah, all of them. And like any popular like hip hop, well not hip hop, what is it? What do they call like the girly pop or whatever? Any popular one that happened in like early 2000s that came out. Yeah, my mother was all over them. I don't think this chick's name. Um, I think it's called. It's not fair. Yeah, that's what it's called. Lily Allen. This is another one that my mom liked when she came out. My mom watched a lot. This chick. This song is like about blowjobs and stuff. This chick. Do you remember this chick? This song is literally her talking about how she like when she has sex with a guy, she doesn't come, but he gets to come, and she's talking about how it's not fair. Do you remember this chick? I know the song, but it has been a hot minute since I heard any songs from her. Yeah, my mother used to listen to this chick like crazy. I remember this came on the radio, and my mother was like singing it and getting along, and then I was like, because I didn't really care much about it, I was like listening to it, and I was the one that pointed out to her. I was like, you know, she's talking about how he's not good in bed, right? Yeah, she's like, it's like singing about how her boyfriend or whatever is not good in bed. And then I think at one point she talks about blowing him or something. The song's so strange. But yeah, this chick, that chick, like those types. Now my mother's right into country. That's why I keep trolling her with Dixon Dallas. The greatest country.
There is a struggle in the legacy of the amazing atheist. On one hand are the somewhat serious ideas he's promoted. On the other hand is the banana incident.
You don't want to watch it?
No.
Huh?
You don't even want to see the poop on his...
No, I don't want to see anything about that guy ever.
And then you get
What?
the stuff in between.
Hello, I'm the Joker.
Thomas James Kirk, or T.J. Kirk for short.
What did you give me? Is he putting bananas up his butt? Is that what I just got from that? Wait, I think I... Oh. Trying to resize this properly. Okay, there will do. I don't know why it looked wrong to me. I don't know why. I can't explain it, but it just looked wrong, and I needed to fix it. It's fixed now. It looks good. Internet legend? Nightmare? Bro, it sounds like it. That's what they just said though, right? That he stuck a banana up his butt?
Throughout his 20 years online, has survived in the YouTube
Has he got
environment
no
by
OnlyFans?
being embroiled in conversations around religion, the anti-SJW movement that he describes himself as being a catalyst of, and the heavily chaotic moments or just out-of-place spaces he finds himself in.
TJ Kirk calls himself the amazing atheist.
Or what?
Welcome
He's
to
on the
Allview.
news.
From his appearance on CNN to a fundraising livestream that is remembered for anything but fundraising. The lore of TJ is so prevalent that even J.K. Rowling knows about the banana. Even so,
What?
there is more to uncover in the chaos that is a history of the amazing atheist.
How do I not know this guy? How does J.K. Rowling know this guy? But I don't know this guy. What? I want to know the banana incident. Why does she get to be in the loop? What is this? Flashbang? With what, J.K. Rowling?
The story of the amazing atheist starts with his lesser-known alias, Taroja, an alias and website that appears to be an expansive outlet of TJ's. Its oldest Wayback
Is this dude
Machine
still around?
screenshot dates all the way back to 2004. Here, he would display some of his Microsoft Paint art, or just some posts of his thoughts. Quote, I am vulgar. I think bad thoughts, and more often than not, I shit them forth from my mouth with all the enthusiasm of an overpaid whore on ecstasy.
No, your brain.
What's worse, I usually say them when in mixed company, or when speaking to one with fragile
Yeah, a
ears
little bit.
and a fragile mind in between them. Unquote.
Oh, bro. I was reading a manhwa yesterday. I need to tell this before I forget. It was so funny, and it wasn't supposed to be funny. It's like a serious, like battle shonen type thing. But there's this character in it, and I'm not sure if the writer realizes that he's hilarious or not. Because I think he's supposed to be like a serious character. But holy shit, it's so funny, and I don't even think I can get the panels up. But he's like talking about how his school, like, so the main character is like overpowered, right? But he's like hiding it, kind of. He's talking to like another teacher, and the other teacher's school is the one where the main character's at, and he's shitting on the other school because they're bad, and then he's like talking about how like his student's gonna one shot his student, and then the main character one shots his student, and literally like it goes from one panel where he's like smug face, and the next panel he's like super shocked. And it's the stupidest face you've ever seen. I'm like, this is so dumb, and it made me giggle. And then the next panel, he's like jumped out of his seat, and he's like floating, screaming, and shit. And it's so stupid. I was like, what is happening? Because the entire time you're reading this manga, it's like super serious, and there's no comedy in it. And then that happens, and you're like, they've either like introduced comedy now, or they don't realize this is funny. And I think it's the latter. I think they don't realize that character, like what they did with that character, is just funny. Because he just went mental. And then in the end, the main character wins. And it cuts to that teacher. And the other teacher's like bragging about his kid winning. And the panel like looks over at the other teacher. And he's just like face down on the table. Because he floated up. He's face down on the table with his like butt up in the air, unconscious, with like a cloud thing coming above his head, like smoke or whatever. Like it blew his brain that this kid won, but he's just like in a position where he's like ready to be raped, like butt fucked. It's so weird, but it was so funny. I was like, what the fuck? And then I'm not sure if that guy even comes back, but I've read like another 10 chapters after that, and he still hasn't come back. That one teacher. So I think he was just a one-time thing, and it went back to being super serious after that. It was the most random, funniest thing I've seen in a while. I was like, this is so stupid.
TJ also had a section of the website dedicated to poetry. And
But I
was a
needed
big
to talk
fan
about
of
it. I
Marilyn
need to get it out of my
Manson,
brain.
And so,
Marilyn
much
Manson.
of this website mimics Manson's style. It's not so much the website Taroja that
Why
brings
would you want to
concern.
mimic Marilyn
It is
Manson?
what the user Taroja stated in a Marilyn Manson fan forum in 2006. Quote, having pedophilic attractions doesn't mean you automatically go out and start redacting kids.
I'm sorry, what? What did I just hear? The teacher is reverse Simon, pretty much. Oh, by the way, that teacher is just a teacher. That's it, right? So people like get ranked with how powerful they are. Normally in these like series, the teachers are also super powerful. This teacher doesn't have any power. So the one that's bragging about his students being so strong and then being shocked when they lost has no power. He was born with no power. So he's just a normal dude. So in other words, apparently even like people who are born with no power and a person who's born with F rank power, which is like the lowest rank power, could literally just like flick them and almost kill them. Like that's the gap between a normal person and an F rank. And the main character is supposed to be an F rank, but he's not. It's clearly like S rank or whatever. But like an F rank could kill him. And he's bragging about how powerful his students are. And how great his school is. And it's like, motherfucker, what? You can be sneezed on and die. What are you talking about? You don't know that he's not that, right? Until afterwards, because the teacher of the main character is talking to the main character and then tells the main character about it. Up to that point, you're thinking like he's some powerful dude. And you find out afterwards that he's just useless. So he's just Simon in this manga. It's really funny. And I hope he comes back because he was so random. But I need to go back. Did that say what I think it said?
2006. Quote, having pedophilic attractions doesn't mean you automatically go out and start redacting kids.
It was what I thought. Is this what this guy said, or is this what Marilyn Manson said? Because I wouldn't put it past Marilyn Manson to say that either.
From the time I was 14 to the time I was about 19, I used to have extreme pedophilic fantasies, and I somehow managed to never even come close to acting on them. I think with my brain, not my
Yay.
penis. I think the difference in punishment between child rapists and child molesters should be more significant, with molesters perhaps simply attending mandatory therapy for their first offense.
This makes me think he diddled kids. Anyone who's so like, oh, I've had pedophile thoughts, but I've never done anything, and I think they deserve more punishment. It makes me think that he's like trying to throw it off, right? That he's like, well, I didn't do anything, but I think he did. Did that make sense? I don't know if that made sense. The way I explained that. I feel like this guy's done something, and he's trying to cover it up by being like, "Oh, I'd never do that." If you ever fuck up and turn to a lolcow, what?
I also think that the age of sexual consent should
Okay. There's so much to unpack with what. The last thing you will hear be the German anthem, probably, or getting hit by a fucking bell. No, I'm gonna get hit by truck coon, okay, and I'm gonna be isekai'd. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna go to a better world, one with monsters. So like this guy's like, I never touched kids. I've thought about touching kids, but I've never touched kids. That's what this guy's saying, right? And then he's like, oh, and people who do need to be punished more severely. But then he's also like, I think the age of consent should be lowered to 12 and 13. Does this not just prove that he wants it to be legal to diddle kids? So he doesn't want to go to jail. That's why he's not diddling kids. But if it was legal, he would be. This is what he's saying. What? Why are people like this allowed on the internet? Like, I don't get why, like YouTube and that, it's like, oh, he's online saying these things. We'll just let him have a platform and access to kids, right? So bad. I'll get you before Truckcoon. Nah, he's pretty quick. You don't deserve to be part of an isekai. Yes, I
be
do.
lowered to 12 or
Leave me alone.
13. Unquote. This is only a single
Why are you bullying
archived
me?
post of a longer
I'm gonna tell my
conversation
mom.
that has not been archived. And
She's
there's
gonna get
always
ya.
the chance that this wasn't TJ's profile, or was hacked, or someone usurped the name to Roja. Though there exist other forms of evidence that TJ was predisposed to this sort of thing, it hardly ever goes
Okay.
beyond screenshots that can also be altered.
It probably
or
wasn't
entirely
him, but he's also
fabricated.
said this stuff
But one
before.
thing is verifiable. TJ was not a pleasant person.
Well, I guess since we've never met,
Say it
it'd
that
be
way.
proper to start with an introduction. My name is T.L. Kincaid. I'm 21 years of age. I know I look a little older. I'm basically
If you these
the
guys,
average,
anime slash
everyday
manga would just be
person, I
called
guess.
Redo of Healer
You know, aside
2.0.
from the, insanity and actual IQ and
Bro,
the triple.
do you want to know what? It probably would, right? Because, like, do you want to know what some of my favorite, like, anime and mangas are? Is the revenge ones. Because they're way more entertaining. Especially, like, Read Over Healer. Like, he actually does things in Read Over Healer. There's a revenge one I watched where the guy was like, he got backstabbed by everyone. And then he was like, I'm going to get revenge and kill them all. And then within like 10 chapters, he was like, you know what? I like this new life I've made. I'm not going to go and try and kill all those people. I'm like, what? That's not revenge. That's moving on. How boring. The only true revenge anime I love is Berserk. I've never watched Berserk. I want to read Berserk. But I feel like if I don't want to buy it. I want to buy the hardcovers of it, and I know I can't buy them one at a time because like they're like $40, $50 for like a single chapter of Berserk. And I know that once I start reading it, I'm gonna want to keep reading it, right? I'm gonna have a look right now at how much they are. I think I have one in my list. Shopping list. I think I added it to my shopping list. Did I? Yeah, I did. Yeah, $60. They're $57 for Berserk Deluxe Volume 1. Oh, the option to add all of them isn't here. Normally there's an option that just says, would you like to buy all of them? But yeah, it's going to cost a shit ton for me to buy all the Berserk Deluxe editions. Because they're all $60 each. That one's 62. That one's 63. So volume 14 is $63. A redo of a healer in terms of like revenge stuff is really good, right? Because he was like I spoke to someone when it came out. I think it was like a month after it came out, because I had already been reading the manga before it came out. Because I remember when it got announced, I was like, "What? There's no way that they'd make this into an anime." And then I remember Joey made a video on it and was like, "Oh, it's going to be crazy when they get to this part." And I was like, "Motherfucker, what? No, it's going to be crazy when they get to this part." And like, because the part he said was just like, what was it? Oh, I think it was just like, I think he was just talking about the start when he rapes the princess. But I was like, that's nothing in comparison to what he does to the blonde knight lady. And I like wrote that in his comments because I was like, bro, if they get to this part, that's going to be insane. That part's crazy because the knight lady, he doesn't just like rape her. He like has her being eaten, like eaten alive as it's happening. That's crazy. Or like the Knight Commander guy, the one he changes into him, make look like him. He changes him into a woman later on when they come across each other again, and then has that guy be raped by a bunch of dudes and get eaten like the same way that chick was, and then lights him on fire and burns him alive. But like everyone was like shocked about the rape stuff, right? But they kind of like, I think they skimmed over it too quick in the anime, but in the manga, I think it's like the first 3 pages, like 3 chapters almost, where it's like showing you before he gets, like before he turns back time. And bro, he was being butt raped by all the guards in the castle. They were forcing him to use his healing magic, which any pain that the person suffered, he suffers. So that chick that got her arm cut off, he felt his arm being cut off while he was healing her arm. So they forced him to do that while they were butt raping him, right? And then the princess was coming in and like squashing his nuts and stuff and like torturing him that way. And then the blonde chick would come in and she would rape him in the butt with like a metal like club thing that had bumps all over it. And then after that was done, the bullet guy, the big guy, would come in, and it would seem like he's coming in to like comfort him, but then he would rape him. And that happened for years. He suffered through years of that, and before he got turned back. And then everyone's like, "Oh, why is he raping everyone?" I wonder why. What would you do if that was you? If you were being raped every day for like fucking God knows, like it was years. I don't remember how many years, but it was years. Oh, and then on at the same time, while all that's happening, they went and they raped his sister and killed her. While all this rape is happening to him, they raped his sister and like killed her and burnt down his village as well. When the time rewind. Yeah, he so it had been years. I don't remember how many years, but it had been years he'd been suffering through that. And then they killed the Demon King, and he picked up the jewel or something and was able to turn back time. And he turned it back to before they even figured out that he was like a healer. And that's when he started, like, that's where like so like in the first episode, you pretty much they flashed through all that stuff really quick and then showed you like he went to the forest to eat poison mushrooms so he could like withstand the drugs they give him. And then even when he came back too, by the way, he still couldn't withstand the drugs because he didn't get like poison resistance. That's why he was able to like get his revenge in the end, because he broke through it faster than he did in his previous life. But he still had to suffer through like rapes again when he came back because they did it again. Or just have killed them. Have not fight fire with fire. That's the thing. You don't know true revenge. Because, bro, they made you suffer for years. In his mind, he was like, I'm going to make them suffer. And on top of that, he knew exactly, like, the worst things to make them suffer with. Like, the blonde chick was a lesbian. So, like, what's the best revenge you could give her? Make her have sex with men. Right? While the princess watches. Because she was a lesbian and she was obsessed with the princess. Like that sort of stuff. He concocted like the worst punishments for them. But I will say it was so like the ones where they sexually assaulted him, right? They raped him. Him raping them, I was like, okay, that makes sense, right? But then ones where they didn't, and they were just mean to him, I was like, why is he raping them? Because like the princess's younger sister, he also rapes her. And I remember when I was reading it, I was like, why is he doing this? She never raped him. She was just really mean to him and would beat the shit out of him. She would just use him as like a punching bag and beat the absolute shit out of him. Whereas like the first princess, the one he rapes in the second episode or third episode, I don't remember which episode. That chick was actually like, she would go like squash his nuts and like finger blast herself while squashing his nuts and just be like a real perverted weirdo. Got off on like torturing him for some reason. But yeah, her younger sister, I was like, I don't get why he's doing that to her. I could have just beat the shit out of her. But if you like revenge stuff, Benny, where it doesn't have like sex, like sexual stuff in it, there's another one that's really good. And he doesn't do like sex revenge. He just pretty much like does other forms of revenge. Like there's one guy who like eats people. His whole family's like cannibals, so he tricks him into eating his own kids. It's incredible. That one's good. I want them to make that one. Because he's like, there is like people in that world who are raping people, but he doesn't go out of his way to rape them as revenge. He just like does other things, like fucks their mind up. I'm trying to remember what it's called. It's called like Fushi something. Give me a minute. I could find it pretty quick. Because it's still got chapters coming out. I don't know about the Read Over Healer one. I haven't caught up with that one in a while. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. Bro, its name is so long. I'm gonna write it in chat. It's probably the easiest way to write it. Because I looked up on my phone. I probably should have done it on the computer. You know what? I'm just gonna look it up on the computer. It's way easier that way. I just go history, right? Because it's like the last thing that I just looked up. Oh, what? It's not in my history? What? Oh, okay, fair enough. I will find you. You can't hide from me. You think you can hide from me, but you can't. That one. This is the name. I'm just gonna copy the whole name. Bro, its name is so long. Why do they do that? Here. That. That one. It's called that. That one's a good revenge one. Yeah, the revenge stuff, I like that. I find it's so much more entertaining when the main character is just unhinged and crazy than the ones where they're just like, I want to save everyone. I want to be nice and help everyone. Nah, fuck that. Be evil. Kill everyone. More entertaining.
Digits, I guess. Whatever. Unlike most atheists, I have not even the faintest.
Put it this way, right? If I was ever isekai'd, right? Because the isekai, normally they get summoned and then they're like in front of the king and that, and they're all like, oh, you're out. We summoned you. You're a hero. You need to defeat the demon lord. I'd be like, oh, okay, sure. And then I would pretend that I'm going to kill the demon lord, and then I would go join the demon lord. Or I would kill the demon lord and be like, okay, now I'm the demon lord. Bring it. That's what I'd do. Bro, I'm not following their shit. Fuck you.
Ambition of
do my own thing.
Changing anyone's mind. I'm not interested in.
That was TJ's first YouTube video. One filmed in 2006, set in his garage.
I went on YouTube and I made a horrible, horrible fucking video that is just wretched in every way. And, you know, I walk around my garage talking in this monotone voice like this.
As TJ expressed, his 21-year-old self lacks self-awareness or perhaps was too arrogant.
Because back then I felt like I had nothing to learn. I felt like I already knew it all.
Whatever the case, TJ deleted this video perhaps out of embarrassment or the fact that he said racial slurs. TJ was not the
we
sort
all
of
think we
person
know it
to
all?
hide things, and more so cover his bases as YouTube would grow increasingly displeased with his presence. For now, he already had a handful of fans that existed even prior to his first video.
I was already being like a fucking asshole atheist troll to people in like internet forums and stuff.
Well, you know, like revenge stuff,
so
Benny?
a bunch of people, they liked the way I wrote. They told me I should take I should take it
Bro,
on
you
YouTube,
know,
and I was kind of like,
I'm really weird. The revenge stuff is my, like, one of my favorites. And then next is, like, romance. I really like reading romance manga. Don't know why. I just enjoy it. And then the next after that is, like, I found a couple now. But one of my favorites is, what's it called? I'll get it. I'll get its actual name, so I don't fuck it up because their names are way too long. I don't know why they make their names so long. Or is it? Here it is. The male leads little lion daughter. Things like that. Where it's just like a king or like a duke or just a higher, like someone who's like famous or whatever, and they're raising like a baby, like a child, and then entertaining.
And with that, the amazing atheist was born.
I guess I turned to my audience.
And that one that I just said, the male leads lion daughter, bro, they're unhinged. The guy's like known for being like crazy and doing crazy stuff and just pretty much doing whatever he wants whenever he wants. The girl, when he like adopts her, his people are so convinced that he just ran off and got a girl pregnant and that this is just his daughter, because he's always talking about like torturing people and killing people. And like one of the first things that this girl says is like they're gonna arrest all the people at the orphanage because they were torturing the children and that. And she turns to the secretary guy and she goes, are they going to be tortured for a long time? And the guy was like, thought he was talking to a child, right? He was like, oh no, they're not going to be tortured. They're just going to be in jail. And she goes, well, that's sad because I want them to be tortured. And she just starts telling them ways to torture these people. She's just like as unhinged as he is. And they were like, is she just your daughter? Like, this is insane. And like, the more you read, it turns out it's actually his niece. That's why they're so similar. But like, it was just hilarious watching this like 7-year-old girl talking about torturing people and creative ways on how to torture them.
As sort of my therapy, or at least I used to do that.
Oh, she's obsessed with muscles.
On YouTube, just talking about what was inside of me, what I was feeling, what I was thinking.
Now, let me ask you a question. If you had to go all the way to this book, or all the way to atheism, our side, which would you choose?
What?
I think most of them would probably choose us. I would hope most of them would choose us. We do seem...
What did I miss? Is he talking about the Bible?
I guess I turned to my audience as sort of my therapy, or at least I used to do that. Kind of how I started off on YouTube, just talking about what was inside of me, what I was feeling, what I was thinking.
Now, let me ask you a question. If you had to go all the way to this
there's
book,
no context.
or all the way to atheism, our side, which would you choose? I think most of them would probably choose us.
Did he just?
I would hope most of them would choose us.
Did he just
We
make
do
a
seem to be
video?
morally superior choice.
And I didn't really
Just
care
start it like
if
that?
people
What?
liked it or agreed with it, or they didn't like it or they didn't agree with it.
Let's defend these 3 things that you have decried, okay? Basically incest, polygamy, cannibalism.
What?
Yes, I'm going to defend all 3.
This was early TJ, a mix of passion and indifference. He really did not care what his audience thought.
Okay. The other one I could kind of defend is cannibalism. But only if it's like self-cannibalism, right? So it's like you have your leg chopped off and the doctor's like, yeah, you can eat it. That I'm like, okay. But if you're like actively going and like eating people, like Jeffrey Dahmer style, then I don't think I can condone that. What the fuck? What did I pause it on? Why is this chick's butt hanging out?
Whether they liked what he was saying or hated it, he just wanted to get his stuff out there, sometimes for the sake of angering people or just getting a message out.
Well, you know what? There may be 1 billion Catholics, but there's more atheists in the world than there are Catholics.
That was a video addressing Pope Benedict's statement that atheism has brought great cruelty. TJ counters this through a montage of the cruelties committed by the Catholic Church with a song by Marilyn Manson playing in the background. With such serious subject matters being discussed, what could be his follow-up video?
I don't think religion innately is like what causes this stuff. I think it's just humans and human nature that's disgusting, right? Like, there's plenty of atheists that have done horrible crimes, and there's plenty of Catholics that have done horrible stuff. I don't think it's one or the other.
Now that Lotion Dispensertron is dead, we're safe. Nothing bad could happen now.
What?
I am an evil government agent come to take your friends away.
The fuck is that?
But he's my friend.
Oh, okay.
That was TJ's parody on the Transformers movies titled Transformers 5. At 7 million views, this stands as his most popular video ever.
Transformers
no
5 came
TJ
out
uploaded,
16
what
years
thought
ago?
he put out into the ether, it could not beat this 2-minute video.
Bro, I'm
Following
old.
this chain of videos, from addressing the Pope's statements to a parody of the Transformers movies, nothing could prepare TJ's audience for his next video.
Hey everybody, Amazing Atheist here. I just got back from the hospital. To make a long story short, my father died tonight. I probably won't be around for a while. The only reason I'm making this video now is because I really just don't know what else to fucking do with myself.
TJ was using YouTube for various reasons, but at the top was still expression.
When I first started making content on YouTube, I was just an angry loner with no
How do you
real
go from
friends.
from this to
I'd had
sticking
friends
bananas up your
in the
butt?
past, of course, here and there, but you know, either through time or distance, you know, those friendships had eroded. But at the time, the main interest I had was just venting. I didn't have a therapist. I didn't have any friends. I didn't have any family I could talk to except for Scotty. So I just I used YouTube as a
Who's
place
Scotty?
to vent.
This seeking of community was possibly how the ASU was conceptualized.
This isn't a movement for all YouTube atheists. There will be those of you who want to join more respectable groups that do a lot of talking and not a lot of acting. And there will be those of you who shun the idea of joining a group altogether. And we here at the ASU completely respect and fully support your decision. We are the Black Panthers of the atheist movement.
The
What?
ASU, or the Atheist Scum United, appears to be a movement
Atheist
possibly
Scum
sourced from
United.
TJ.
You know, if you're an alienated youth, and there's other alienated youths out
They make
there
it
in
a
the
cult?
world, and you know, a lot of you are going through similar experiences, having similar interactions, feeling similarly
Is that what's happening?
confined by society.
Seems like he's making a
You
cult.
know, that's going to resonate.
The ASU movement, whatever it was, attracted like-minded individuals, some more intense than others.
I was angered that Brett Keane had lied about me
You're a woman?
and ASU and my cyber pet. the
Is that a
amazing
woman?
atheist.
That was Judalicious threatening a different person known as Brett Keane, who was opposed to whatever the ASU was. Brett Keane also claims that TJ made an alternate YouTube account to launch threats and use racial slurs freely. There are many unsubstantiated claims that float around in this space. But what is true is that TJ and Brett Keane were at odds with each other. Another thing that's also true is whatever this movement was died off rather quickly. Its death sped up as it was spearheaded by
It was a very
unstable
good cult then.
individuals. Even so, TJ persisted in content creation, continuing to say whatever was on his mind. And on his mind this day was politician Sarah Palin.
And one of her kids has Down syndrome, and apparently some people think this is a strength. And I mean, I don't want to offend people, because I know a lot of us have people with Down syndrome in our family, myself included, and no one wants to make fun of people with Down syndrome. But here's a fact. People with Down syndrome are not pleasant to look at. America does not want to vote to see some Down syndrome kid.
You're not pleasant to look at. You piece of shit. What? What a piece of shit. They can't do anything about that. What a fucking asshole.
Day in and day out, and I'm sorry if that offends anyone. It's not my intention. I'm just saying I don't want to
It
see it.
is your
You
intention.
don't want to see it. No one's going to vote for this bitch.
Not all that TJ says is sincere. Citing
Bruh.
Marilyn Manson and George Carlin as his inspirations, he sought to be controversial.
Yeah, and look
I'm
at
not gonna
fucking
be
Marilyn Manson. No one wants to
Zarathustra
look
that
at him
comes
either.
down from the mountain thinking that the people are actually going to listen to me. I'm going to be the fucking asshole, villainous motherfucker that comes down from the mountain and says, fuck you people. So I guess that's, I kind
Yeah,
of
and
got
then
that
you
antagonistic
take the lowest shot you can take.
attitude, from them.
This strategy was working well. That video on Sarah Palin got 2.6 million views and stands as one of his most viewed videos. Though at this point in time, this was par for the course for the more opinionated sections.
What's the
of
hate to
YouTube.
dislike ratio?
This also began changing in 2008.
This channel has really been my primary source of income since 2008.
Though TJ does not specify if that money
Is
came
this
from an
dude still
early
around?
variant of the YouTube Partner Program, the Partner Program was in
There's no way this guy still has a channel, right? Bro, no fucking way.
I say to myself,
How? What? What an absolute piece of shit. Oh, wait, Benny, are you still here? I just remembered. I need to show you this. It was so funny. And you'll like it. Trust me.
Yes, and to me. Yes. Shut that goddamn thing off. I don't care what you do. You get all that stuff off of there. It's night.
I'm working on it.
Go work on it. I am till you realize. Do you realize something? Let me tell you. If the health department of Austin, Texas sees those tweets that you put on the damn internet, they could condemn our house and we would have to move out of it. So you go get that goddamn stuff off of there and back.
I'm working on it. I was making a YouTube video to tell everybody get the images off of the internet. It's out of my control.
Oh, you get them off.
It's out of my control. I don't know where to go.
I'll get up all night with you if I have to. You won't get in his sleep.
I'm working on it.
I don't want to get kicked out of my house by the health department. And what you just did was stick a knife in our back and kill us. Get that stuff off of there.
So yeah, please get everything off of the internet now, down, now. Curse the trolls. Hey, Star, play yes.
Peace to everyone else. Bro, as soon as it first started streaming, I was like, that's the greatest thing ever. Someday, when I know how you look, and maybe even your father, I'll recreate that. It's so funny, bro. It's so funny.
Development. And
Was it-
YouTube knew
it
it
was
had to clean up
amazing.
some of the less advertiser-friendly
The
content
lumberjack.
that deterred skeptical brands from advertising on their platform.
When YouTube made these changes and said,
was
now we're
incredible.
family friendly, they never grandfathered in the content that was already on YouTube. So people were having at the time their channels removed.
You should
for
go yours
videos that were
removed.
old that, you know, followed the rules that YouTube had at that time. So that's, I mean, it's kind of bullshit. You know, you put something up that's not against the rules, and then they change the rules and then retroactively apply it to the content.
The Amazing Atheist was one of these channels.
Amazing Atheist here. If I'm lacking my usual zest and charisma, well, it's probably because I'm a little rusty. Haven't been allowed to access my YouTube account for nearly 2
Now he's a
weeks
little
now.
rusty.
Because YouTube decided that 2 of my videos were so very offensive that my account needed to be suspended for 2 weeks. And no matter how much I tried to argue and reason with them, they wouldn't let me back on.
This ban was applied and reverted June of 2009 and possibly influenced TJ's approach to content creation. He started by deleting videos YouTube could strike him for. but he did not plan on them disappearing forever.
But don't worry, because a lot of the videos I took down will be reappearing on my new website, freespeechvids.com, under construction right now.
In 2009, YouTube was hardly the end-all be-all of internet videos. Many creators were hosting their own websites where all their videos could be found, like that guy with the glasses. Famous for being the home of the nostalgic critic and now the distressed watcher.
A sizable chunk of people know who the fuck I am, what the fuck I do, etc. And I decided
had no
I'm
idea.
gonna use that to get on that guy with the glasses, because I'm a big nostalgia critic fan. I'm watching his shit all the time. I'm thinking to myself, I want to be on this site.
TJ reveals, nearly a decade later, how much of an understatement this was.
Like the nostalgia critic. There's no way to, you know, present it any other way. It'd be dishonest to. Like, this is Doug.
Hello, I'm the nostalgia critic. I remember it so you don't have to.
And this is me as the distressed watcher.
Hello, I am the Distressed Watcher. I review the previews and let you know which trailers are failures.
You know, by the way,
Hey.
that haircut that I have
Did he
there,
just
that
copy
was
it?
something I specifically got because I was on that guy with the glass. I'm like, I need to look more fucking respectable.
While creating content for that guy with the glasses, he still held his dreams of making his own website, and for
What?
that, he needed money.
Who the fuck is that guy with the glasses?
Link over there, or maybe it'll be over there. I don't know. You know, to the right hand.
I don't know who that is.
Video. So you can donate there if you want to help.
That was TJ asking for money to repair his current computer, or just money to buy a new one. This on the internet is known as e-begging, and is hardly the first instance of TJ doing so. While this is very much
What's the
a
opposite of
non-issue
that?
in the current creator space,
What's the opposite of that? Because I've done the opposite. I don't want your money. Keep your money. Never give me your money. I don't want it. Keep it to yourselves. What's the opposite?
in the 2000s, asking for donations or the like was frowned upon. This came from a space that was largely free of monetized content, and the progression towards creators being influenced by monetary gain was a fear brought about by
Never.
various things, like the fear of being
I've broken
scammed
a rule,
or the
number one,
regulation
pretty
of the
much.
internet to appease
I've broken it
advertisers
multiple
and create a
times.
space with heightened censorship, which TJ was also requesting money to fight
You're a bad boy.
against.
Check that fucking check that box, dog. Look, right there up at the top.
Yeah, I don't want it.
Second tab.
I don't want your money.
Who fucking donated what?
For a $50,000.
Fuck you, bitch! Fuck you, bitch!
What's his name? What's his name? What's his name?
Austin? Who the fuck is Austin? Austin, you a fucking bitch.
That was from a 2009 fundraising livestream on Blog TV for free
What?
speech vids. TJ and his friend, Fake Sagan, were yelling at a viewer for donating a measly $1. This is hardly what the infamous stream is remembered for. Much of the stream cannot be shown, but it can be described. All participants in the livestream are intoxicated through drinking Everclear. These are TJ, his friend Fake Sagan, and his friend Galen, who was allegedly hosting them. A few things happen, like Fake Sagan and TJ making out, drinking a bit more,
What?
asking for donations, etc. Then Holly, TJ's significant other, and Ocean, Fake Sagan's significant other, come back from their walk. It is then that Ocean gives Fake Sagan his gun back, as she took it on the walk, assumedly as a deterrent.
You put one in the chamber? Did you put one in the chamber?
Why me?
I didn't have to use it. There is one in the fucking chamber.
This is where the train wreck truly begins. Just 7 minutes after getting his gun back, Fake Sagan unloads a magazine to point out the hollow points that are loaded in, puts the magazine back in, and then cocks the gun. There are some attempts to get the gun away, but those
What?
are unsuccessful. And so Fake Sagan uses the weapon as a threat to blow the webcam away if more donations do not come in. Then, he puts the gun up against his dome and shows that the safety is off. Things de-escalate as Galen strategically asks to take the place in front of the camera, where a bit after, TJ attempts to take the gun away.
Who is this motherfucker?
Fuck you! Fuck you!
It's the same guy.
Case.
Case.
Case, just fucking. Case, give me the gun. Ugh. Give me that shit.
No, I'm good. No,
What?
don't take this. You ain't trained.
You ain't trained, he
Fake
says.
Sagan then tries to be a bit more
What?
serious about fundraising
You
and
put
brings up
the gun up to your head with the safety off.
Tomorrow, and some 1984 shit. Hold on. It's some 1984 shit.
The fuck
and
just
your
happened?
motherfuckers,
Did he just take his teeth out?
you gotta toe the party line. You gotta love Big
What is
Brother
happening?
the way you love yourself.
The fuck is this live
You
stream?
even want to have a voice. You want to be heard, right? I mean, do you care about free speech at all?
Fake Sagan gets a bit off track and then starts talking about himself, expressing his insecurities, and as such becomes
Why do people
furious
like
at
this guy?
TJ for what he believes was him scoffing at him.
I'll tell you why right now. I was more interested in fucking getting laid and fucking smoking pot than going to class. I didn't care. I was like, fuck it. This is my life.
Is
Why
he
should I live
waving
the
a
way
gun
I want-
around
The
still?
way I want to. I was born in Richmond, Virginia, right? I was broke as shit. I grew up in Connecticut.
Fuck that. This is mine.
No one cares.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Shut up. Damn.
It's all yours. Fuck you.
What?
I hear you scoffing, dude. Come
No,
on.
he was coughing. He's
I
drinking.
found a little fucking.
I'm
chunk
trying
of
to make
shit.
some fucking money for you. Come on.
Go on, man. It's cool.
It what? What do you mean?
I ain't saying shit.
It's a charity stream.
Alright, listen.
They don't make money.
With TJ silenced, Fake Sagan proceeds with a speech where he gets increasingly frustrated at those around him.
Raised in Southington, Connecticut, amongst a bunch of rich-ass motherfuckers who didn't think I was good enough. Who thought, because I couldn't afford the latest fucking shit, the latest fucking fashions from the Gap and motherfuckers, they thought I wasn't fucking good enough. And, Ocean, please.
You know who this reminds me of? My brother, when he drinks. My brother just starts ranting about things that never happened. And rants about how bad his childhood was. And as was fine. But he makes it out like it was the worst thing ever. And horrible things happen to him. And he just starts crying. That's what this reminds me of. This is where I think this is going. He's going to end up crying. Because that's what it kind of seems like. Or shooting someone.
Shut the fuck up.
Haven't I done enough for you? Please.
Just eat so he can fucking make a speech.
After failing a second time to conduct a moving speech, Fake Sagan flashes his testicles at an unpressed chat. Fake
What?
Sagan then tries to bring his gun back on stream. The problem is, he can't find it.
Get off
What?
the seat, man. Hold on.
Where's my gun?
I hid that shit because fucking Holly was scared. So.
Where's it at?
I'll tell you tomorrow, man.
Tell me now. I'm afraid.
It's fucking back there somewhere. I don't know. I hid
Where specifically?
It's fucking.
Why do you want
The
it?
two girls fucking ask them, man. They saw me do it. If you get out.
Holly and Ocean, where's my gun at?
I don't know.
They saw.
You're lying.
They're lying to you, man.
You're lying. Thinks I'm a fucking punk in this motherfucker. Where's my fucking gun at?
Bro, how this
Back behind the
I
barrel
can't
there.
see right here.
Behind barrel?
the
Fuck, if I knew I would
atheist
have
guy is
mine.
such a pussy. Just tell him. You're not getting the fucking gun. You've just been waving it around.
Are you telling the truth?
Yes.
With the gun back in Fake Sagan's possession,
Oh my
he
God.
decides on holstering it. Now the party moves on to checking donations.
$3.
They gave it back to him.
Oh fuck! $100. $100. Dude.
You for $3, you
No.
fucking...
$10.
$100 for fake. He got $100.
$10 and.
With the party being unhappy with the donations, Fake Sagan rearms himself with a flip knife, placing the prize to use it on himself to $200. But this is interrupted with him yelling at his girlfriend Ocean to shut up.
You'll see a fucking Grand Canyon across this cheek. Shut up! Shut up!
Bro, I feel
Listen, $200.
that dude seems
right
like a dude
now.
that beats his
Fake
girlfriend.
Sagan, to prove himself, cuts the back of his hand. But the cut is deeper than he planned as it keeps on bleeding.
I choose liberty.
Just give me this. Holy shit, honey.
I know it's deep.
Fuck this shit up.
Did we have to take him to the hospital?
No, he's good. He's fine, man. He'll be alright.
What is happening?
Call
Stop the
911.
bleeding. I'm stopping the bleeding.
I don't want them to find what's in
That's
my
a
fucking
big
truck.
cut.
I know it is, but please.
What's in his
please.
truck?
I'm not calling the
He said he wants
hospital.
to take care of you so we don't have to, honey.
About 6 minutes pass with his wound haphazardly bandaged. Fake Sagan remarks on how dizzy he is feeling, but continues to go on his tirades. It is here that a moderator of Block TV steps in and cuts the broadcast. This stream, or more so the clips of it, made the rounds on YouTube as straight dope covers.
What occurred that night was a truly pathetic display of recklessness and irresponsibility,
Yeah.
as Fakey's true colors were brought to the surface by the magic of alcohol.
We're going to get drunk on camera, and we're going to make fools of ourselves.
By now, most of you have probably seen the segments that have been reproduced on YouTube about 6 times, but now
What the
it's
actual
time for the
fuck?
straight dope.
Free Speech Vids, as was its fundraising venture, was an utter failure that went nowhere. That much cannot be said about TJ's channel.
Did they
that
donate
was
to
still
charity?
skyrocketing with his constant uploads on various subjects.
They end up donating to charity?
Though TJ did
What the
film some skit videos with a focus on food, he was really gravitating towards content satirical.
Wait a minute. Bro, I look away to like look at chat, and then I look back and something insane is happening. Like 50% of the time. Did he just have his titties out? I only got a glimpse of it, but I'm pretty certain he just had his titties out.
Satirically criticizing people for their age, food preference, or job. Here is a segment from his video on teens.
Teenage girls are pretty annoying. They're always giggling maniacally at shit that isn't even vaguely fucking funny. Not to mention they dress so slutty, and you're not supposed to look at them. There's a segment in society that if you look at those giant, luscious teenage breasts, will say, "Oh, you're a pervert and a pedophile, and you're ogling children."
Yes, yes you are, if that's the way you're describing them. Yep. Yep, I would say you are too. Why are you describing them like that? Has there always been this many, like, perverts and pedophiles? It's just that we didn't know. And since the internet's come around, it's just easier to find them.
Bullshit! Children do not have D-cup tits.
TJ struck gold in this 2011 video.
I fucking started realizing like atheist content was getting stale for me, and I made a video that was entitled "It's Only Sexist When Men Do It," and it was about it wasn't The View, it was like a knockoff version of The View with Ozzy's wife,
I remember that video.
Sharon Osbourne.
Yep.
And it was basically, and I stand by everything I said in the video. I think it was very hypocritical the way they were like celebrating a dude getting his dick cut off and thrown in the garbage disposal. I'm like, if a bunch of men were sitting around talking about this, you know, a woman's tits being cut off and that done to, you know, people would be horrified.
I don't know the circumstances. I don't know why he filed for divorce. I don't know what was going on between them. However,
Maybe because he's got his dick cut
I
off?
do think it's quite fabulous. I mean, can you just imagine that thing whizzing around the disposal? It's like...
As the title suggests, TJ's main gripe with this video was the double standard in that the hosts were okay with male mutilation as a joke, but not the flip side of things, as one of the co-hosts brings up.
This is why I can't fucking take feminism seriously. I just can't. I can't take it seriously. Because they don't address things like this. They want to talk about the despair.
The other thing too is like, I can be like, oh, I agree with that, right? It is shitty that, you know, that stuff happens, but it's like, in the same breath, it's like, but dude, we just watched a clip of you talking about children, and it was disgusting. So it's like, you want to like be like, oh yeah, I agree with this guy, but at the same time, it's like, I don't want to agree with this guy just because he's disgusting. Does that make sense? I feel like that makes sense, but I'm not sure.
disparities between the genders, but they never want to talk about this shit. They want to pretend like this doesn't exist, or it's all isolated incidences. It's not an isolated incident when an entire audience of women are all laughing about a man getting his dick chopped off when the reverse would never fucking happen.
This video sits as his 8th most popular video, but TJ believes its cultural impact is far more powerful than it leads on.
I don't think that you can find a better catalyst in YouTube history for there being this jumping off point of now there's all this anti-SJW content coming out, you know? I didn't coin the term anti-SJW or SJW for that matter, but I think I invented the genre. And as
How
the
do we get
inventor
to
of the
him
genre,
sticking
I
a
have to
banana in
say,
his
I
butt?
despise the genre at this point.
TJ did start leaning more to, as it were, anti-SJW content, but before that was him being removed from the That Guy With The Glasses website and Bananagate. His removal from That Guy With The Glasses website was
Wait,
an
what?
inevitability.
Bananagate?
The fact that the site primarily buried new uploads to promote the nostalgia critic, despite the potential these new uploads may have, influenced TJ to not care about making quality content for the website. However, the last straw for them was a video about the top 10 gayest music videos of the 80s, which the website refused to upload and was a main factor in his removal.
Okay.
After they wouldn't put that video up, I got even more just like, who gives a fuck? I started missing deadlines left and right. And basically, at some point, I was just called into a meeting with like the head honchos of That Guy With The Glasses, and they told me, you know, your stuff is kind of dark. You do this stuff for the Amazing Atheists, and we feel like it's going to repel advertisers, and we're really more trying to be, you know, a mainstream company, and you're a little bit out there.
TJ's removal was easily overshadowed by Bananagate.
Behold, the atheist's nightmare. Notice how gracefully it sits over the human hand. Notice it has a point at the top for ease of entry. It's just the right shape for the human mouth.
Do you want to see? I don't want to see anything. Do you want to see the banana, like afterward? No. How about before? No. It's just. Oh, do you want to see the chocolate? He said it's chocolate syrup. I need to go put it in the pizza. Stop. He said ruining my appetite. Wait, he said it's chocolate syrup though. It's not poop.
He's shoving a banana inside his asshole. Oh my god.
Why?
This is disgusting. What the fuck?
He's.
No!
He's a person.
Shut the fuck up.
He's a person.
That is so gross, dude. I don't want to hear any more about it.
Why can't you just respect that he's an atheist? And...
Dude, I don't care if he's an atheist or not. What I care about is that.
A video of TJ gripping a banana with more than just his hand was making its rounds on the internet.
A highly personal
What a great way
video
of
of
saying
mine leaked onto the internet, and I have no right to complain. Further, the things depicted in the video and photo that leaked are things that I did and enjoyed at the request of a girl that I knew and was talking to at the time. In fact, a girl that I still talk to. I sent it to a few other girls that I talked to on the side, and apparently one of them decided to share it with the world. I don't know who it was, nor do I really care. The things that I did because I enjoy them. I wasn't ashamed of them when I was doing them in private. I see no reason to be
props for
ashamed
that.
of them now that they've been made public. I mean, let's face it here. I am and always have been a fucking weirdo. 90% of you, if you really thought about it, would have been able to figure out that I was doing some weird shit like this in my spare time in the first
I agree with
place.
this.
That
I
was
do the same
TJ's
thing. Just iron
response,
it.
and this is how the response was essentially received.
Now what? And that's where he stands with his fans. And you know what? He's probably got 10 times more respect from his fans for doing what he did. People that want to act like he's going to be buried for this. People, he did nothing but solidify his...
Yeah. You want to know why? You want to know how we know this works? Right? Look at, what's his name? Sketch. Sketch did the same thing, right? He just went on a live stream and just joked about it and admitted it. And was like, yeah, I did it. And look at him now. He's like even more popular. Or Sketch is like so funny. That dude's hilarious. And he's so quick with it as well. So yeah, if this stuff happens, just come out and be like, "Yep, I did it. That's me." what you can do. That will go over way better.
Fan base and gain more loyalty because of what he did.
This is true. TJ addressed the leaked video phenomenally well. So well that there was a notable jump in subscribers because of it. This goodwill would only last for so long as two events brought things down. The first was his newest attempt at a website known as Not Productive.
What our site is about is bringing you new talent, bringing you people who make videos that are of substantial quality that you've not heard of, that you're not subscribed to. It takes the approach of we are going to filter content and we're going to aggregate it based on its quality. And please, contribute below.
This was influenced
Did
by
he just
his
say
removal
contribute?
of that guy with the glasses.
Well, you know, they don't want me, so I'm just going to do my own different, maybe slightly edgier version of Channel Awesome called Not Productive. And that was a big fucking debacle. Never could put it together, couldn't keep content creators happy for it, couldn't get a fucking functional web page for it, couldn't manage the whole thing. And I didn't know at the time that, you know...
TJ goes on to describe how the overwhelming nature in managing the business side of the website led to its demise. Its failure for him was scarring.
Biggest personal failure I've had on YouTube was my attempt to do the whole Not Productive thing. Pissed a lot
You
of
could
people
say it
off
was
'cause I
not
raised,
productive.
You know, like 20 grand or something to do it and couldn't get a functional web page together, couldn't get good talent together, just a total miserable fucking failure that was just like a stain on me for a long time, probably still is to this day in some people's eyes, but you know.
A cum
2012
stain?
was not off to a good start, and it was bound to get worse because of what he deems was a flame war that spiraled out of control. To start is this clip that exists outside of the flame war, but does explain TJ's thought process.
What?
I was molested as a child. Alright, I said it. As were many other people.
That came out of nowhere.
And it was only a one-time thing, and I don't feel as though it psychologically damaged me, but the reason I want to talk about
Was that why he
it
stuck
is because
bananas up his
now
butt?
everyone else is going to think that that is the case. That is something that has made me more what I am or whatever. But I don't believe in the victim mentality.
TJ has or had a different approach to those that had a similar thing happen to them. And to that, this flame war begins on the subreddit Shitreddit Says. This subreddit was infamously known for brigading or sending its user base to link comments to downvote or take over the dialogue in other subreddits, as was going on in this post direct by poster I Come When I Kill Men. Here, TJ comments, quote, I love how the whiny feminist
What a
morality
fucking
brigade
name, bro.
upvotes a user named I Come When I Kill Men, unquote. It is also important to note that TJ dislikes when people use groups or their beliefs to be authoritarian.
And when these perspectives lay claim to being correct instead of just being one way of looking at things, that is when feminism becomes an authoritarian philosophy. If the variant of feminism in question is a relatively benign notion, such as people
Does this
should
dude
all
do
be
TED
treated
Talks or
equally
something?
and enjoy the
Like,
same
what?
rights and privileges regardless of their sex or of their gender, then I take no issue with that. By that metric, I am and always have been a feminist.
As for the username TJ took issue with, he made a post about it on the men's rights subreddit. But this too was brigaded and currently stands with 0 upvotes and 1,400 comments. As sizable of a number as that is, some of these comments, primarily originating from TJ, have been removed. This string of the most infamous ones can be found archived in their original state on Imgur. This begins with a Reddit user that goes by
Bro,
Lord
I'm
Ernie,
so
arguing
tired.
with TJ about triggers and begins
didn't realize-
escalating with Lord Ernie stating, quote, yeah,
I didn't
because
realize
you're
how much
scum.
it depended on
Also
my
because
mother
you're not
energy.
actually being triggered. Do you know any
I need my
R-word
coffee to come.
victim? Statistically, you probably do. Do you happily make R-word jokes around them? TJ responds, I will make you a R-word victim if you don't fuck off. TJ then
The
posts
fuck?
again. That was a joke, by the way. Did it trigger you? I hope it did.
Wiggling,
Lord Ernie
yep.
responds, I already am
Pathetic.
a R-word victim. And no, it didn't. Thanks, though. Hoping that people will relive some of the worst experiences of their lives is pretty cool of you, though. Real edgy. TJ then doubles down.
I think
Yeah,
it's also
well,
the
you deserved
weather.
it. So
The fact
fuck
that it's
you.
cold.
I hope it happens again soon. I'm tired
like
of being
making me-
treated like
making
shit
me
by
sleepy.
you, me little redacted, and then using your R word as an excuse. Fuck you.
So
TJ
he's
goes
just-
on to say how he believes the person who committed the R word deserves a medal, and hopes the victim drowns in certain white fluid, and then goes on to describe the act. Lord Ernie responds by stating that the person who committed the act was a woman, so some of these descriptions do not fit, and states was not using the act as an excuse, where TJ responds, quote, "No, I'm not mad, I'm just trying to trigger you. It's not working, I guess, so I guess the whole triggering thing is bullshit after all," unquote. There is an additional comment from TJ bringing up
What?
this act again, and alluding that Lord Ernie enjoyed remembering it. This string of comments inspired another post on shit
So he's just being mean to
and was
rape
spreading
victims?
to other subreddits like Worst Of that were equally perturbed at what TJ had written. Quote, "You know, normally I dismiss SRS as a collection of fundamentalist hysterics, but damn, he
What is
deserved all of that.
SRS?
Same, I was actually cheering them on for the first time," unquote. TJ, during or after the process of arguing with Redditors, uploaded a video to his channel.
I've spent the last 4.5 hours arguing with feminists on Reddit. Why?
This video
That's
was
my
removed,
question
as per
exactly.
TJ's comments that he came to regret. Here he states he was wrong for making those comments and also addresses an article covering them. TJ also apologized to Lord Ernie in private, stating that what he did was genuinely out of line. Lord Ernie responds by stating that they would be more willing to accept the apology if it was made in a public space. TJ responds with, quote, "I don't normally let other people bully me into doing whatever they want. Sorry. But a private apology is the best I'm willing to do. I have already publicly stated that what I said was wrong," unquote. Lord Ernie then posts TJ's apology to shit Reddit says. The events, labeled as Beard Apocalypse, are also summarized in a post on
Beard
shit Reddit
Apocalypse?
says. TJ has gone on to apologize several times for these comments.
I clumsily made an attempt to show my contempt for trigger warnings by saying the most graphically offensive things I could. It was 4 in the morning, and I was in the 5th or 6th hour of a massive flame war with radical feminists with names like Kill All Men. The next day, I realized how stupid the things I said were and how easily misinterpreted. And I apologized both to the person I said them to and to the internet at large. The person I said it to said they could only accept my apology if I closed down my YouTube channel and never posted my opinion publicly again. My comments were extremely poorly done, and they overshadowed the point I
Way
was trying
more
to
in
make,
progress.
which is why I have apologized for them not just once, but several times. And I apologize again today, once more, for anyone who has been hurt by these comments. They went too far, and I deeply regret making such statements.
This did influence a dip in subs, as well as continued coverage.
I'm not
of
gonna
what
lie,
TJ
people who
said,
get hurt by
but
comments,
this hardly deterred him from
that's
covering the
fucking
feminists he did
snowflakes.
not like. Videos
Why do you
demonstrating
care
some
what
of their
some
outrageous
random person on
actions
the
were
internet
making their
says?
rounds online.
Recently, there was a bit of a fiasco at the University of Toronto when a group of radical feminists pulled a fire alarm in order to stop a men's rights seminar in progress at the university. The fire alarm then goes off and the feminists cheer like banshees, ecstatic that they've used bully tactics to silence the opposing point of view.
Isn't that
This was hardly all that TJ
isn't that
was
against the
covering.
law?
Here he is doing a Let's Play.
They'll probably get fined
Here
for
he is
doing
doing
it.
another video covering the Pope. And as seen in
What?
some videos, he was advertising his book, Neck Beard Uprising. TJ was even
He has
on
a book?
CNN in 2013.
So the talkback question today, at least the first one, why is atheism on the rise in America? Joining me now to discuss this are William Lane Craig, the founder of reasonablefaith.org, Reverend Markel Hutchins, a civil and human rights activist, and TJ Kirk, who calls himself the amazing atheist. Welcome to all of you.
Oh my god.
Like, I can't watch my CNN appearance either. I went on CNN because there was like a new poll out that showed that faith was on the decline in America, so they had me on there. But unfortunately, I was supposed to be on 30 minutes, but unfortunately that was the day that fucking Ratzinger resigned or whatever.
TJ's
know
appearance
who that
on
is.
national television was quite massive, as traditional media outlets hardly ever care for new media figures, especially ones that pour hot oil on themselves. Because another video of TJ, in the same vein of the banana video, had leaked.
How
What?
Did the oil feel? This is a reference to another of my sex tapes that has leaked, and I'm supposed to feel ashamed, I guess.
What did he do in this one?
How did it feel? It felt hot.
TJ did have quite the reputation, as he had now been on YouTube.
Wait. Did I miss something? He had hot oil? What just happened? What was he doing with the oil? Was he like dipping his nuts in it or something? I need to go back.
YouTube for sat.
Do oil.
The banana video. Traditional media outlets hardly ever care for new media figures, especially ones that pour hot oil on themselves. Because another video of TJ,
He poured hot oil on himself?
The banana video had leaked.
How
Wouldn't that like
did the oil feel?
Wouldn't that like blister his skin?
This is a reference to another of my sex tapes that has leaked, and I'm supposed to feel.
What is it with him and food?
How did it feel? It felt hot.
TJ did have quite the reputation, as he had now been on YouTube for 7 years.
The people that were big on YouTube, you know, when I first joined up, like, they're just gone now. And the people who were my contemporaries at the time, they're pretty much all gone too.
How old is
I
this
don't know
dude?
why I'm still here, why my channel is still viable. The only explanation I can really come up with.
This was not even TJ's peak. In 2014, he launched the Drunken Peasants podcast with a fan-turned-friend. This podcast was successful in its own right.
So
Even
we're only
with
in
these
2014?
successes, TJ was failing to find
What?
satisfaction elsewhere. Quote, I no longer have anything to lose by sharing the story, so I might as well. My audience should understand what is going on in my life. Not everything will make sense immediately, but as you read on, things will become more clear. The first thing I want to show you is a statement regarding an incident that took place on Saturday, November 15, 2014. Unquote. This is from the Amazing Atheist Facebook, a post that is 4,300 words long.
Oh my
It starts
God.
with him describing his visit to his
Jesus.
trans femme boyfriend Kyle that lives with his parents in an undisclosed town in Kentucky. Here, TJ is expressing his and Kyle's want to go to Columbus, Ohio, where TJ's home is. And so, on November 15th, TJ was visiting Kyle and his family with his desire to take Kyle with him. Quote, when Kyle finally did arrive, he gave me a big hug and I lifted him up into my arms. We helped his mom carry in and put away groceries. Then Kyle and I sat on the living room couch where I proceeded to chat with him, smoke cigarettes, hold him, and play little lovers games with him. He was happy
What?
and in good spirits.
What is
for the
little
most part,
lovers games?
Though his diagnosed schizoaffective disorder with depression was sometimes apparent. Overall, though, it was clear that he was very happy with my presence. It was around 6:30 through 7 p.m.
It sounds
when
like he's
Rick
talking about
returned
an
home
animal.
from some sort of dispute with a family friend.
Like he's
He seemed
describing
to
an
be in
animal.
good spirits and was jovial. Unquote. TJ then states that Rick, Kyle's father, sent Kyle and his mother to run an errand. Here's where his demeanor changes. Quote, he said in a very hushed and gravelly tone, I looked on the internet and saw some stuff, and I think you are one sick, twisted, evil son of a bitch. I was caught off guard by this remark, as Rick had hitherto been friendly towards me in all of our meetings and telephone conversations. And you ain't taking that youngin' Kyle anywhere. Unquote. TJ then describes Rick pulling a handgun from his pocket, and if TJ moved too quickly, Rick threatened to put 2 in him. It is then that Rick instructed TJ to leave, and to that extent, leave Kyle and his family alone. TJ then goes on to detail his continued interaction with Kyle's family, and that he was requesting an exchange of items as he had some of Kyle's stuff and Kyle had stuff that TJ bought for him, as well as $140 that he gave them for financial assistance. The story then devolves into lengthy back and forths. TJ is possibly making this post in an attempt to reach Kyle, as it is one of the closing statements. Quote, I'd like to state as a matter of public record that I love Kyle very much, and that if he ever chose to contact me, I would take him back. Unquote. This all fell apart because of what Rick, Kyle's father, found online. And it isn't a very deep rabbit hole to go down. When typing The Amazing Atheist into the search bar of Google, it will autofill the banana incident. No matter what TJ does, what ideas he puts out into the world or shows his support for, interest always comes back to
a banana.
This is not to say that TJ was not influential in other ways. Both The Amazing Atheist and the Drunken Peasants podcast reached a new peak in around 2016, as TJ was focusing on what he called anti-SJW content that for the past 5 years had always been his most viewed content. He was even using this to raise money for charity.
If we're gonna raise $200,000,
Don't let this guy do charity again. What?
Need our help, not a spoiled scam artist looking to bilk the internet for all it's worth.
This was influenced by Anita Sarkeesian's own fundraising that sought to raise funds for her own projects, and TJ's campaign ended up raising $122,000. In a way, this was part of TJ closing this chapter of making anti-SJW content, something influenced by his increased frustration.
Have we reached the point where in some ways
What the fuck?
anti-SJWs are as bad as SJWs?
What is happening?
Recently, I've seen tons of people giving Patton
Why does he look
Oswalt
like
shit
that?
for being an SJW because he said he was a feminist in his most recent stand-up special. I've seen people giving David Cross shit because in his most recent special he made fun of the anti-PC crowd. You know, guys, giving comedians shit for telling jokes you don't like, that's not anti-SJW shit. That's SJW shit. Like, my staunch atheism doesn't prevent me from enjoying Johnny Cash singing a gospel song.
I never
or
understood
admiring
that,
old
like,
religious art, like the Sistine Chapel.
There's a guy. I'm gonna get another water. There's an Australian comedian. That's. I think he lost. I don't remember. I didn't keep up to date with it. I just remember when I heard it, I was like, "This is stupid." He said a joke at one of his shows, and someone who went to one of his shows, went to the government about it and requested that he no longer be allowed to do shows and stuff, and she wanted an apology for his joke. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with people? You paid to go to a comedy show. Isaac Butterfield? That could be him. Yeah, did he lose? I think he lost, right? I think he lost. Oh my god, what did Hassan do this time? Yeah, this guy. Wait, furries? What? Furry brutally attacked in public? Oh, well, sucks to suck, I guess. Give me a minute, I'm gonna get a water. Oh. I need to get up and walk too, because like move. Bro. It's been a while since I've not drunk a mother immediately when I've woken up. This sucks. Keep yawning. I don't like this. Oh, hope my coffee gets here soon. Dylan Mulvaney? Who the fuck is that? I'm trying to see if there's I'm not saying it. I think it was this guy. But yeah, it's it was so stupid. Like, you didn't like his joke. There it is. I went to court. Yeah. I don't know if he won or not, though. Like, that's insane. It's like, you didn't like his joke, don't go to his comedy show. It's that simple. You don't have to go again. You know, you can choose not to go. Like, that is an option. Like, he's not forcing you to go to his comedy shows. And the fact that you went to his comedy show means that at some point you did like his comedy. So dumb.
The fact that I lean left doesn't prevent me from enjoying movies with a right-wing bent, like the Dirty Harry films. What a miserable betrayal of the very purpose of art it is when we cannot tolerate any work of art that to even the slightest degree deviates from our own values and beliefs.
Whether or not TJ knew it
Bro,
at
I'm
this
still
point,
shocked
he
that I
was searching
haven't
for
found a
something
shiny
else
yet.
to delve into.
As he states in the song, "This is the new shit. Everything has been said before.
Bro.
Nothing left to say anymore." These lyrics,
My dad
according to
likes Marilyn Manson.
are the first things written for the album.
I don't get it.
It's sort of a scary place to begin a new artistic endeavor by
I don't get it.
admitting to yourself that your bag of tricks is essentially empty, and you're not even sure what you can say that you haven't already said.
That was from video of TJ going over Marilyn Manson. The most important parts are what he sees in the art and how he reflects on them.
You're the amazing atheist.
I'm trying to get away from that name, though.
I know.
Because, you know...
What? He went on Joe
because,
Rogan?
it's not because I'm not an atheist anymore. It's just like I don't fucking know what else to say.
Right. But you're kind of tied into that name, right?
Yeah. So I'm kind of trying to phase it out.
That was TJ on Joe Rogan, episode 746, also in 2016, expressing this same thing. A creative
I'm sorry.
exhaustion with his current style of content.
I'm sorry. What? Episode 7? How many episodes of Joe Rogan is there? What the fuck? That was back in 2006. How many? 2016. Wrong. How many episodes? Episodes of Joe Rogan podcast are there? Number of episodes 2,300 as of April 5th. What the actual fuck? How does this motherfucker find interesting things to talk about? Like, all the time. Like, what? How do you, like, how do, because this is like the number one thing on Spotify or whatever, right? Is he on YouTube? Is this YouTube? I think this is it, right? Wait. Oh, he only goes for like 3 hours. Oh, no wonder. Never mind.
Expressing
I'm
this
less
same
shocked.
thing. A creative exhaustion with his current style of content. As profitable as it was, he did not want to create videos he was not passionate about, even if there was temptation.
Money in grifting a right-wing audience. And I know that because I felt the temptation. I walked that line a little bit, and it was
What's going on
"Ooh,
with his eyes?"
Yeah, wow, I'm getting such a response. And I'm like, but look at what I'm
Is that
having to
makeup
get
or
at.
did he get punched in the eyes?
And a lot of people, I think, just, followed that line of corruption all the way to this point where now people who used to be, or at least came across like moderates, are now like crazed right-wingers who, don't believe in a woman's right to choose or, any of these basic things that I feel like we all used to be pretty much on the same boat on.
After 2016, the anti-SJW genre fell in popularity, and while TJ's ideals had not necessarily changed, along with his creative exhaustion, he was expressing how pointless it
Hey
all
Benny, do you
felt.
know how old this guy is?
Passion! Their outrage machine, the SJW
Also, do you know if
outrage
Isaac won that? that
dominates
lawsuit?
mainstream discourse, and the pushback against them is almost entirely obscure underground bullshit. Some of the alt media, some YouTube channels, some forums. Oh yeah, well, you know, they got the mainstream media in Hollywood, and they control the public discourse, but we could go on this internet forum and fucking tell them what for. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. But I do agree that the SJW shit is getting mightily played out, and I do plan to scale it back and find some other things worth
40.
delving into. But the
He's
focus of
old.
what my channel is will always remain the same. I'm going to
That's
take
just
on
40.
stupid bullshit wherever I see it.
Okay.
This is not the only video TJ made like this. And with TJ disillusioned with creating content because of its theme rather than its message, he was losing viewership.
On June 10th, I uploaded Why Science is Not the New Irrational Religion, which got 10,350 thumbs up, 358 thumbs down, lost 191 subs that day. You know what days I gained subs? June 13th.
Aussie comedian Isaac Butterfield has scored a major victory after a series of jokes prompted a complaint to the Queensland Human Rights. Okay, so he won. Good. It's fucking... they're jokes. Yeah, I think apparently the person, like, made complaints to him first, right? And he was like, okay, don't come to my show then, or something. And she didn't like that, so then she took it to the fucking government. But, like, the other thing, too, is they can now take it to, like, Parliament or whatever, right? To, like, fucking Canberra. Because, like, they lost, right? So they can, like... The only thing they can do now is be like, hey, Canberra, you deal with it.
I gained 104 subs. June 14th, gained 64. You know what I posted
I don't know
those
if they'll
days?
do that.
Nothing.
TJ, trying to enter a new chapter, changed the name of his channel to TJ Kirk. By the end of 2017, TJ had also separated from the Drunken Peasants podcast, only to announce a new podcast shortly after, known as Deep Fat Fried. And though it is not as successful in terms of YouTube viewership as the Drunken Peasants were, it does have a sizable following of dedicated patrons who are looking to be enlightened by TJ and friends' content.
Shit his pants.
What happened to the fucking... What happened to the gun guy?
On his channel, things continue to be as serious.
What happened to
Today, I
him?
would like to talk about the size of Lara Croft's tits.
TJ's tweet
What?
and video were covered by several articles. But TJ had always played with fire, and it was something he was used to. Just not in the literal sense.
This fire was caused by electrical issues because the electricity in here is faulty. You know, it's been like totally jerry-rigged beyond belief. I think the guy that was our landlord set it up himself. So right now, I don't really have a place to live. I don't have a place to shoot my videos other than just shooting them on this phone.
TJ's house had caught fire due to shoddy wiring. Luckily, the fire did not consume
Okay.
the entire property. These videos and tweets were looked back on when TJ released his video titled, "Enough with the goddamn firefighters already."
When they think of firefighters, always think of them at their best, running into the burning building to save somebody. But how often does that really come up? Usually the firefighter is standing on the sidewalk holding a fucking hose and spraying the flames from a safe goddamn distance. I had a house fire last year and the local newspaper reported that the firefighters that saved our cat, that's this douche, and our iguana. The fucking local newspaper, my house nearly burned to the fucking ground. Firefighters saved it, and I thanked them for it, but the newspaper said they saved our cat and they saved our iguana. Well, first of all, stupid fucking newspaper for idiots. My cat ran upstairs, and the fireman looked at it and was like, eh. So who's the bigger hero? The person risking their life to save my life, or the person risking their life just to get me a fucking meal that I'm too lazy to make for myself? Pizza delivery drivers are the real fucking heroes. And in fact, next time I order a pizza, I'm going to give the pizza guy a $100 tip.
The point that TJ was trying to make with this video is that he finds it strange that with annual fires in the US down, and with the job of a firefighter being turned partially into EMT work and the like, he believes their numbers should be reduced by what he perceives to be the demand.
We've got more and more goddamn firefighters and less goddamn fires. How does that make sense? Demand.
We probably got less fires because we have more firefighters. What? Like what? Am I crazy? Oh, we're making more and more food these days, and there's less people starving. How does that make sense? Like, no shit, dumbass. There's less fires because there's more firefighters.
Decreases, but supply increases? Figure that one out, because I can't. Most of what firefighters do now is respond to medical emergencies.
TJ is not always taken entirely seriously.
Hello, I'm the Joker. I'm Donald Trump.
But in this case, he was more so because of the information he failed to find.
In fact, did you know since 1985 that fire department call volumes have tripled and responses to hazardous materials have quadrupled? Not to mention the fact that, did you know that fires are spreading 8 times faster than they did 50 years ago and producing 200 times more smoke?
This response comes from the channel Fire Department Chronicles, a channel that boasts a sizable 4.3 million subscribers
pissed off the wrong
compared
dudes.
to TJ's million that he hit in February of 2021. Only this was the second time it happened. The first was when he was gaining subscribers in 2016. This does
Well, and
not
then
mean
lost it.
TJ was entirely against this. He was uploading far less than he was back then and was making videos that he preferred to make even though he knew they wouldn't get as much viewership. The same goes for his written works.
Yeah, and you said you're working on a novel. What's your novel about? Fiction? Nonfiction?
Yeah, I mean it's called Sex Bot Uprising.
What?
It's a space pseudo-intellectual space smut.
Overall, TJ was being more explorative of himself, even if he did not know what that was.
36 years into my existence, I really
That's
don't
an interesting
know
way of saying that.
what I am, what I believe, what I stand for. I want to paint more. I want to draw more. I want to write my novel.
This is likely what influenced TJ's stint of wearing face paint and makeup for some videos.
Oh yeah!
Why is he got his titties out again?
Ooh, motherfucker! I feel it! I fucking feel that shit! Yeah!
Huh?
Cool.
Where TJ was once pulling in millions of views a month, he now barely breaks 500,000 a month. And while views are a fair metric of success on YouTube, TJ, with his near 2 decades on the platform, has grown less interested with that metric. Instead, he finds joy in other things.
Well, the video's almost over.
I posted a tweet where I was like, pregnant men, girl dicks, pregnant men, girl dicks. Just bait for the chuds. This little bait tweet was going to hook the queen of the turfs herself, J.K. motherfucking Rowling. And even better than that, she found out about the fucking banana video. People keep telling me about the banana. I had no need or wish to know about the banana. Oh my God. I have peaked. This is it. It's not going to get any better than this.
This, in many ways,
Pretty
captures
much.
TJ's legacy as it stands and as he understands it. His videos are a combination of serious ideologies combined with an absolute silliness that can distract from the conversation depending
What a
on what the
strange
viewer
dude.
wants to see. In virtually every thread discussing or looking back on TJ, there will always be comments dissecting his politics and grander messages. And then there will be a comment talking about the banana that gets more attention. Like a yellow boomerang, it always comes back to insert itself in the conversation. And either depiction TJ seems fine with, which is possibly the best stance, as the banana and TJ will never be separated.
What? What is this?
The Game Grumps is
Our Game Grumps became a uniquely hated channel? People hate the Game Grumps? What? People hate the Game Grumps? Who hates the Game Grumps? How can anyone hate the Game Grumps? That makes no sense. A lot of people? What? Why? Should I watch this video? Former watchers that know about the stuff regarding JonTron. I don't know what happened with JonTron. I know he was like, I heard rumors he was like racist or something, right? Do you have a video about that? I'll watch that. Watch a video about JonTron. Does this video go over that? What are the things? Before internet fame, Flash and Newgrounds fame, early Game Grumps, John leaves and conspiracies begin to move in. Okay. Dan saves Game Grumps. Conspiracies and controversies develop. Okay. Did I watch this? Seems like they go over the Game Grumps stuff. Over the JonTron stuff. Bro. I love the Game Grumps. I just remember hearing a thing about JonTron maybe being racist. That's the only thing I remember hearing about. Bro, to compensate for the mother, I've drunk like 4 bottles of water already. It's not helping. But I really need to pee though. Touch me. Should we watch this, Benny? What do you reckon? Yay? Nay? Unless you have more lolcows you want to watch. I can watch this off stream. Bro, for some reason our shopping's coming late today. I got a notification. It's apparently it's coming anywhere between 9 and 10. Normally it's like already here. This is annoying. Need cursed? Okay. I need this one. Then we need this one.
Evolution of
This isn't lolcows. What are you talking about? We're supposed to watch lolcows. That was the plan.
Bambi. Bambi debuts in the 1941
Evolution of Bambi. Okay. We'll watch this. It's quick. But I do need to pee. So I'm going to run into one more God damn it. I was going to run into another Pokemon and then go pee. But I guess it doesn't want me to do that. Okay. I'm going to go pee real quick. Entertain chat. I'm back. No? Is that me telling you to entertain chat? You're saying no. Well, that's rude. I'm gonna eat. So we're gonna go to this one while I eat.
Live anthology comedy movie The Reluctant Dragon
I got
in
a
the
thing to
ink
eat.
paint department, where the process of his creation and further animation in color is presented. Next, Bambi reappears in the 1942 animated drama movie Carrying His Name, which is loosely based on Felix Salten's 1923 novel Bambi: A Life in the Woods, and also was
His
added to the
title looks
list
like a
of the
butt
best
plug.
movies in the genre Bambi: A Life in the Woods.
Is that just me? Which title looks like a butt plug? Prove me wrong.
Woods,
He's
and
got a butt
also
plug
was
for a
added
tail.
to the list of the best movies in the genre animation, as one of the main characters voiced by Bobby Stewart as a baby, Donnie Dunnigan as young, Hardy Albright as a teenager, and John Sutherland as an adult.
Wait. I've never seen Bambi. He grows up? I thought he was just a baby the whole time. Bambi grows up?
Here he appears as a male deer belonging to a species close to a white-tailed deer rather than a roe deer as in the original story. In the movie, he changes through time, as he's growing up, having brown fur and brown eyes,
Why is his
with
legs
his
so
fur
fucking long?
being a lighter orange color and sprinkled with white spots as a baby, and then without the spots, with darkened fur and also grown antlers, as a teenager and an adult. Throughout the story, he tries to maintain his kindness, optimism, and curiosity, regardless of time or circumstances he's in, as well as goes through personal growth, from a shy and fearful little fawn to a brave, strong, and protective adult self. In the story, as he is born, he receives a title, a
Wait.
young active adult self.
That's just a dog. What? Wouldn't he be attacked by wolves?
In the story, as he is born, he receives a title, a young prince of the forest, following his father's role as the great prince of the forest, whose job is to protect the forest
His
and its
father looks cool.
residents. This puts a lot of expectations on him, especially from his strict and cold father, who doesn't spend much time with him and doesn't even reveal their biological relatedness to him at the beginning while living with his mother, whom he loves very deeply and also learns a lot from most of the time. The movie focuses on his life and personal change, as he first comes into the world and then goes through the messy reality of life, experiencing the stressful and eye-opening coming out of childhood and also facing and trying to deal with a terrible tragedy of losing his mother
kingdom is
as a
everything
result
the
of
light
hunting,
touches.
which changed his life forever, while also growing up and striving to become a brave and strong protector of the forest, as well as a good partner to his partner, Feline. And a good father to
Wait,
his
what?
twin fawn, a good partner to his partner, Feline.
Feline?
And a good
That's
father
not a
to
name.
his twin fawns, a boy named Gino and a girl named Guri. Then Bambi briefly cameos in the 1955 animated short No Hunting as his young version alongside his mother as they discover that the men have come and they need to leave to safety. In the 1957 adventure movie Perry, Bambi appears as a real adult deer, alongside many other characters. Next, in the 1969 black and white animated short Bambi Meets Godzilla, Bambi
What?
appears peacefully grazing on a field of grass and flowers
Bambi meets
until
Godzilla?
Godzilla's foot squashes him flat. Then Bambi
Get shit on. Go Godzilla.
reappears in the 1977 animated movie The Rescuers together with his mother, eating grass during the song Someone's Waiting for You. In the 1988 live/animated comedy movie Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Bambi cameos during the final scene with the other Disney and non-Disney characters and sings the ending song, Smile Darn Ya Smile.
Okay.
Following in the 1995 animated musical movie A Goofy Movie,
Goofy
Bambi
movie.
cameos as a stuffed animal in Goofy's photo
Goofy
studio
movie
to
was
help
fucking
children
awesome.
smile on camera.
Goofy movie's
Next,
great.
Bambi reappears in the animated TV show House of Mouse,
Ah.
making multiple cameos in various episodes such as Jiminy Cricket, where he and his friends were used as examples of the places to live in by Jiminy, To Live a Long Life, then Pete's House of Villains, where he and Thumper get angered at Pete when he complains that everything about the club stinks, and also Mickey vs. Shelby, which is his only speaking appearance, where he comments to Thumper on how baby Shelby looked like a deer in the headlights on stage. Bambi cameos next in the 2001 animated movie Mickey's Magical Christmas, snowed in at the House of Mouse. First, at the beginning, amongst the crowd of characters preparing to leave the House of Mouse before realizing they're being snowed in, and then at the end, joining others in singing the ending song. Bambi's following appearance is in the 2002 animated movie Mickey's House of Villains, where he cameos at the beginning, running toward the House of Mouse building alongside other characters.
What are you making me watch?
Then, Bambi reappears in the 2006
Bambi
midpool
2?
movie to his first movie, Bambi 2, which takes place in between the events of Bambi losing his mother to man and growing up to a young teenager with small protruding antlers and no spots on the body, voiced by Alexander Gould. The story of this movie portrays a more personal and
Why aren't they
detailed
gonna-
perspective of Bambi's life, from the point his mother passed away,
Are they always gonna
focusing
make a
on
second
several
one?
very personal aspects of his life, such as his relationship with his father, both from the
When they
standpoint
doing
of family
Cujo too?
bonding, from having a quite strained and cold connection between each other to a true warm and loving parent-child relationship, as well as in terms of his prospect as the future great prince of the
Did I watch
forest,
Bambi?
needing to prove to himself, others, and most importantly to his father, that he is capable and suitable to becoming one, as well as his romantic development as he grows up and goes
Hold
through
on. Bro, he just throat chopped a dog. Wait, what?
suitable to becoming one.
Whoopa! Bro, he just throat chopped that dog right off the fucking mountain.
Well as his romantic development as he grows up and goes through a journey of self-discovery and fulfillment after meeting and finding a romantic interest in his future partner and the mother of their children, Feline, while trying to show her that he is trustworthy, caring,
How long is
loving,
Bambi?
supportive, and deserving her reciprocal affection. And all this combined with his trauma from losing his mother and his deeply
Bambi.
internal struggle to navigate through and also find the strength to live further after such a life-altering event, which he successfully manages to do at the end, keeping her legacy alive and remembered through living a
1942,
life in
holy
such a
shit,
way
Bambi is
that she would be
old.
proud of him as her son. In the live/animated miniseries A Poem Is, Bambi is featured multiple times in various episodes in the footage from the
An
previous
hour and 8
movies,
minutes. It doesn't
both
an hour
individually
long?
and with his mother.
What
Then,
the fuck?
in the 2012
Okay.
stop-motion animated movie Frankenweenie, a poster of Bambi can be seen
Huh?
on a movie
Wait,
theater.
what'd you call me?
Frankenweenie, a poster of Bambi can
Frankenweenie.
be seen on a movie theater. Bambi cameos as a mannequin in the 2016 animated movie Zootopia, which the fox Nick shreds apart in the climax of the story. Bambi cameos in the animated TV show Mickey
Bro,
Mouse
Bambi can't
in
catch
the
a break.
episode Duck the Halls, a Mickey Mouse Christmas special, where he and Thumper are seen on an ice skating rink. In the 2018 animated movie Ralph Breaks the Internet, a Bambi poster with his friends can be seen in a young girl's bedroom. In the animated anthology series
Ralph Breaks the Internet. Is that the second Wreck-It Ralph movie? They make a second one?
can be seen in a young girl's bedroom. In the animated anthology series The Wonderful World of Mickey Mouse, in the episode House of Tomorrow, Bambi cameos on a storybook cover with his mother. Following, in the 2021 animated
be his
TV
father?
show
That
Amphibia,
antlers.
in the episode Fight at the Museum, Bambi appears in a painting of himself and his father in a museum. Next,
Gotta ride that
Bambi
time.
makes a cameo in the 2022 animated movie Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers as one of the freed and transformed by Sweet Pete characters, with him being recolored blue and white and given wings. In the 2023
I don't know what half this shit
live-action/animated
is.
short Once Upon a Studio, Bambi first appears coming out of his painting along with his friends, and then at the end, he joins everyone during the group photo. In the 2023 stop-motion Halloween special, Mickey and Friends Trick or Treats, Bambi appears as a
Bro,
wooden
why was
statue
Bambi
on
in
the
so
witch's
much
shelf.
shit?
In the 2023 animated movie Wish, an adult Bambi is first seen among the animals in the forest, singing the song I'm a Star.
So are we just like, oh, this is a deer, must be Bambi? Is that what's happening?
And then thanking John the bear for
Like, was it stated this is Bambi?
not eating him, as well as appearing as a fawn among the Disney animated characters in the
Okay, never mind.
credits. Then Bambi cameos in the 2024 animated crossover short The Simpsons May the 12th Be With You at the beginning, together with his mother while preparing to travel and celebrate Disney Plus Mother's Day. Next, Bambi reappears in the 2024 animated short The Simpsons The Most Wonderful Time of the Year, grazing on a field with his mother while a hunter attempts to shoot at them. Finally, Bambi appears in the 2025 live-action horror adaptation of the original novel, Bambi the Reckoning, as a real-life but monstrous zombie-like and bloodthirsty deer with a large number of sharp...
I'm sorry.
Real-life but monstrous zombie-like...
Why is she smiling? Why is she smiling? Bitch, she's being chased by a fucking crazy deer.
And bloodthirsty deer with a large number of sharp canines, who seeks revenge on humans after his mother was killed by a hunter.
That's why it's called Bambi the Reckoning? What the fuck? Was the video? Fucking weird. Then the good part was the end. Oh my god, I think I need to watch this movie. What can I watch it on? Is it not on any streaming services? What? Oh man. But I want to watch it. I want to watch Crazy Bambi eating people. Oh, it's not out yet. Initial release, 25th of July, 2025. It's not out yet. The best part is the end. Then comes, I need to watch the movie. Yeah, I need to watch this movie, Bambi the Reckoning. Also, I think I need to just watch Bambi. I've never watched Bambi. Like, ever. Not once. Wrong one. That one. Yeah, I've never watched Bambi. I know that the mother dies or some shit. But that's about as far as my knowledge goes. I didn't know he grew up. I thought he was just a baby the entire time. Do you have another lolcow video, Benny? Wait, what? Just now the trans movement is 130% fucked? What? Oh my god, Hassan did more things? What? They tried to cancel her. Okay. Oh, we're good or new and unknown? Well, I don't know. Whatever. It's up to you. We just need lolcows. Unless you want me to watch this Game Grumps thing. But today was supposed to be lolcow day. Where we look at all the lolcows. Bro, this woman's huge. Bro, she's giant. What the fuck? VTuber cuts ties with gamer subs. I don't blame him, but anyway. You want this one? Where is it? There it is. Disclaimer. There's a disclaimer. Benny, what have you given me? What have you done? What have you continued to do? Following video was made with information/research that was available and to the best of my knowledge. However, as with everything, there is room for error. If you find this video contains inaccuracies or requires correction, feel free to reach out. Who are you talking about? The Untold Story of Anaconda Sin? Don't know who that is. So I'm just going to take whatever you say in this video as you've done better research than me. Because I have no idea the fuck this is. Oh, no, it's a copyright thing. Okay.
You've got mail.
Says who?
Hi there. I came across this weird account, and it seems like barely anyone is talking about it. It's pretty disturbing, so fair warning. It's this girl named Anna, or Anaconda Sin, on TikTok. You might actually recognize her from that old Minecon video that went viral a few years back. You know, the girl with her dad's business cards.
Would you like to join my dad's Minecraft server, Minecraft?
It's crazy how she went from that to what she's doing now, honestly. She's been
What?
resurfacing and telling these crazy, disgusting stories. Like I saw once on a live stream where she talked about her weird desires about animals, and it's really gross.
If that's something that you're into and you're like alone in the woods and it's just a deal, like imagine the glorification of being able to hang those antlers on the wall knowing that you had that intimacy with it.
At first,
What?
I thought it was just some elaborate attention-seeking thing, or maybe rage bait or something.
What have you given
but
me?
I think there might be some actual truth to it, based on some of the stuff she says. She's like openly.
I've never
admitting
seen
to
that Minecraft
participating
thing.
in something I don't even want to really describe with a dog.
I didn't want to do it either. It was weird. Like, that's a little too far. Like,
You're just sitting here talking about wanting to do it, and like you're just saying you didn't do it.
It doesn't matter if your eyes is closed.
The more
A
I
horror
look,
cow.
the worse it got. She makes these twisted claims about how when she was a kid,
Okay.
she used to do these horrible things to her sister's pets, like involving wood and nails, all for her own.
You know, I was about to say, I said lolcows, but then I just realized, I just realized you've duped me, because the title of my stream isn't lolcows, it's moo-moos. This is technically a cow. It's just not lols. I've been duped. I've been duped.
Curiosity, I guess.
I fed my sister's guinea pigs to the dog. Because I wanted
Wait,
to see
what?
them get eaten by my dog.
She even went as far as openly telling people about how she was romantically interested in her own.
Did she just
dad.
say she fed
Really
guinea pigs to the
embarrassing
dogs?
When you touch your dad, thinking he's somewhat of a man. He was wearing like a button-up shirt and all that. And then I started trying to make out with my dad.
It's all.
What? Oh, okay. Suffer my friend from down under. Okay. Bro, I don't like when they do intros like this, where they just cut together like random shit that they've said, because it's just out of nowhere. And it's like one crazy thing after another. What the fuck did she just say? First she said she's feeding dogs, guinea pigs to dogs. And now she's talking about making out with her dad?
In her own dad.
It's really embarrassing when you touch your dad, thinking he's somewhat of a man. He was wearing like a button-up shirt and all that. And then I started trying to make out with my dad.
It's all pretty scary and concerning.
To be attracted to an individual that you know is like not 18.
Does this person have like mental problems? Like, are they slow? Is that why? Because, like, why do they talk like that, too, by the way? Like, the way that they talk is normally how people Like, that's normally the voice people put on to make fun of, like, Discord kittens and stuff like that, right? It seems like that's just how she talks.
Doesn't make me a bad person, does it? They don't hold nobody. They have special relationships with children.
I really can't tell if this is an elaborate hoax for attention, a real person, or both. I thought you might be interested in taking a look and trying to debunk it a bit. Could be nothing, really, but who knows? Anyways, thanks for reading. If there's nothing to this story, disregard this email. Take care. Bye.
Goodbye.
Wait.
If you're like me and Billy...
Does he say his name? How do you say his name? Hilmwonder? How do you say his name? What the actual fuck is this?
So I came across this post on Reddit where someone was getting in touch with their inner villain arc over the Marzia and PewDiePie's child announcement. We're having a baby! Congratulations to me! What is it with people and their tendency to want to feed their selfish egos? You could have just adopted. There's plenty of children that need parents. Why bring a being into this world without asking for it? You aren't having this child for its sake, you're having it for your own sake. Selfishness at its purest. There's nothing sweet or beautiful about this.
What the fuck? What's wrong with
Oh my God,
people?
we get it. Your childhood was hot garbage. Does that mean you have to bring your path of misery everywhere you go? I'm sorry you yourself were never adopted, but this doesn't mean you have to get upset when someone else decides to have a child. It's such a weird thing to be pressed about. And besides, how could you not love this face? So I came across this post on Reddit.
Bro, that's insane. What? What's wrong with people?
Millions of others, you may have heard of a peculiar little app known as TikTok. From cute animal clips that can bring a smile to those experiencing
Oh,
the
look at
worst
it.
of days.
Look at the
Useful
kitty.
cooking tutorials that can get you through a pinch on a budget. Clever comedy sketches that
Oh, yeah.
highlight something so nichely relatable to each of our own lives. Makeup tutorials, mom and pop businesses, so on and so forth.
Nah, I like the
TikTok is
cat and
home to
puppy
so many
videos.
unique forms of content curated to each user's interests. However, as I'm sure you either know or
You know
are
what?
expecting, given that
You know what? Just because I haven't seen it in a while, and it deserves to be seen every now and then. What the fuck is wrong with that cow? What the fuck? Bro, I clicked on YouTube and it brought up this weird video of this cow. What? Okay. Something's wrong with that cow. Yeah. Okay.
This is my pet duck Adam going for his first swim. Be careful, Adam. Adam! Adam! This is my pet duck.
I love it. It's great. Ducks are awesome.
you've clicked on this video, TikTok
Back
is
to the weird
far
video.
from an
About the
innocent
weird
app,
person.
and lurking within is a dark side to the platform, ridden with controversies and horrific dramas that have plagued the website since its conception.
what'd that say?
Hidden within plain sight.
Wait, what'd that say? TikTok star Luke Rockwell arrested for something over minor Wait, what is this word? Starts with S and ends with E? It's not... Wait. Is it sexual assault? But it's not big enough. What is this word? Maybe I need to find the article. Luke Rockwell. I think good news, maybe. American teacher. This dude was a teacher. TikTok star arrested after allegations of sex with. Oh, it was that. Okay.
Horrific dramas that have plagued the website since its conception.
What is this? Paul ran TikTok's most hated mom under fire for posting strange thumbnails of her 4-year-old. I'm not even going to look into that. I don't want to see it.
Hidden within plain sight among the search feeds of millions, users
just
have
imagine it's
uncovered
horrible.
nightmarish creators, ranging from actual criminals who prey upon the innocent as a source of pride, disturbing individuals with a twisted past who have
Oh,
released
God.
into the world a slew of dark intentions, Minecraft cosplayers who have a fear of the number 18, and many more volatile monsters that would drag
I
the
don't know who
summer
that
on
is.
for quite some time. TikTok is home to some of the worst creatures to ever surface online. And with our character of interest today, we will add yet another entry to the ever-growing list of reprehensible
Do we need to look at,
individuals
like,
found
TikTok
on the
people?
platform. You may inadvertently know of this individual and not even be aware, as their initial popularity
no idea.
could only be attributed to a 34-second clip from almost 10 years ago. But times
I've
have
never even
changed,
seen that
and
clip
they have most certainly changed for
until
the
now.
worse.
That Minecraft
allow
thing?
me to either
Never seen
introduce
it.
or reintroduce you to Anna, aka Anaconda Sin, a highly questionable TikToker whose twisted claims managed to fly under the radar for years, leaving me fearful that an in-depth documentation of this person might not be possible. But unfortunately, here we are. Platformed once by their now deleted TikTok account by the same name, Anaconda Sin is, fingers crossed, was an online creator that swept through users' feeds.
Is that
via
this
countless
generation's
reposts
Christian?
after participating in a TikTok dating show back in 2021. It was here where they turned a harmless live stream into a front row seat to a disturbing confession, where they revealed their disconnected view of the world, as well as their alleged participation in a sickening crime against a defenseless dog with their ex-partner. Afterwards, she quickly gained an online following from users who were eager to learn more about her, leading to those curious enough to uncover
trolls.
numerous other clips made by Anna, including further confessions of alleged
What's this generation's Christian? Is there there's got to be, right? Like we had Christian. What does this generation have? Hassan?
nauseating desires and acts against innocent animals, her belief that crimes shouldn't matter if nobody's around to witness them, an apology
What?
video posted after users sent officers to her home where they failed to take accountability and instead downplayed everything into merely being a poorly received sense of humor, a questionable attempt at a music career that fell flat at blatant racism, their claims of attraction towards their father, and much more that we will touch base on in due time. To put it lightly, the story of Anaconda Sin is one of disbelief, disturbance, and quite frankly injustice if the crimes they have claimed to committed are indeed true, which I will carefully detail my reasons for concluding that, in my own belief, they are. But before we jump right into this bewildering story, if you allowed me to briefly introduce myself, I would be ever so grateful. Hi, I'm Wonder, your one-stop shop for calm deep dives on some of the internet.
Hey, motherfucker! You can't call yourself Hilm Wonder or whatever the fuck this is, and then just say your name's Wonder. Fuck off. Say it correctly. I wonder how it's I wonder how to say it. You bitch. What a pussy. Say it. I don't know how the first part said. You dick.
That's most unsavory individuals around. I upload a new deep dive on a bi-weekly to
Fine, I'll
tri-weekly
just call you
basis.
Wonder then.
So if you find you enjoy what you see here today in terms of
Nah, you know what?
production
Fuck you.
itself,
Your name's
feel free to
Hill.
leave me a like and subscribe with the bell notification
I'm calling you
on
Hill.
so you never miss out on a new story
Just
in the
because of
future,
that.
as
Oh.
well as yours truly. Also, feel free to let me know down in the comments what you did or didn't like about today's video, so I
The
can
fact
work
that you
towards
didn't say your
providing you a
name,
better
your
viewing
full name.
experience in the future. I'd also
That's
like
what I
to give
didn't
a
like.
shout out to the individual on screen known as Underflow for shedding light on this situation. They were the first creator I have seen cover today's person of interest, so I cannot express enough how much credit rightfully goes to them for this story. A link to their channel can be found in the description. There is also a
Bro.
really big chance that this video could get yoinked, so consider checking my Patreon.
I just looked down and I don't know if you guys can see this. TikTok TikTok's boy-loving creep. Why? What's wrong with TikTok? Bro, I go on there to watch like dogs doing silly things and
Now,
cats
down
doing silly
below, if you
things
get the
and monkey dad like running away with his babies. And then, you know, I come on YouTube and it's like, hey, there's a pedophile on TikTok. Like, what? How? I want to see what their feed is like. How is their feed's going to be way different than mine? Because I don't even know what they're looking for on there. I don't think I've ever seen. I don't get it. Why are they all on TikTok?
chance because it helps the channel out a ton, but of course no pressure there. Without further ado, once more, my name is Wonder and it is phenomenal to have you here today.
No, your name's
Say hi
Hill.
to my
Fuck
first
off.
ever editor, Zach Fuller. Couldn't have done this video without him. And sit back, relax. If you have pets, tell them how much you love and appreciate them. If you have a dad,
Fuck
try
you.
to avoid eye contact for a while.
Don't tell me
And
what to
let's
do.
dive right into the story of Anaconda Sin.
I'll do the opposite.
TikTok's
Hey,
creepiest
where are they?
animal lover.
Yeah, lazy fucks. They're over there. They're asleep. They're laying on each other, which is actually kind of rare. Okay. I'm quickly going to take a picture of them. Babies. Ow! Just kick the shit out of that. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful picture. Where's TikTok? I gotta remember how to do it. I forgot the last couple of days that I was supposed to post things on TikTok. I'm not gonna lie. Completely forgot. Puppies. There we go. Post. There we go. There's Twitter. We got it. We tweeted. We tweeted the picture of the puppies. Chilling with each other. Snoozing. I'm not gonna lie, that's the closest that they've slept together in ages. They normally don't like sleeping next to each other.
You can dream about them all night long. It's not illegal to be attracted to them.
What?
Before we can begin to explore the full details surrounding their story, we have to...
What did she just say?
It's not illegal to fantasize about dogs.
Oh.
You can dream about them all night long. It's not illegal to be attracted to them.
I mean, technically, you can
Before we
dream about whatever
begin
you
to
want.
explore the full details surrounding their story, we have to ask ourselves two very pivotal questions.
It's not illegal to
Who
dream about
is
anything.
Anaconda Sin, and where did she even come from? Important questions to ask, yes, but unfortunate ones to answer. Anaconda Sin, or as we will often refer to as her first name, Anna, first appeared online on November 3rd, 2013. After a channel by the name Connor Quinn uploaded a video of the final day of Minecon 2013. There was a
How
Q&A
old
held
is
for
this lady?
developers where fans of the popular survival craft were given a chance to ask any questions they may have either for the dev team directly or about the future of the game. However, this open mic night did not go as smoothly as intended, which is evident from some awkward yet rather heartwarming clips that went viral after the fact.
I was wondering,
Oh.
what's the walking
Is that where this came from? Is this the same thing?
Recommended amount of dedicated wham I should have to a server.
Did your friends really hold you hostage? So I have a friend with Crohn's disease, and she was ready to give up.
What?
Why do you do what you do? Like, what's your purpose in doing that?
I ask myself this question
What the
every day.
fuck?
Among all the innocent cringeworthy clips that arose from the Minecon 2013 convention, there was one moment in particular that stood out enough to become iconic within itself.
No, yeah, the dedicated wham kid?
Dedicated wham?
It was
Yeah.
actually this one, when a nervous child with a shaky voice walked up to their idols
She a
with business
child?
cards in hand and stumbled over their words in an effort to promote their father's Minecraft server.
Would you like to join my dad's Minecraft server, Forgecraft? I've got business cards here if you would like to join.
Join his Minecraft what?
Minecraft, mineforgecraft.com. He's had it up for like, a few years, I think now, and he's got really good staff, and I was wondering if you would like to maybe join it.
This shy child, as I'm sure you can guess, especially due to the reusage of B-roll footage, is none other than Anaconda Sin. Over the next few months,
How
this
old-
clip would be
what?
featured on numerous cringe compilations and
Is she really a
reaction
child
channels,
there?
even ending up in front of the likes of PewDiePie, where he stated he'd gladly join her father's server.
I'll join! I'll gladly join!
Despite this clip receiving unfortunately expected backlash due to the cruelty of the internet, it was genuinely a harmless moment and was, what everyone with a conscience believed, to merely be a child having an awkward moment in front of their idols whilst trying to support their father. After a few more months had passed, this
She
clip,
looks
as
the
well as
same
Anna
there as
herself,
she does
would
now.
fade back into obscurity within the online space. Anna, to the best of my knowledge, was not a creator at this time, nor did she have a real online presence aside from the inadvertent 15 minutes of fame. After the termination of their father's Minecraft server, a personal choice due to the harassment campaigns placed against them by malicious internet users set out on harassing her over the viral clip, Anna's online presence would soon grow cold. Or at least it seemed that way.
Bro,
However, after roughly
people are so
7 to 8
mean.
years, the earliest date we can go
Leave
off
the
of
girl
being the
alone.
fall of 2018,
Now
when
look what
TikTok
yous have
was
done.
released to the
Yous have
States,
Nate,
Anna
you
would begin to
two
surface
you
online
fuckers did.
again with
Did we not learn from Christian? Look what we created. Now you've just made a new one. You've created a second one. We need to leave these people alone. Because the minute you start doing things to them, then this happens. They start fucking dogs. This is all your fault. I blame all the
her
internet.
own niche corner of the internet. Anna would also upload a variety of content,
How
seemingly
old is she?
uninterested in having their channel take upon one sense of direction, encapsulating what could only be summarized
Yeah,
as
exactly.
an insight into
Wait, I'll get it. I'll get it. It's a song? What? No way. Okay. What? No, fuck off, Facebook. I just want the clip. Bro, why is this so hard? Yeah.
Leave Brittany alone! Please!
Yeah, that. Leave her alone, you bullies. You're gonna turn her into Christian. That was a woman? This is a woman? They have a mustache. There's no way this is the same person. That was a woman?
into a person's world to whoever would
Ugh.
listen, rather than an intentional creator.
What
the
a-
only
what a
specific
beautiful
content direction of
woman.
Anna's that can be attributed to her was a questionable attempt at a music career, consisting of two known songs that would genuinely make an unprepared listener feel as if they had had a blood vessel erupt in their head. Now I must
See,
admit,
we should have learned our lesson. We did it to Chris Chan. Now we have Chris Chan. Nays have done it to her. Now we have her.
Which contains the N-word a whopping 6 times within just a minute.
Was the
and
person
15
who made the
seconds.
video?
I find that their song, it was
Who was the one
too
in
good
the
to be
video?
True, a country music video, to be a real heartfelt.
Was it a man or a woman?
It felt so
I always thought it was a man.
That you kissed me, held me in your arms.
I often ask myself, what happened to all the good music? But now after listening to this, I realize it never left. Also, some fun trivia that I didn't realize initially, but the incredibly racist song was
Grand person was a
actually
dude?
supposed to be
Oh,
a
okay, yeah, I was
Christmas
right then.
song too. So, Merry
Was a dude.
Christmas, I guess. Anna got you stereotypes this year.
Now
Hooray, I
he
guess.
slash she
As to when
is a
exactly
singer.
Anaconda Sin went from a former online punching bag to
Porno
a
actor?
worldwide
What
music
the
sensation that made users question their sanity is unclear. But
Leave Britney alone, I guess.
On August 16th, 2021, a short 1-minute video was posted online of popular streamer XQC reacting to what I found to be one of the first documented instances of Anna's questionable
Bro,
behavior.
I saw a clip of this fucking XQC, like, I don't really watch XQC, right? I've just seen clips here and there. And I'm like, I forget that he's dumb, right? Because he has so much money that I'm like, oh, he must be smart, right? He must be like super smart to make that much money. And then like yesterday, a clip came out and it was a donkey and a horse playing. And he goes, "What is that? A dog?" I'm like, "What? You can't be that dumb." And apparently you can. Like, there's probably a compilation of him getting animals wrong, right? Because I've also seen him. What was it? It was like a leopard, and I think he called it a Cheeto. He was. I'm assuming he was trying to say cheetah, but he said Cheeto, and I'm pretty certain it was a leopard. So he wasn't even right. But that one's like understandable, I guess, because they look similar. But this thing was a fucking donkey, and he called it a dog. Like, so if he says anything about anyone, like, just ignore it.
To arise
Motherfucker
from her
doesn't even know what a
TikTok
donkey
account.
is.
In this clip, XQC is reacting over someone else's content per usual, as they come to the realization that the user in the featured TikTok is in fact
And then the
the
fact
same
that you
individual
can't
that
understand
appeared on that
half the
iconic
shit he
Minecon
says.
Q&A all those years ago. The TikTok in question,
'Cause
that
he
is being
talks too
reviewed with such
fast.
disappointment from
He
Mr.
doesn't get his
Juanes
words out
Sida,
properly.
is one where Anna awkwardly says in a breathy manner that they are unsure if they are either hungry or very excited. Now, one could say that
Just
well,
say horny.
yes. The clip that Anna provided to TikTok about their dilemma regarding whether they were either hungry or excited is indeed odd. It doesn't particularly warn anything of an alarming nature. However, 2021 was quite some time ago. And unfortunately, a few years later, when the opportunity for Anna to partake as a contestant on a TikTok dating show presented itself, Anna would be eager to show the world the exact type of person they had become over the years, or as could best be described, who they have claimed to have been the whole time. A twisted individual with a sick disconnection from the world,
Nah, I don't believe
reality,
it.
and living
I believe you
beings.
fuckers
For the
turned her
host
into
and
it.
unfortunate contestant who had been paired alongside
She was
Anna,
like
this would
putty
be a
clay,
night that would
right?
stick with them for a very
Untainted
long
putty
time.
clay, and then
And
all you
this
fuckers put your hands
was
on it,
only the beginning.
and whooshed it and turned it into this. This dog fucking father loving weirdo.
Oh, that reminds me of a story. There was this guy that was a hunter. That would unalive deer, and then he would, do it with them. If no one else was around and no one was around to see it, and you're alone in the woods, and who cares? It's like my ex-boyfriend who was 45 and wanted me to have with his dog, but I didn't do it.
I don't believe that.
Which one? The fact that she had a boyfriend, or the fact that he wanted to have sex with a dog? Sums up her, I think. What is it? Give me a minute.
Excuse me. What would you rate this guy on a scale of 1 through 10?
A 3.
Oh, damn. Word.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
not really my type.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. What would you rate yourself on a scale of 1 through 10?
A 10.
You think other people agree with that?
I don't care what other people think. Confidence is key, period.
Hey, bro.
Okay.
What would you rate this girl on a scale of 1 through 10?
What the fuck? That look like a fucking lizard, man. She a 0, I ain't gonna lie.
Damn, for real, a 0?
Hell yeah. She look like a damn gremlin, man.
Excuse me.
Get shit on.
He did it with his dog. It doesn't count if your eyes are closed.
Welcome to the 21st
What?
century. The future's grim, and we're about to explore why. In the later months of October
It's 'cause
or
the internet
November
exists.
of 2023,
That's why the
a
fucking future's
TikToker
grim.
whose name I could not locate due to the scarcity of this clip and lack of watermark, decided to host an entertaining dating show for his viewers one night, as well as to hopefully bring two users who'd click well together as a match.
Okay.
As the evening and matches continued, our unnamed host invited his next two guests onto the show's live feed, unaware of just how painful the next several minutes would be. Before him sat the contestants Sparklefart, as well as Anaconda Sin. Now,
Did
while
you
we
say
don't have the
Sparklefart?
entirety of this live stream, it would be assumed that the two users introduced grew acquainted with each other as well as the host before discussing their interest to see if sparks would potentially fly. However, when one of the most common questions that can be asked when getting to know someone was presented, that question being, what kind of movies do you like? Otto was quick to turn the situation from an innocent livestream to that of relentless moments of disgust and discomfort for everyone involved. If you would like to partake, I'd
Wait,
like
what
for
was
us
the
to review
question?
Together, one of the most live stream to the questions that can be asked when getting to know someone was presented. That question being, what kind of movies do you like? Otto was quick to turn the situation
Comedy?
from an innocent live stream to that of relentless moments of disgust and discomfort
How
for
the fuck
everyone
did she do
involved.
that?
If you would like to partake,
Did
I'd
she
like
say
for us to review
porn?
Together, one of the most uncomfortable few minutes
Like
of a
how
live stream
how
that I
else would
have
you
ever personally seen
turn that into a
online.
weird moment?
A trigger warning beforehand. There will be discussions of bewildering acts, animal cruelty, and criminal acts involving animals. With
Okay.
that said,
We-
let's take a look at this train wreck to get
Excuse me, motherfucker. You can't say that stuff after you've already shown the clips. Like you just showed a clip previous about her talking about her boyfriend fucking a dog. Are you saying this now?
together.
You've already said stuff.
I mean, isn't that what it means when you said like people get excited by horror movies? Like,
I never
that's-
said anyone was excited by horror movies. I just said that I like them.
right? Like it gets you going, right?
No.
What?
What do you feel then when you watch them? Like, then what was the point of you watching it then?
To not be bored.
Well, there was that whole trend. Do you guys remember that trend where like everyone was doing like the ghost face mask thing, and girls were into that? I mean, it's kind of the same thing.
Oh, you mean Scream? That's a really good movie.
Yeah, yeah. The girls were doing that like transition with like the ghost face mask, and everyone was really into it.
Yeah. I had an ex-boyfriend dress up like him, and I sucked his.
So this dude was like, "Hey, I'm gonna try and help you out," and be like, "Yeah, there was that weird ghost face thing," and then she just obliterated both of them. Like, what the fuck? He brought it back, and then she just took it straight back to being fucking weird.
It was awesome.
I need emotional support teddy bear for this.
You okay?
How did that work? Like,
Now, wait, now she thinks I'm a freak, and now she thinks I'm weird, and now she thinks I'm a scary, horrible person now.
do you think those things sparkle?
I'm just trying to figure out if she's serious or not.
No, I really am serious.
She kind of is.
Like, have you ever, like, you've never been excited by, like, watching the animals, like, kill each other and eat each other as an 9-year-old? Like, that's never happened to you when you watch a Discovery Channel?
No, I feel sad.
But, like, it's so much entertainment. It's, like freaking awesome. Like,
What?
to watch that go down, dude. Like, oh my god.
She gets
I feel like
Wouldn't you love to be that lioness, though? You know, getting after that zebra, like, you know? Oh, that reminds me of a story. There was this guy that was a hunter that would unalive deal, and then he would
Does she realize they're
you know,
live?
do it with them after he unalive them deal. And I'm like, okay, you know, if no one else was around and no one was around to see it, and you're alone in the woods, and who cares? I mean, it's already.
Does she just like think this is just like she's hanging out with her friends, just chatting? Is that what's going on? Why are you so comfortable talking about this?
Unalived at that point. I mean, it's a deal. At least it's not a person, you know.
No, wait, no. But I mean, what?
I mean, if that's something that you're into and you're like alone in the woods and it's just a deal, as long as you're not doing it to people, you know, right? And
What,
it's
killing them
already
and having sex
unalived,
with them?
And you were gonna like eat it later. Like, you're gonna get it and eat it, so you're gonna eat its deal meat and stuff like that. And hang its, like, imagine the glorification of being able to hang those antlers on the wall, knowing that you had that intimacy with it, as well as being able to eat its meat and being able to harvest its skin and being able to make a jacket out of it. Like, that would be awesome. Like, to be able to wear that stuff and have the deal on the wall. I think it would be more awesome if I could be like a guy and have done that, because that would be like freaking cool, you know. And I could be like a deal hunter, you know, and then like I could like eat their meat, put the stuff on the walls, and then in the woods I could like unalive them, and then I can like have a little fun with them, you know.
I think all my squishmallows need therapy.
Wait, what?
You know that's illegal, right?
That's why it has to be done when no one else is around. That's why it has to be done. That's why some people do it and they just never tell anyone. Duh.
I can't say for sure, but I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that perhaps you have the same train of thought that I have when I first
What the
initially
fuck?
watched this clip. That being, what the fuck did I just watch?
Yeah,
Where do
exactly.
we even begin with this? As we saw, the live stream starts with the cutoff of a question from Anna, presumably due to someone scrambling to screen record their phone due to whatever insanity was most likely uttered beforehand. What can be made out is Anna asking, I mean, isn't that what it means when said people get excited by horror movies?
I mean, isn't that what it means when you said like people get excited by horror movies? Like,
Visibly, both the host as well as Sparkle are seemingly caught off guard by this unexpected direction of conversation, resulting in Sparkle stating that they never said that scary movies excited them in such a way, and that what they meant when they said they liked the genre was that they really just meant that they just enjoyed scary movies. Confused, Anna persists that Sparkle must mean that this genre of film gets them going. Again, Sparkle firmly states that no, this is not the case.
I never said anyone was excited by horror movies. I just said that I liked them.
Which then she went on a rant about how she
No.
gets excited
then what was the point of
watching
you
animals
watching it
eat
then?
each other.
To not be bored.
The infamous Anaconda Sin was dumbfounded by this response and asked Sparkle what other reason could one have for watching scary movies, to which Sparkle reminds Miss Sins that some people just watch movies for entertainment value. Who could have known? Doing what they could do to try to bring the conversation back down to a level of understanding, the host tried to find mutual ground by mentioning a popular trend that had gone viral on TikTok for some time regarding the
He was like
popular
trying to help her
scary movie
out.
icon
So she
Ghostface,
just
a
fucking
steamy take on the character,
flipped it.
and how people found that trend to be attractive. Anna, perhaps feeling a
He was like, here's here, Uno reverse card. And then she was like, I see your Uno reverse card, and I double it.
little
Like,
too
what?
understood in that moment, makes the situation even more awkward by revealing that not only were they aware of this trend and that they also found this to be exciting, but that their ex-boyfriend had dressed up as this character so that they could perform an act on them.
Well, there was that whole trend.
A
You remember
BJ.
that trend where like everyone was doing like the
A
ghost
beach.
face mask thing, and girls were into that.
Blah, blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah.
I had an ex-boyfriend dress up like him, and I sucked his. it was awesome.
Not to get sidetracked, but I have to say that that is just such a wild double down. Very clearly say something that makes everyone in the room uncomfortable, only for someone to be kind enough to give you an exit from your mistake by saying something along the lines of, "Oh, so what you meant to say was actually this, right? It's not that weird what you're saying, you're just being a little misunderstood." And you take that get out of jail free card and you wipe your cheeks with it. You have known these people for minutes at best. As the host and Sparkle remain in disbelief, it begins to dawn on Anna that she has professionally fumbled the bag, leading to her attempts at backtracking what she has said, stating that they believe their words had caused Sparkle to view them as a freak, weird, as well as a, quote, scary, horrible person now.
Now
Yeah,
she thinks
and then
I'm a
triples
freak, and
down.
Now she thinks I'm weird, and now she thinks I'm a scary, horrible person now.
You would think that this realization would cause one to self-reflect a little and think before they speak further, especially when it is taken into account that
she then
they are
tripled
fearful
down.
of having
That
others
was
perceive
crazy.
them in a negative light. Instead, Anna decides to lie in the bed they made and continue with their unprompted bizarre interests. After a long moment of silence and being
Look at
laughed
the
at,
dude's
Anna
face.
switches the conversation from scary movies to animals. Anna asks Sparkle if they have ever been interested in predator versus prey situations such as those found in nature documentaries. In particular, the consumption of the animal after it has been taken down. Questioning Sparkle if they have ever
She
had
into
an
gore?
attraction towards such subjects when
No, that's
watching
not
the
what it's called. What is it?
Discovery
Vor?
Channel. Given that most people, I would argue, don't
The
feel
mouth- that mouth
particularly
thing.
bricked up when watching Animal Planet, Sparkle answers this question coherently.
Oh,
by
what was
saying
that?
they do
I missed
not
it.
feel such an awful
Wait,
attraction.
shut up. Go back. Oh, look at it.
An attraction towards such subjects when watching the Discovery Channel. Given that most
Oh, look at this fucking adorable little thing.
people, I would argue, don't feel
God, this thing's so cute. What do you think it tastes like?
particularly bricked up when watching Animal Planet, Sparkle answers
4 equals eating stuff whole and alive, or being eaten whole themselves. Then what is it if? Then what's she into? She gets horny by watching things eat things. Is that not vor? Gore? So that's gore. Okay. Maybe snuff? I thought snuff was like people though. I thought snuff was like had to do with people. Is there animal snuff? Is that a thing?
answers this question coherently by saying that they do not feel such an awful attraction and instead they just feel sad. Disappointed by this answer, Anna tries to convince Sparkle of this idea by stating that such content is, quote,
Seals are like
freaking awesome to watch go
blubber
down,
heavy, right?
sounding far too excited when saying this.
But like, it's so much entertainment.
So they like, yes, but I think that could also be part of her kink. Oh, okay. The seals are blubber heavy, right? They're like Expedition. Gino covered it. The one where they went to like the North Pole, South Pole, whichever one. Didn't they eat seals? And they described how like fat heavy they were, right? Like blubber heavy. Do you reckon that just tastes like fat, like animal fat?
It's like freaking awesome. Like to watch that go down, dude. Like, oh my god.
When Sparkle tries to speak again, Anna rudely cuts them off by inquiring if they would love to be a lioness in the wild hunting down zebras. Or, sorry, my apologies, as they say, getting after that zebra.
I feel like
Wouldn't you love to be that lioness though? Getting after that zebra, like.
With the spotlight
Bro, I
now
can't stop
theirs
sneezing.
due to the intense awkward silence, it gives Anna the time to remember a disturbing story that I guarantee nobody wanted to hear. As the legend goes, Anna says there once was a hunter who would unalive deer and, quote, you know, do it with them.
Oh, that reminds me of a story. There was this guy that was.
Is that that furry guy though?
Would unalive deal, and then he would.
Because wasn't there a furry
you know,
guy that we heard
do it with
doing
them.
the same thing? He was having sex with Roadkill and that.
Time when I was a kid, because I don't know about you, but I don't remember the lullaby about the deranged deer fucker. Sorry, that's my bad.
You haven't seen
lover.
enough furry
What is even
content,
more
bro.
disturbing than this very dark story from Anna is the insight she provides afterwards regarding her mentality surrounding such actions, citing that what they took away from the story about the deer hunter is that if you are in the woods alone and nobody is around to see you commit such deplorable, biologically incorrect actions, then who should care, because at that point, the deer is no longer alive.
You know, if no one else was around and no one was around to see it, and you're alone in the woods, who cares? I mean, it's already unalived at that point.
Voila, I hope you would care, Anna. I mean,
Just watch-
Jesus H. Christ, full
You
government
just
name and
watch
all,
the guy
claiming to
on the
see
live stream.
unalive
Just watch
deer,
his
and your
reactions.
first
They're so
thought is,
funny.
man, look at there's some free cheeks right there. I'm from the deep south where people literally go on like second dates with their cousin and stuff. You know, you got mom and dads being brothers and sisters around here. And even that is like just such a new wild concept to me. The fact that for Anna, as she claims here, morality ceases to exist when behind closed doors is quite an alarming way of thinking. It's quite scary to hear people like this who genuinely do not understand why bad things are bad just because nobody is watching. There has to be, in my opinion, something so fundamentally broken within someone if you have to explain to them why desecrating a deer with intimate acts is a rather frowned upon thing to do. When everyone on the live stream, presumably chat included, are having
Isn't it
all of their
weird that
brain
you would
cells
have to
work
explain that to
overtime
someone?
process such information, Anna tries to lighten the severity of their mindset by pointing out the fact that it's just a deer, and at least it's not a person.
You know, if no one else was around and no one was around to see it, and you're alone in the woods, and who cares? I mean, it's already unalived at that point. I mean, it's a deal. At least it's not a person, you know?
No, wait, no. I mean, what?
I mean, if that's something that you're into and you're like alone in the woods and it's just a deal, as long as you're not doing it to people.
Okay, yeah, that's great and all. Glad you're not outwardly advocating for human beings to fall victim to such a situation. But it doesn't diminish how out of touch with reality that way of thinking is, regardless if it was a human being or not. You just don't do this. Proceeding their arguments as to why this fantasy of theirs
Well,
is
normal people
ideal,
don't.
Anaconda Sin discusses how they can imagine hanging the antlers
So,
of
so bestiality
on
plus
their
necrophilia?
wall, and how
Pretty
being
much.
able to look at them while knowing they had intimacy at one point with this animal would be exciting. Stating how being able to eat, skin, and wear the deer like a jacket would be awesome.
Like, imagine the glorification of being able to hang those antlers on the wall, knowing that you had that intimacy with it, as well as being able to eat its meat. In the woods, I could, like,
Look at the
unalive
dude.
them, and then I can, like, have a little fun with them, you know?
I want to state that my shock from this statement is not for me trying to insult hunters or lump those who hunt for food with what Anna was saying here, as that is a practice as old as time. What I am trying to point out is for us to recognize that these desires of Anna's aren't towards the appreciation and gratitude that the life of an animal was able to provide, that being food and clothes, but rather as a sick form of attraction towards an animal that has been horrifically violated. Raining on their parade, the host reminds Anaconda Sin that such actions are actually illegal, to which she, once again, doubles down on the idea that crimes are morally okay if not committed around any witnesses, citing that plenty of people get away with this kind of thing and just don't get caught.
You know that's illegal, right?
That's why it has to be done when no one else is around. That's why it has to be done. That's why some people do it and they just never tell anyone. Duh.
What I want to know is how they are so familiar with the types of people who do and don't get away with this. How do you know if these people didn't get caught? Do you just have an inner circle of deer lovers who trade these stories every Wednesday with each other like some sort of up book club? That's oddly specific information to know. Moving forward as a class, we
Perfect
have about
wife.
half to this
I don't
clip
know about
I'm
that.
eager for us to review and discuss. The following clip
I'm
will
not into
contain
horror
Anna
movies.
admitting to an alleged crime that breached a line of sick fantasy into reality, in which she claims she had a shared illegal interaction with a middle-aged ex-partner and a terrified dog, to which I might remind you, dogs cannot consent. I would hope I wouldn't have to remind you of that, but it's out there just in case. In another
Clearly
clip
you
that
haven't
we will
spoken to
watch later on,
furries,
where
okay?
Anna alleged that she
They
had been
believe they
visited by the
can.
police. Anna tries to claim that what we're about to hear is merely dark humor that's being taken out of context. However, I'll let you be the judge down below in the comments. Let's take a look at what the infamous Anaconda Sin has to say.
It's like my ex-boyfriend who was 45 and wanted me to have with his dog, but I didn't do it. And he told me he didn't do it with his dog.
I don't believe that.
He did it with his dog.
No, I think you did it with the dog after this conversation.
I never did it with the dog. No, I never did it. Because the dog was scared of me and did not want to do it. He would put the dog on me and the dog would run off.
We were trying to it.
Yeah. I didn't want to do it either. It was weird. Like, and that's a little too far. Like,
you're just sitting here talking about wanting to do it, and like you're just saying you didn't do it, but I think you did it.
What? Oh.
it doesn't count if your eyes are closed.
What?
I need therapy.
It doesn't matter if your eyes is closed. Your eyes is closed. You can just.
My shopping's coming
you can just
soon.
imagine it's a man with a giant. Every dog has a different size. Oh.
Okay. Let's review our notes here. As we saw, Anna, on a streak of bringing up topics that no normal person would ever want to hear about, says that the story of the deer hunter had actually made them recall an instance where their ex-boyfriend, who she claims to be was a 45-year-old man at the time, had wanted her to have a sexual interaction with a dog, but how they did not want to do this as it would be going too far. Sparkle, cautiously not buying into their version of events, asserts that they believe that Anna most likely participated in the alleged crime more than they were willing to admit. Anna quickly reassures Sparkle that the 45-year-old ex-boyfriend went on
Sounds
to
like she had
commit
sex
the
with a dog.
deplorable acts instead, but that they personally did not participate in the crime directly. She claims that her ex-boyfriend had attempted to put the dog on top of her, but that the dog was scared, so for this reason she did not partake.
No, I think you did it with the dog after this conversation.
I never did it with the dog. No, I never did it. Because the dog was scared of me and did not want to do it. He would put the dog on me and the dog would run off.
We were trying to it.
I do have to ask though, would the outcome of this encounter be different if the dog wasn't scared? You're not saying that
Yes.
you didn't do it because it was a dog. You're saying that you didn't do it because it was fearful. There's a very big difference there, and that's still not a good rationale.
It saw the
at all.
lust in her
And even
eyes,
if
and
Anna's
it was
version of events
terrified.
were true, which we have no way of knowing what actually took place, if anything at all.
It also
you
probably
didn't
thought it was
commit
going to
the
end up on
crime,
the
like,
wall.
You just stood around in the room while a defenseless animal was helplessly traumatized by the very people they rely on for food and shelter, then you are equally as liable. According to you, you didn't do anything, Anna, when you had the chance. You could have, at any time, chose to stop the interaction and report this individual to the authorities, but you chose not to, allegedly. But yeah, bravo for you, I guess. One reason out of many I will discuss regarding the authenticity of this alleged interaction, as well as others, is that it doesn't come off as a joke. Anna seemed almost defensive at the fact that Sparkle would assume that they were lying about the extent of their participation in this alleged crime. If this was truly a dark-humored joke, I'd argue one would go all in without fear of being seen in a poor light by others. Much like how Anna was worried that they had freaked Sparkle out by discussing their interests prior, I have to wonder why someone who claims their intent was to provide shocking words to get a rise out of others would want to clarify specific details to seemingly backtrack or downplay what they've said.
So
in
weird.
my eyes, that would defeat the purpose
This
of
girl
the
is
humor, would it not?
very weird.
Having their doubts noticeably written across
Can't believe
their
you
face,
internet
Sparkle
fuckers
once
did this to
more
her.
accuses Anna
All
of
your
being the one
fault.
to have actually committed this crime
Damn,
against the
Simon.
dog in question.
He's done it
So
again.
cheerily, Anna has a long pause before breaking into laughter where she says that, and I quote, "It doesn't count if your eyes are closed," reiterating that not only does this crime not count if your eyes are closed, but adding on that you can just imagine that the dog is a man with a giant yeah, and that every
Weenie.
dog has their own unique size.
Don't worry, guys. I'm here for you. I can cover in the. I can fill in the
Your eyes
gaps.
is closed. Your eyes is closed. You can just think it. You can just imagine it's a man with a giant. Every dog has a different size.
Are you speaking from experience? Nope, not how that works in the slightest. Closing your eyes doesn't make a difference. If that was supposed to be a joke, given that she is
Do
barely
dogs
able to
really have
contain her
different
excitement over
like
there,
length
then color
penises?
me stupid because the punchline went right
I guess they
over
would,
my
right?
head.
Because
Now
like
that we've
you'd have
finished
like
our
Great
analysis
Danes,
of
and then you
this
have like
TikTok dating
like
show
smaller
turned
dogs.
nightmare,
Never
I
thought about
have
it till
some
now.
Good news and some bad news. The good news is that we have finished watching those 5 minutes of hell. You were very brave, and I very much commend you. The bad news, though, is that we still have more to get through.
Yeah, it's
before
probably
we
way
can
worse.
say that the story of
Stuff
Anaconda
coming up.
Sin has fully been told.
I know
Don't
dogs'
worry, from
nuts
here on
are
out, it's
different
nothing
size.
super unsettling. Just more admissions of
Because like one of my friends had a
crimes committed
bulldog,
against
bro. His
animals
nuts were
spanning all the way
fucking
back to the early
gigantic.
years of their
It was
childhood,
ridiculous.
Some of which were even her sister's beloved
They got to the point where
with a terrible fate due to
his nuts got so big that he had to get them taken and like chopped off because they were like causing damage or something. I can't remember. He told me. But I don't remember. He was gonna leave him and let him just have his nuts his entire life, but they got too big, so they had to be removed for like safety reasons.
to Anna's curiosity, an apology, and a detailed confession regarding their attempts at pursuing their father with romantic intentions. You cannot make this up. Oh, quick question for you, by the way. What
I mean, you
does
could, but you
Anaconda,
don't have to.
House Rat and Jesus Christ have in common? Well, unfortunately, you're about to find out.
What?
Proud of that?
That's incredibly thoughtful.
You should not be proud.
I fed my sister's guinea pigs to the dog. That's what I did when I was 7 years old. Because I wanted to see them get eaten by my dog.
Oh my gosh, I'm feeling a little sleepy.
She has a
That's why
sister?
I drink. I'm just kidding, we don't have sponsors. Welcome back, great to have you here. From what I could find in terms of chronological order and from Underflow's video
She has
covering the
siblings.
situation, over the coming
What?
weeks to a few months, Anna had begun to attain somewhat of a following.
How are
on
her
her
siblings
TikTok
not
account
stopping her
after her
from doing
disturbing
this stuff?
performance as a dating show contestant started to circulate through users' feeds, either from direct uploads or duet reactions from concerned individuals. People were understandably curious to know more about Anna post-dating show Nightmare, especially once the connection had been made that she was the same girl from the iconic Minecraft clip from over 10 years prior. She was, for lack of better terms, quite the enigma to the public eye. As the eager eyes of viewers
She should
on
have
her
stayed that
TikTok
way.
account began to grow by the day, Anna was more than happy to allow the world more insight into their life, as well as their personal beliefs.
Is this who Chris Chan got married to?
And as you can imagine by now, what she would openly
It all
admit
makes
to the world
sense.
via live streams and Discord interviews was reasonable cause for alarm, to say the least. And the clip you and I are about to watch together, Anaconda Sins is hosting a TikTok live stream to her audience where, as it would seem, viewers are asking her questions regarding her thoughts around animals. The viewers, as you will hear in just a moment, are audibly disgusted by what they are listening to. And when Anna goes on to discuss what they used to do to defenseless rats, as well as their sister's guinea pigs, the conversation only grows more sickening.
Wait, what'd she do to the
Let's go ahead
rats?
together and take a peek at this clip, and again, a trigger warning for animal abuse or anyone who may need it. Let's watch.
You're proud of that?
That's incredibly thoughtful.
Wife, so you should not be proud.
I fed my sister's guinea pigs to the dog.
What the? That's not a flex, bro.
That's what I did when I was 7 years old. Because I wanted to see them get eaten by my dog.
Why would you even say this, dude?
Because it's what I did. I used to shake the rats' cages and torture them, hang them on nails and stuff like that.
But that's who you were in the past.
Oh my god, what?
You need help, like for real.
But that's when I was like 8 years old, though.
As we saw, this clip begins with an audible cut in audio, presumably from someone attempting to screen record and nothing malicious, where a few voices of in-call users can be heard in shock.
Did she
asking
just say
Anna
that
if she is proud of the
she
acts that
pins
she
rats
claimed to have
with
committed.
nails?
Anna responds to the question by claiming how when they were 7 years old, they had intentionally fed their sister's pet guinea pigs to their dog out of curiosity, citing how their motive was wanting to see what it looked like for them to be eaten. When asked by one of the members in the call why she would even say such a deplorable thing, Anna takes ownership of her claims by stating, "Because it's what I did."
I fed my sister's guinea pigs to the dog. That's what I did when I was 7 years old. Because I wanted to see them get eaten by my dog.
She then follows this with the horrifying reveal that she also used to shake rats in
Bruh.
cages as a means to torment them. And when she was done, she would take said rats and nail them to wood.
Bro, that makes me sad. I like rats.
All of these sick, horrendous actions,
I like rats a
all while
lot.
claiming to have only been 7 to 8 years old at the time. Obviously, the
That makes me
audience picks
sad.
up on how deranged this claim is to make and tells Anna that she needs to seek professional help for these patterns. Anna simply brushes off this suggestion by telling everyone that what she did doesn't matter anymore because it's something she did when she was 7 to 8 years old, which I would personally disagree with because her present-day actions show no signs of change. They may not play biblically accurate Roman Empire to rats anymore, but they still have fantasies such as having an exciting time with a deer
Yeah.
in the woods, and also claim
Seems
that
like if
they
she
were
had
complicit
rats
in an
now, she would
alleged
probably
crime
do the
committed
exact
against a
same thing.
helpless dog. Preceding this live stream, Anna was quick to receive further backlash from those who were outraged by their claims surrounding animals. However, Anna didn't seem to mind the hate and must have felt untouchable during this time. That was at least until users online found Anna's address and notified the police in her county of what she had been claiming to do to animals behind the scenes. The police, now most likely
Yes,
flooded with
do
claims of
something.
an animal abuser in their area, presumably followed by the live stream clips we've watched here together, were unfortunately in a situation where they had their hands tied. They couldn't arrest Anna because the crime she had claimed to have committed held no evidence, and it also isn't a crime to be a degenerate online. However, according to Anna herself in her apology
Maybe it
we're
should
about
be.
to watch, this didn't prevent an officer from visiting her and her father at their home. This alone would make anyone feel like their security of online anonymity had instantly been revoked. Now facing the reality of the Pandora's box that she had opened up into the unforgiving landscape of the internet, Anna was quick to publish an apology video, if you can even call it that, as a failed attempt to take accountability for
Is it
their
gonna be like,
actions.
I'm sorry
In
that
reality,
you
what
guys
this
don't like what I
apology
did?
is an incredibly deflective plea to have users stop calling the police in their town, telling them every single vile thing they utter online. I would hate to be the officer that, on payroll, has to sit down and watch a clip of someone describing how much they really would love to have alone time with a deer in the woods. I would honestly probably put in my 2 weeks. You and I, let's take a look at this apology together.
Nah, that boy's saying
Afterward,
worse.
we will break down why this entire apology is weaker than wet paper before moving on to a Discord interview where Anna confesses to listeners the disturbing ways she has tried to win her father's affection. It's pretty awful stuff, but first things first.
Wait, what?
Let's roll the terrible apology.
Okay,
Ah.
so I need to like
I
apologize.
thought she
and
did that
say,
in the
like,
apology.
My joke on the wine show like went too far. Sorry, people took actual offense to it, and they think that I actually did those things. People that actually know me in real life know that I can't even drive. They know that I can't. Like they know me, like. But calling in and
Has she got like a fan going?
1,200 times.
What is this noise?
Delaying their calls, and they're trying to save lives and things. You're taking that away from people that actually do need it. It's a freedom of speech. There was nothing illegal. That's what my dad has told me, and the officer has told him. So if you could not call in and distract them from doing those things, that would be great. It's just, yeah, that'd be great.
Well, I will be
What?
damned. That has to be one of the worst apologies that TikTok has ever seen. Anna didn't even
Yep,
try to
pretty
hide how
much.
little they cared. Solely self-preservation here. It's quite remarkable.
Is he gonna mention the
actually.
fan?
As we saw in her federally mandated apology, Anna claims that they truly need to apologize because their joke on the live show had caused a stir amongst viewers and that it wasn't their intention to actually offend anyone, nor to be taken seriously. Preceding this, Anna says that there are people in her real life that know who she truly is as a person, clarifying she can't even drive a car yet. Which I have no idea why that matters, but I guess we
Yeah, I
don't know.
don't get that
suppose
either.
that is a breath of fresh air, though, for all the dogs, rats, and deer that are beyond walking distance of her home. Anna then says that calling the police on her solves nothing, and that those who took it upon themselves to call the authorities in her area should recognize that their actions put other people's lives at risk by taking the authorities' attention away from real emergencies like saving lives.
But calling in the police department 1,200 times and delaying their calls, they're trying to save lives and things. You're taking that away from people that actually do need it.
Make note of that. Anna says that someone being concerned about the welfare of animals could have cost a human being their life.
Yeah.
Way to take accountability there. And while
I was
I
gonna say,
can't
like,
for
what?
sure, unless the police department
People
in
were
your
worried.
county is
Are
busy
worried about
round
the
the clock
animals.
fighting Batman-level villains threatening to destroy City Hall, I'm sure there is always room to report a crime if you genuinely feel like one has been committed. Don't waste the time of the police over petty instances, of course, like, okay, you can't change that someone cut you off in traffic. Sorry, nothing's gonna happen there. But in this case, you, Anna, openly admitted to committing a crime against an animal, or at least being a complicit party in one. I'd say that is a fairly understandable thing to contact the
Multiple
authorities
crimes,
over,
not just
even if it
one,
doesn't
right?
go anywhere. However, as we heard in the apology, while Anna
Pretty sure it's
obviously
illegal
can't
to
be arrested for
feed
anything,
guinea
as
pigs to
their claims of
dogs too,
wrongdoing
right?
are all word of mouth with no
Or
physical
to
evidence,
torture
an
animals.
officer in this case did allegedly pay her a visit to inform Miss Sin of her legal rights. The officer allegedly told Anna's father, who then told her, that everything she had said online was protected by the First Amendment, that being freedom of speech, and that nothing she had done was illegal.
It's a freedom of speech. There was nothing illegal. That's what my dad has told me, that the officer has told him.
Which, they are correct in these facts. However, I will say that I don't think Anna's thoughts about what they would do to an unalived deer was exactly what our founding fathers had in mind when the First Amendment was ratified. They may have reconsidered a few things.
You don't know what they were
could hear
thinking.
what
Maybe they
we
were
have
also fucking
unfortunately
deers.
heard here today. With Anna's apology now concluded, we have yet another
You don't
entry
know.
into the
You
history
weren't there.
books of worst apologies to ever surface online. But Anna wasn't done clearing her name just yet. And the next clip we're about to watch, a character witness who claimed to personally know Anna had come forward in her comment section to back her claims that everything was just one big failed joke, and she truly is just a misunderstood edgelord. This user, only known as Jessica, had some insightful words to share on the situation. This comment could
What'd they
seemingly
say?
cast doubt on anyone, myself included, that there was ever any merit to Anna's horrific claims to begin with. So let me know your thoughts down below, and let's take a look together at this clip that seemingly exonerates Anna.
Alright, so this is a woman I knew in real life. She used to work with me through services. Her name was Jessica. She used to drive me around, all that stuff. She knows me in real life. She thinks it's hilarious and funny. And she is right. People can't handle it, so turn on the jokes. I get it. But, like, she knows me, and anybody in real life that knows me knows I don't like animals and don't like dogs. You know? Like, and she gets the joke or whatever. But, yeah, basically, she understands the humor behind it, because she's, like, laughing LOL, you know, in the video. She finds it funny or whatever. But, yeah, I'm glad that she could understand me, because she knew me personally in real life. But other people on the internet do not know me, the real me. And on the internet, I always amped it up for entertainment and fun. Yeah, so, yeah, just can't.
A few things to note, so let's
Okay.
get right into it. Anna claims that this user, Jessica, was someone who used to drive them around through services, which I suppose could be tied back to the comment she had made about being unable to drive, and that she finds Anna's stories to be hilarious, stating that Jessica is correct in her assessment that TikTok simply can't handle her humor and jokes, reiterating that everyone in her personal life knows the real Anaconda Sin and are aware that she doesn't even like animals.
She used to drive me around, all that stuff. She knows me in real life. She thinks it's hilarious and funny. And she is right. People can't handle it. She knows me, and anybody in real life that knows me knows I don't like animals and don't like dogs.
So, let me get this straight. Your defense to claims of harming animals is that, well, actually, I don't even like animals in the first place. I never had any doubts on that for a second, Anna, based upon the wild things you say. I
Yeah.
don't exactly hear someone say, oh yeah, I used to nail rats to wood, and think, oh wow, what an animal advocate.
Yeah, I love
So, to
animals. That's why I
summarize,
nailed them
this
to
user,
wood.
Jessica understands the comical wizardry that we mere fools can't begin to comprehend when it comes to Anna's sense of humor, and in the end, everything she has said was revealed to be simply an elaborate ruse, amplified for entertainment as she described.
Who's
Might I
entertainment,
remind you
though?
that this includes the initial apology, the racism, the detailed descriptions of twisted desires, the retelling of their participation in a crime against a helpless dog with a 45-year-old man, feeding her sister's pets to dogs out of curiosity, and doing deplorable, horrific things to rats. I suppose that would make you and I the
What's now
odd
rats,
ones
see
out here,
Jane Doe.
because,
Fuck
as
off.
she puts it best,
Don't go near my
Jessica
Jane Doe.
finds it funny, and she gets the joke.
Leave my
She
Jane Doe alone.
understands the humor behind it because she's like laughing LOL.
If you can't tell already, I'm personally not buying this story, and I'm eager to explain why. Maybe you'll agree or disagree with my perspective on this all being one elaborate meme. But first, I have yet another clip that I'd like, I suppose that's a bit of a strong word here, rather I feel I need to show you,
my shopping's
regarding
there.
Anna and her elaborate fake stories, as it will not only tie back around into my theories surrounding the authenticity.
Okay, I'll be back. I gotta get me shopping. I'm back. Not only am I back, I'm back with coffee. So now I'm happy. Okay. Oh, it tastes so good. It's the best.
Of her claims, but it is just so baffling that I genuinely need someone else to watch this so I'm not stuck feeling insane. This particular clip in question, as I mentioned earlier, features Anna providing a descriptive recollection of events to the participants of a Discord voice call, where she explains her attraction towards her own father, as well as all the ways she has tried to seek reciprocation of those particular feelings. I strongly feel the need to provide a trigger warning beforehand for sexual assault and sexual themes, as I feel this alleged
So is she like, with this part, is she turning into Christian more and more? Like, if her father ends up with dementia, is she going to be on the news?
Story would most definitely fall within those parameters. Without further ado, buckle up because it's about to get so much worse, which I didn't even think was possible at this point.
It can always get worse.
My dad ever gets Alzheimer's, I'm gonna f the hell out of him.
Why don't you just do it now?
Bruh, what? Pre-watch? I must have pre-watched. How the fuck did I predict that?
I saw a hot dude, and then I started trying to make out with my dad. It's really embarrassing when you touch your dad thinking he's somewhat of the man. Oh my god.
Whoa, super cool to see you here in the next chapter, fellow kids. You probably shouldn't be watching this if you're a kid. Before you and I can fully explore this chapter and the horrific
pretty much.
content
Hello,
that we're
fellow
about to
kids.
watch, I need to take you back in time a bit to the year 2022. Almost a year and a half before our story had reached its conclusion.
How
Before
old
the
is this
dating
woman?
show, the live stream confessions, the apology and retraction of said apology, a few morally misguided individuals were on a video call with Anna via Discord, where they were asking her personal questions alongside providing sick words of encouragement towards her alleged claims that she had been putting forth within the call. At some point, the conversation took a drastic turn for the worse when the topic of Anna's father was brought up. When this happened, Anna was quick to cheerfully describe how if her father was ever diagnosed with Alzheimer's later in his life, then it would be the perfect time to take advantage of him in a very disgusting way. Going as far as to say that in the past she had accidentally made advances towards her father due to her poor eyesight, an excuse
What?
we will later briefly explore, as this was Anna's explanation for an alleged interaction involving minors. Yet how, despite this, she still very much enjoyed the interaction she had with her father. The conversation only gets worse, as Anna then details
Oh, I
a
accidentally
story where
fucked my
she claims to
father
have
because my eyesight's
allegedly
bad.
performed
What?
a certain action involving herself out in the open where her father could, and later would, stumble upon her. This is met with words of encouragement and ill advice from those participating within the Discord call on how Anna could potentially have these one-sided feelings with her father become mutual. It's pretty fucked up stuff, and what
Yeah.
makes it worse
What?
is that there's a section after the fact that I genuinely can't even attempt to show, as it would be impossible within the community guidelines of this platform. Trust me on this, there are some things
fuck
that
did
are
she
better
do?
left unexplained. Before we watch this clip together, I do want to state that the uploader of this video, Cornelius, stated in their upload that they do not condone the actions of the individuals encouraging Anna, as he believes her to not be of sound mind, and that
Yeah.
this was an instance of people taking advantage of someone with struggles for their own entertainment purposes. I am by no means a psychologist, so I will never attempt to diagnose someone here.
Like the
but
Christian
in my own
chick.
personal opinion, I do align myself with this sentiment. I also need to state that due to the nature of this clip, there will will have to unfortunately be aggravating censorship. Please forgive me on that. I know there's plenty of people who want to hear their naughty words, but it's just genuinely something out of my control. And another note, there were already edits made to this video when I found it, so if things seem a little scuffed due to the cutting up of this clip, that's why. But with that said, I have nothing witty to say here. It's pretty awful. So let's get right into the video.
No, if my dad gets Alzheimer's, that'll be the perfect time. If my dad ever gets Alzheimer's, I'm gonna f the hell out of him.
Why don't you just do it now?
No, I'll remember it.
You just have to break that awkward like thing. Just like go up and hug him.
She
There's been
vaping?
a few times. No, trust me. There's been a few times where I've touched him thinking he was somebody else.
How does that
And then I didn't
misunderstanding
know it was
happen?
him. Yeah. And then, like, he's like, "What the hell are you doing?" I was in the kitchen, in the dark, there's lights on. I grabbed him. He said, "What the hell are you doing?" And I
But
said,
Anna, who
"Oh,
else would be in your house?
Well, exactly. Well, sometimes I have people that come to me from, like, Tinder, that will come through, like, the garage, you know? And I saw a hot dude, and then I started trying to make out with my dad, but then he was wearing like, a button-up shirt and all that, and then he was like, "What you doing?" And he said, "You expected someone?" And I said, nothing. And I realized who it was, and I got embarrassed, and I stuck my face in the fridge, all burning up, hot, sweaty. And then it's really embarrassing when you touch your dad thinking he's some other man. It's really embarrassing when you're blind, like I am.
No! Leave me be! I don't know, Ed! Go away. I deny your ads. Hey, there's people in here. Fine, I'll watch the cats. Wait, maybe we can go back to the ducks? Beautiful. No! You're ruining it. Go away.
And you go to touch your father,
No.
thinking he's somebody
No.
else. Oh my god.
No.
And then I had gotten again.
Did she just cream?
I started to myself and all that.
How old
my
are you?
dad's like 27.
Oh.
And my dad's like, "What are
What?
you doing? What the hell are you doing?" I said, "Oh,
You're almost
nothing."
30.
And then my dad looked at me like this.
But so like this was a couple months ago.
No, this is recent.
How recent?
He said, and then a couple weeks ago, and then he's like, "Don't do that." And I was like, "Why not?" And then he was like, "Just don't do that." And I was like, "Okay."
You're like,
But then-
make me.
Yeah, no, I didn't say that. I should say that next time. Wait, you think I should say that to my dad next
Yeah.
time? Make me?
Yeah, that might make him really.
Make him me if I say that?
Oh
Yeah.
Make me? Wait, you think he'd me if I said that to him?
You might.
Dude, come on. Nuh-uh, I'm his dog.
That's illegal.
Oh, hey, you're still here. Sorry, I thought you might be in therapy. Wouldn't blame you with how rough that
No,
lip
I
looked.
tried to go to therapy, but then they kept playing ads, so I couldn't. So I had to come back to this horror. My therapy played ads, so I have to come back.
I just spit all over my camera. Welcome back. I can't lie, that was pretty god-awful to get through. But we have
Say
some
that
notes
again.
to go
Wait,
over,
hold on.
so
Hold on. Maybe I can find one on YouTube. Just gonna write ducks. Ducks. Ducks quacking, eating, and splashing in a river for an hour. Shut up. Get to the ducks. Yay. Ducks. Oh, look at all the ducks. Wait, where the fuck is this? This looks like there's like a castle in the background. This is the greatest video that's on YouTube. It has to be. Oh, listen to him. Yes. Oh, duck fight. They're fighting. They're fighting. Why are they fighting? What? Oh. Is there a duck war? I'm gonna sleep now. Have fun and suffer some more. After this, I'm gonna watch some Christian, I think. After this. We need a breather. And we need to watch something good. Bro, this video is incredible.
So get through we must. As you and I saw, this clip begins with, as mentioned prior,
Breather, something
Anna
good.
without
Yeah.
context, stating how if her father developed
Christian
Alzheimer's,
is.
then
What are you
she
talking
wouldn't
about?
hesitate to commit a highly
Better
illegal
than
act
this.
against him, most likely due to his inability to.
Well, the
consent.
parts we're
Does
in
that sound
with
familiar
Christian.
to anyone? Confused as to why Anna wouldn't just
Bro, what? You can't flashbang the goddess like that.
to consent. Does that sound familiar
Bro.
to anyone? Confused as to why Anna wouldn't just commit these actions against her father now, the user in the call asks
Just flashbang
Anna
the
exactly
goddess.
that, to which she says she can't because her father would be able to.
Yeah, the part
remember.
we're in, what are
Same
we on?
user
We're on
then
like
says
episode
that
6 or
Anna
something?
has to break the
We're
awkward
still in
distance between her and her
good
father,
times with
and that she could
Christian.
begin the process of love by going up to her father and giving him a hug. Anna pauses, blows out a fat cloud of demonetized content, and responds to this
Are vapes
user's
demonetized?
suggestion by saying to trust her, that there have been a few times where she has grabbed her father in such a way, not knowing it was him. When reasonably asked how one could make such a mistake, Anna reasoned that the lights were off and that she sometimes has people from the dating app Tinder come through the garage, so this was merely just one big understanding. That didn't
So weird.
stop once she realized
What?
her alleged Tinder date was
Fuck off.
actually her father. Anna then says that the experience was so spicy, claiming that she had attempted to make out with him amidst the confusion. Then, once she realized who she was with, she got embarrassed and stuck her head in the fridge, citing how it was humiliating to accidentally do this to your father, only to recognize after the fact who he is, before letting out a questionable sound that, when asked if this was a sound of excitement, she agrees.
So hot, dude. And then I started trying to make out with my dad. Oh my god. And,
Is that a moan?
Yeah.
It's your own f***ing dad.
Bruh.
What doesn't make sense to me, though, is that if this story was true,
What
did
was-
Anna clarify
What was the other
if she
thing?
was expecting a
Sounded like
date
she
that
was
night or
flicking a
not?
bean
And
or
if
something and
not,
he caught her?
Who else could she have been expecting in her home that night? Anna uses her poor eyesight as an excuse frequently, because as I have found out, she is, to my understanding, legally blind, but in my opinion that doesn't work here, because how did she not recognize her own father's voice when he casually asked, "What the hell are you doing?"
Like, he's
Yeah.
like, what the hell are you doing? I was in the kitchen.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that doesn't add up at all. And what was our second half of this clip? Anna talks about how, in one instance, she performed a certain action towards herself in the open, where her father was unfortunately able to walk in on her doing so. She states how, despite having been caught in this embarrassing predicament, she continued to do what she was doing while her father questioned her about what she was doing. After lying and saying that she was doing nothing, her father told her to not do this specific action further, to which Anna asked him why. Only for her father, who was most likely regretting all of his life choices in that moment, to reiterate to her to not do what she was doing. Forgive me on those annoying innuendos there. Instead of being disgusted by this story, the users in the Discord call actually encouraged Anna on how she could better approach the situation for the next time
Yeah,
when
which
this
is
happens by providing advice
disgusting.
such as telling her father to make her stop.
Because
in a
this is how
bid to
Christian ended up
possibly
doing
make
stuff
her
to his
dad
mother.
feel
Because that one
receptive
girl
towards her
kept
in that
fucking
way.
telling him to do
Anna,
it.
intrigued by this suggestion, asks, "Do you think that would make him really
And telling him it was
excited if I
fine.
say that?" Pausing in contemplation before further asking, "Wait, you think he'd f me if I said that to him?" To which the call supportively tells her yes, that there is a possibility of this happening. Which, I shouldn't even have to explain, is an extremely screwed up thing to try to encourage another human being to do to their own
It's also
father.
illegal,
You
right?
think I should say that to my dad next time? Make me?
Yeah, that might make him really.
Wait, you think you knew if I said that to him?
You might.
Dude.
This clip goes on to tread into
Like,
completely
I don't know where she lives, but incest is illegal, right? I'm not crazy.
unreviewable territory as Anna, whether through the encouragement of the callers or through her own volition, begins to, on call for all to see, recreate exactly what her father walked in on her doing, followed by a, not so wholesome taste test. Please, for the love of God, do not
Wait.
make me elaborate further. And
Wait, she finger blasted herself on the Discord call? What? Does she just not give a fuck?
as I'm sure we all unfortunately have imaginations, and with a prior context, understand what I'm implying here. It is disgusting, and truthfully everything about this call was. From what Anna had described allegedly doing to her father and what she had put him through, to the participants who were, in my belief, taking advantage of Anna as a means to garner some form of entertainment out of her. It was a pretty bad situation for all parties involved. But the one question I have, and it's a very important one for us to dive further into, is despite how shocking Anna's claims have been, not just from this call, but from
people
everything
think
we have
incest is
discussed in
funny?
this video, what is the plausibility that
Because, like,
everything
people were trying to convince her to fuck her dad, and then there was that chick who was trying to convince, well, end up convincing Chris to fuck his mum. Do they think it's funny? Like, I don't understand.
she has said is actually true? It seems we only have anecdotal evidence, so what do we even make of this? Is the infamous anaconda sin truly the Jeffrey Dahmer of animals while seeking out romantic affection from her own father? Was this all a big elaborate ploy to get a rise out of anyone who would listen? A misunderstanding of humor as she put it in her apology? Or was this all just simply one big lie? I'm sure you have
Or
your
she
own
just
thoughts, which I would
fucking
love to hear
weird.
down below in the comments, but if I am to place my own thoughts as to what exactly is going on here, then I personally say, yes, that I believe both possibilities to be true simultaneously. I believe that the details of Anna's life have been amped up for shock value, and in a pursuit for attention, she has most likely been dishonest in quite a few ways. However, I also believe that there is validity to some of her claims, which therefore blurs the lines of fact versus fiction. But this doesn't mean that we are at a loss as to what could be just an elaborate hoax and what could have quite possibly been Anna telling the truth. In order to understand this better, we are going to have to point out discrepancies that don't align with Anna's hoax claim, as well as point out further allegations that have surfaced around her,
Okay.
including a
Do
highly
it.
suspicious alleged encounter involving 2 minors, followed by the advocation of predators, because as she puts it, they are some of the kindest people that society has to offer.
They don't hold nobody.
okay.
Some have special, like they have a relationship. They have special relationships with children. Some of them are actually really good people.
Without further ado, let's you and I together dive even further into the abyss of Anna's nightmarish story.
This woman hurts my head.
To be attracted to an individual or a certain type of group that you know is like not 18. That doesn't make me a bad person, does it?
Welcome back. Let's continue. Before you and I get into the nitty-gritty of what we're about to discuss, I want to say that there will be a lot of information in this section, so I will not be exploring in depth every single additional claim here. Rather, I will be providing forth the allegations and allow you to come to your own thoughts and opinions. In order to separate
Is his
fact
beanie
from
blurry?
fiction, we should start with Anna's first claim that she made.
Is that me? What's going on with his beanie?
In order to separate fact from
You seeing that, right? His beanie's going all blurry. Why? Why is his beanie going blurry?
fiction, we should start with Anna's first claim that she made on the TikTok live dating show,
That's
where she had
confusing.
stated she was the participant of an alleged crime against a scared dog in a situation where
Hey,
the
you
said
can't use
dog did
that.
not consent.
That crimple
It's like
thing
my
or whatever.
ex-boyfriend, he
Isn't that
was
the thing
45
that
and wanted me to have
that other
dog,
stupid
but I
bitch
didn't do
was
it.
claiming
He
was
did it with
hers?
his dog. I never did it with the dog. No, I never did it because the dog was scared.
The
and I did
eyeball
not want to do it.
bitch.
If you
I forgot what her name
recall,
was.
Anna claimed in her
Illuminati.
apology video that what she said online had been for entertainment purposes only, particularly making note of what she said during the live show, which, to give her the benefit of the doubt, I will say we are unsure of which live stream in particular she is referencing here. Well, what I found peculiar, as I had mentioned earlier on in the prior chapters, was that if Anna had truly set out to be edgy in order to cause the most shock value, why was she seemingly defensive and quick to clarify the extent of her involvement regarding her ex-boyfriend and a dog? And if you recall this as well, Anna also expressed concern that they had scared off Sparkle, the other dating show contestant, and feared that she was being seen as weird after she discussed her fantasy involving deer.
Now, wait, now she thinks I'm a freak, and now she thinks I'm weird, now.
But again, why care in this situation if your goal is to get a rise out of others? I thought this stood out because it seemed rather counterproductive from their alleged reasoning for making such a violent
How did that
claims in the
dating
first
show
place.
work?
Wanting to know more, I dug a little deeper on these claims.
Like, were they trying to date the dude, or were they trying to date each other? Because said she likes dudes.
And what I found was a link on Reddit to the infamous website known as Kiwi Farms, where a group of users had taken the time to meticulously document everything surrounding Anna and her life. As a disclaimer, I will say I'm unsure in particular who it was who provided the doxable information to the website, whether it be those who made the thread or a third party, but I will firmly state here that I do not condone the doxing of individuals by any means. When scrolling through this biblical-like documentation of who Anaconda Sin really was, I came across an excerpt from an alleged Q&A where Anna was asked about this particular instance involving the dog and her ex-boyfriend. And her alleged answer is rather contradicting if this is proven to be exactly what she said. Due to the lack of specifications as to where this interview originated from, I encourage you to take what you're about to hear with a grain of salt, as it is the responsible thing to do. However, I will state beforehand that despite the lack of sources here, the entire Kiwi Farms page that I read has been documented rather in depth, with information that seems to be, from my eye at least, fairly credible, if not
I was gonna say,
irrefutable.
pretty certain
Again, though,
Kiwi Farms
take
is pretty
that
good
as you
though.
will. As shown on screen, the question to Anna from the interviewer reads as the following: "Why did you say you wanted to have with animals?" The alleged response from Anna was not quoted, rather described, and it reads as the following. Anna claims that her having with animals was just a joke. The man she dated, mentioned in the infamous dating show video, forced her to have with his dog. Anna claims she got pushed up a wall, and the dog attacked her boyfriend for attacking Anna. Again, taking this information with a grain of salt, if this was found to provably be Anna's answer to this question in particular, then that would mean what she had said about what happened to the dog was not a joke for shock value.
On the internet, I always amped it up for entertainment and fun.
And what is even more concerning is that the initial story has been altered from what Anna had stated previously on the dating show. Her initial claim was that the dog was scared and that she didn't want to, nor did she participate in this alleged crime. To which she was confronted about how truthful she was being towards her involvement, leading her to then laugh and smile, before remarking that every dog has a unique size and that it doesn't count if your eyes are closed.
It doesn't count if your eyes are closed.
And when we look at the exact wording in the alleged Q&A, Anna allegedly claimed that she had been with the dog, but it was against her will. The exact truth of this is unknown. But do note that despite conflicting accounts of what really took place between Anna, her ex, and the scared dog, there is no denial here that this crime had taken place.
Yeah.
That's a little bit strange, is it not? Anna isn't saying here that this situation was a part of
Bro,
her
this bitch is
elaborate
crazy.
comedy routine that we all fell for. In fact, and this viewpoint can be argued, she's allegedly verifying the claim instead. This puts you and I in a bit of a predicament of understanding the limits as to just how far Anna's willing to go as a person. If her shock value humor is on par with actual shock value actions she's committed, allegedly, then who's to say we can take her word for everything else merely being fiction? Anna is neither simply an elaborate troll, but she's also not completely honest either. I find the best way to view this as a bit of a boy who cried wolf scenario, and it leaves us with so many questions. Does that mean she really did feed her sister's guinea pigs to her dog to see what
Probably.
it looked like? Did she really do those terrible things to helpless rats when she was just 7 years old? Had she really tried to make advances towards her own father? And if so, was it all just a convenient misunderstanding, followed by a very disturbing action that she committed out in the open for her father to stumble across? There is just genuinely no way of knowing at this point. Another instance that I find highly alarming during this alleged interview is when Anna was asked a question regarding an incident where she claims to have allegedly been assaulted by two minors who had lied about their age on the app Tinder, attributing her inability to recognize their age in person due to her poor eyesight. Once more, it is alleged that Anna is legally blind, but take that as you will. This alleged conversation from the interview.
Can you be able to tell from
reads
their
as the
voices?
following. Did you have with any minors? Did they trick you into sleeping with them? The alleged response was described as, Anna was 18 on Tinder. She claims she was catfished by a 13-year-old and a 15-year-old boy. Anna claims they took advantage of her mental health and poor eyesight to have with her. Anna denies any relations with said minors. Anna claims she told the minors' parents and left. The following question from the alleged interviewer reads as, have you talked to minors? Anna's described response is allegedly. Anna denies all claims of being a predator, despite advocating for it in the past. Anna says her sister always told her to not do stuff like that. Anna thinks it's wrong to talk to children. This is no doubt a
Why do you have to be
horrific
told
story
not
if
to do
true.
it?
And if Anna had been so blind and truly unable to comprehend what was going on, then that would no doubt be an extremely tragic situation. However, the last question that was allegedly given to Anna caused a bit of conflict in what I am to believe here. Anna allegedly states that she was unaware of these minors' ages, yet goes on to say that while they themselves are not a predator, she has in the past advocated for predators. But then she backtracks and says that they believe speaking to children is wrong, which is incredibly contradictive. And when browsing the Kiwi Farms forum, there is in fact video evidence of Anna not only advocating for predators, but there is also a clip of Anna questioning if she herself is a predator that simply has not acted on her actions.
To be attracted to an individual or a certain type of group that you know is like not 18, that doesn't make me a bad person, does it?
Just people you'll ever meet. They don't hurt nobody. Besides have special, like they have a relationship, they have special relationships with children, but they're not physically holding them. They're not causing them physical harm. Some of them do, but not all of them do that. Some of them are actually really good people.
I don't want to diminish something that can be so incredibly sensitive by stating I have my doubts, but to advocate for these sick individuals of society, that being predators,
Like, she
going
chose
as
to
far
say
as
those
that they are some
things.
of the kindest people you will ever meet, and that they do not harm children, alongside questioning if you yourself are one of these deplorable people, but just haven't acted on your urges, only to turn around and claim that you had accidentally been taken advantage of by two minors. It makes me feel like her claims are rather suspicious, if not worthy of scrutinizing a little further. Which, due to Anna's compulsive streak of lying for attention, it's quite possibly the best way to summarize the entirety of Anna's online presence. Suspicious and worth looking at further. We have admissions, confessions, stories that line up but then change details, stories that are amped up for shock
Bro, this
value,
chick is
yet have
weird
a
as
very real
fuck.
potential of actually being based in reality. Anna has successfully muddied the waters surrounding her true identity, leaving us with a reality that we may never fully be able to remove the mask and see what monster truly lies within. A mystery with just enough evidence to bridge the gap of fleeting internet rumors to questionable conspiracy. However, I'll leave everything we've discussed here today as a sort of rotten food for thought. Do you believe Anna? Is this all one elaborate hoax? Or do you, like myself, find that the truth has been
How did I
blurred between
miss-
the never-ending slew of lies?
Okay.
Whatever you believe, I'll leave that for you to decide down below. But now on to the whereabouts. As of July of 2024, when writing this video, Anaconda Sin has either removed or had her TikTok account terminated for God only knows what reason. Over the last several months, her online whereabouts have gone quiet and will hopefully remain that way. But given her track record of desiring attention from others in the worst possible ways, I do see a return possible in the future, if not unfortunately inevitable. Wherever she may be, let's hope that it is a very
Yeah, because just because she's
before
disappeared doesn't mean the
Anaconda
trolls
Sin
are gonna
makes a return to the
stop
internet,
fucking
because,
trying to
as
troll
I'm
her.
sure many of us appreciate having a consistent appetite in our lives. But until that day, all we can really do is appreciate the time you and I have during this grace period, and prepare for whatever Anna's story is yet to bring. God help us all. Hey, oh my God, you're still here. That's amazing.
I don't think
That
God
tax
can
write-off,
help
by the
us.
way. If you're still watching, I want to take a moment to say thank you for watching the video all the way through to the end.
Ah, you're
Being here
welcome.
And getting through to the end really does help me and this channel out a lot. And I feel
Sure.
so bad because all I have to offer in return is you now having nightmares over the next few weeks, given what we discussed here today.
I don't
However,
blame you. I blame
hope it
Benny.
was entertaining nonetheless. If you enjoyed today's video, it would really be appreciated if you consider dropping a like, a comment, sharing
did.
your thoughts, as well as subscribing with the bell notification on.
Sure,
as
I'll
it
sub.
helps me grow as a channel, and quite frankly,
I'll sub
just
as well.
feels
There you
really
go.
cool and supportive. Thanks for that in advance if you do decide to stick around. If you'd like to follow me on other platforms after the video to help further boost
Nah, I'm
my
not going that
ego,
far.
feel
I'm
free
too
to follow
lazy.
the links in the description to my Twitter,
I'm too lazy for that.
and Twitch, as they are all good ways to reach out and connect if you're feeling like you want to just say hey or to send me weird cat
Nah, I
photos.
already
If you'd
subbed
like
and
to
liked.
further
Shut
help
up.
me in what I do here on the channel, feel free to check out my Patreon, which can be found down below in the description, or becoming a channel member. It's a super helpful way to support the channel in between uploads, as these do take quite a bit of time to make, but by no means is this a requirement. For those that are patrons
His
or
beanie's
members,
still
there will
blurry.
be a dedicated section to those lovely individuals
Explain.
here in just a moment. Well, I must say, it has been quite a journey. We laughed, we cried, we probably cried a little bit more, then just
I didn't cry.
disconnected ourselves from the entire situation, but hey, we did it. You and I together. Once more, my name is Wonder, and it was super cool to have you here today. You
No,
go
your
take
name's
it
Hill.
easy. I've got some more deep dives to go make for you, and my
Your
back
name is
killing
Hill,
me as I'm
okay?
sitting on a skateboard and I'm holding my microphone by the hand. So until next time, be safe, you take care, and farewell.
Okay.
I'll see you soon.
Fair enough. See you, Hill. Okay. Gino Samuel. We want Gino. He didn't post anything, did he? No. Okay, playlists. We want this one. And then we want... I think I'm on 6. If I remember correctly, I think I'm on 6. Maybe we're on 7? Are we on 7? Wait, what? What is 6? Okay, 6 has been liked. What happened in 6? Yeah, I think we watched 6. Okay, so I think we're on to 7. Okay, we're gonna watch 7.
What made him this way?
Us.
What is the attraction?
Him.
What keeps us fascinated?
You.
This is the story of Chris Chan.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I think we'll watch this, and then I think I might end stream. I don't know what we'll watch tomorrow. Maybe more Chris Chan? Maybe we just watch nothing but Chris Chan tomorrow.
Captain's log, stardate, October 21st, 2008.
Oh no, he's sad.
Well, it's done. Blanca and I, well, she broke up with me.
Not Blanca.
Because the pickle man tricked me again. A few more stupid photos.
The pickle man.
Anyway, she saw them. She got angry. She broke up with me. So...
How could she?
I'm sad.
Still refusing to accept that Blanca might have been a troll, Christian believed that she broke up with him because of the photos that the Pickle Man leaked onto Encyclopedia Dramatica.
I hope you jerks and trolls who wanted to break us up.
That damn pickle man.
Because all you do is make me feel sad, depressed, and you made me crash into slumber a couple of times. And
What?
you know it takes a lot of stress and exhaust.
I was drinking my coffee.
Such
What?
to make a person feel like they're gonna crash and burn
Crash into slumber?
into a whole bunch of into a long slumber. So anyway, I'm sad, and Blanca is sad too.
Anyway,
Even
I'm
more
sad.
because her grandma died.
Nevertheless, he had the energy to give an update about Panda Halo and Jimmy Hill.
You know,
Okay.
Panda Halo is the moderator for the fan site on that I officially approved. She's also helped me against the imposter Jimmy Hill. Again, do not
not
buy
Jimmy
anything
Hill.
from that bastard imposter, because y'all know he did the same thing to Warner Bros. Years ago, and he was put to jail for it. So he deserves
Jimmy
to be
Hill?
in jail again. So yeah, that's it for now. I'm gonna sulk some more, and maybe I'll upload this video. I don't know. Y'all take care. Be safe.
Well, that's exactly
2
what
days
he
later,
did, so.
Jessie Ruddy revealed herself to have been untrue. and their relationship ended in an explosive chat in which she branded him a homosexual, with Chris defending himself by professing his desires for sexual practices to be administered unto him by a woman. On October 26th, Christian took part in a
Wait,
fan
what?
chat through
Oh, I only
IRC,
just got a
trying to
notification
bounce
saying
back
my stuff
from
had
his
been
breakup
delivered.
with Blanca. During an impromptu question and answer session,
A bit
he
late.
admitted that he was already seeing someone else, claiming her name was Chloe. According to him, they met at a GameStop while pre-ordering Little Big Planet, and had already gone to second base together. According to his story, this would mean that they were dating at the same time that Chris thought of Blanca as his true sweetheart, supporting the theory that Chloe was a fabrication. When asked about her just over a year later, he had absolutely no recollection of her. The name might have been a reference to Chloe Rosechew, an original
But the other thing with that
character
too
created
is
by
like,
Sarah Cassandra Mackenzie.
I'm pretty certain like isn't Chris's like idea of bases really weird too? Like, cause like what's second base supposed to be normally? Is that like touching titties? But I think Chris like doesn't think that. I think he thinks it's like holding hands or something.
The following day, Christian uploaded his first Q&A video in which he answered 10 questions from Sonichu fans.
This is the first Q&A video of a lot of Q&A videos of questions from Sonichu fans on the internet.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, y'all know who I am. And this is Lil Chris.
Okay.
Teddy bear I put together.
Everybody knows who he is.
Chris
Okay.
introduces Lil Chris, which he created at a Create a Critter workshop after winning a gift certificate from a radio station years ago.
Good little bear. And this is my guitar.
Guitar?
Y'all should know my guitar. Also, this is my
Why did you say it
wristband.
like that?
I put it on my wrist for when I play guitar. Now, on to the questions.
During the Q&A session, he reveals that he gets his clothes from Goodwill or the Salvation Army, and discusses Black Sonichu and Nadesirk.
Are there jails at Quickville? What happens when they commit crimes, and what's the worst crime? We have jails. Same as everywhere else. Trial, then sentence. After being turned guilty or innocent.
What?
And the worst crime? Importing cigarettes or alcohol. Which the sentence for that would be 10 years or $1,500 fine. Case dismissed.
He once again mentioned
The worst crime you can commit is importing cigarettes and alcohol, and you only get 10 years, and it's only a $1,500 fine. That's the worst crime? What? What about murder?
mentions Chloe.
And for my tale, what's the status of my love life? 100% heart. I met the girl named Chloe at the GameStop where we have reserved Little Big Planet. She lives around here.
Reserved? Does he
Dickerson
mean
Road.
pre-ordered?
That's nearby. Other details I will leave discreet because I do not want to reveal any more information than necessary for their.
He doesn't have any more information
can
either.
be imposters on the internet.
She's fake.
Trying to get a cheap laugh, whatnot. Oh, look at me! I'm a troll. I think I play around as a girl. Hello. Not a good idea. In Quickville, the sentence for that would be 20 years prison or $2,000 fine. Case dismissed.
Well, then that's
Christian
worse.
was asked if he would become a sperm donor.
And would
That's
I
a
become
worse
a
crime than
spoiling
the-
donor? Maybe. That's the answer.
Well, they wouldn't
That's it
accept
for
it,
the
right?
Q&A, but I want to close this
Because
with
I
a
don't think they
comment
accept
from
sperm
somebody
that,
else,
like from people that have autism, right?
that wants to confirm my identity. A friend of mine, whose name shall remain anonymous at the moment. She says, "Okay, Chris, if you read out this message I sent, I'll know it's you. Please just read it out in full, and then the trolling should stop. I want to talk with you and catch up on everything. You know it's me because I use the word ban."
He unintentionally reveals the identity of the person in question.
I only talk to you on if I'm 100% sure it's just between you and me from Megan Schroeder. Shame on you. You're in the boys. Shame on you.
It is uncertain whether these were Megan's actual words or those of a troll who assumed her identity. On the same day,
But he just
uploaded
assumed that
a
it was a
video
troll.
showcasing his skills on the game Guitar Hero
Okay.
World Tour, playing the song Heartbreaker by Pat Benatar. In the video description, he asked viewers to vote for him in the GameStop Be a Star sweepstakes competition held by GameStop to promote the release of the game Guitar Hero World Tour. The contest asked people to send in photos of themselves in a Guitar Hero pose, and the
Who is
picture
that
with the
supposed to
most
be?
votes would win a $400 GameStop gift card. It was rumored that the winner would also be included as a playable character in the game, but this was proven to be false.
That
This was
Aerosmith?
Christian's entry. He uploaded yet another video on the same day, in which he played through his custom-made level in Little Big Planet, based on the events from Sonichu Episode 1. Even though there is no audible commentary from Chris, it is most likely that he did provide it during the recording session, as his in-game character's mouth moves, which happens when the player speaks into a microphone connected to the gaming system.
What, he just didn't have
The
it
following day,
recording?
he uploaded a video in which he shows the optional race dash available in his level. On October 31st,
The fuck
two
is a
trolls
race
put up a
dash?
sign on the front lawn of Christian's house. The sign read Encyclopedia Dramatica and also featured an illustration of a black man in a pickle suit. Due to the ever-lengthening
The pickle
question
man.
page on ED getting too difficult to manage,
Erectile
Cobb's dev
dysfunction.
founded The Quickie, a Wikipedia-style database solely dedicated to cataloging Chris's past and present activities. On November 11th, Christian announced on his Sonichu site that he had won the Be a Star sweepstakes after trolls collectively got together to vote for his photo, under the misconception that his likeness would be included in Guitar Hero. He claimed that he would share his $400 gift card with his church congregation, only to later confess that he spent a sizable portion of it on himself by purchasing games
Okay.
for the Nintendo Wii.
Of course he
3
did.
days later, he posted several videos concerning the game Little Big Planet. In the first, Chris plays through his custom-made level styled after the cartoon Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Next, he demonstrates how to create your own Sonichu-looking character. Later that day, he uploaded another video with audible
Bro, that thing
commentary
is
for the first
terrifying.
time.
Hello, y'all should know me by now.
What is that?
All the people on the Little Big Fan community, as well as all my Sonichu and Rosechu fans.
That thing is like fucking made of nightmares.
Okay.
Look at that.
He used the idea of a collector's case, which he designed to store all in-game items he receives.
Basically, the idea of the whole collector's case here is backing up all your items so that when you get to that point, you just back up all your items into each of these little boxes.
I never played this game, so I don't.
Like you need
Is this necessary?
you want those items for level you're working on. You just come back into the.
I don't know if this is
back into
necessary.
Your own version of this level after you add your items, and go get them.
Why is he
In a
floating?
separate video, he shows off his own personal collection in his own collector's case.
So anyway, I put all my Sonichu level stuff in here and everything else.
Why'd he get so quiet?
3 or 4 trophies. I think I put them in there first since I first talked about them. Yeah, so all the comic covers currently, and all the level parts.
Why is he so quiet?
Big chunks. Small.
Did he like break his mic
10
or
days
something?
later, he made a video telling the story of his experiences with the PS3, told through a custom Little Big Planet level.
Take a ride of you some of the games in my collection. And do it out there.
It's all Sonic and Guitar Hero.
Throughout November, Vivian G took part in an online creative writing project called National Novel Writing Month, which calls for participants to write a 50,000-word manuscript during the month of November. Vivian's story was called A Girl Who Brought Down the World, in which Christopher Winfield Vega,
What?
a character who resembled Chris in many ways, eventually becomes the supreme ruler of the entire world. Strewn throughout the story are references to Chris's own life, as she attempted to show him the error of his ways in a creative manner. When the novelette was finished, she sent it to his home address, hoping that he would read it.
No one
Upon
can
receiving
fucking
it, he was
tell
most
Chris what to do.
concerned about who was going to pay for shipping. But since NaNoWriMo could send the writers one free copy of their own story, it is likely that Vivian offered Christian's address instead. When he brought up the book again months later, he admitted that he had not read it yet. On December 1st, Chris confessed to Panda
He probably
Halo
never
that
read
he was
it.
looking forward to possibly making a new gal pal. I just went out to Golden Corral with my father. Mom stayed home because she didn't feel well. Anyway, I've made a new gal pal today, the server who served me and my father. She was cute. Her name is Caitlin. Eventually, she commented on the Family Guy episode I was playing on my PSP. I introduced myself to her, and there was a peaceful spark. I left her a note on
So
a
she was
napkin.
nice.
I noted my being internet famous and mentioned
Oh my God.
Sonichu.net, then listed my phone number in inquisition of being friends.
Bro,
From there again,
if
I'll
any
make a
girl
note
is
to talk
ever
to her
interested in
again,
Chris
or ask about her among the staff. My family and I
and think he's
personally
like
know
interesting,
a couple of the other female staff
they're like,
members,
the
both
minute he's
older
like, oh
and
yeah, I'm
taken.
internet famous, and
He
they
never
Google him,
mentioned
they're
her
like, oh
again.
okay, I need to stay away from this guy.
Throughout the last month of the year, Christian continued to make sporadic appearances in the Sonichu Fans IRC, in which he updated his fans on his personal goings-on and answered any questions.
Oh,
During
touched
these
me.
chats, Vivian confronted Chris with fake information that challenged his worldviews, such as asking him about non-Caucasian female fans and telling him that a gay fan found him attractive. In an IRC conversation from December 15th, a purportedly female user
What did he say
named
about the gay fan?
Moos asked Chris whether he would film a tour of his house.
Oh.
He said he'd consider it. 3 days later, he revealed that he paid $35 to have Sonichu copyrighted.
Is this where
In
Blue
the same
Spike
chat,
pops up?
Vivian informed Chris of a Sonichu fan named Ryan Cash, who killed himself when he heard that there would be no more Sonichu comics released as
Oh,
long as the
I think
ED
we're in the
page
Blue
was
Spike
still up.
stuff.
Christian said that he was saddened by it, but still made sure to advertise a virtual meeting place for Sonichu fans in PlayStation Home. He added that he would consider making a tribute video for Ryan. On December 22nd, Vivian brought up Ryan Cash again, claiming that his family hoped that their son's death did not upset Chris too much. He confessed that he had an emotional moment, but was feeling better. He offered a
An
message
emotional
for the
moment.
family. Try to move on and live life as peacefully as possible. I'm sure Ryan would have wanted his family to be happy as much as possible. I know that God and Jesus would have told them the same thing from the Bible. 5 days later,
Okay.
Christian and Panda Halo had an allegedly private chat during which she told him that Robert Simmons had come to Australia for a visit and that she met up with him. She constantly teased Christian, inciting jealousy by saying that Robert was a really nice guy and that they went to the beach together, where she got to try out her new bikini. When she asked about a possibility of a threesome involving Rob, Chris, and herself,
Wait,
Christian
Ben
confessed
Halo's the one
he
that
was against
he
it.
thinks died in
They
a
discussed
fire, right?
masturbation, which they referred to by Christian's preferred euphemism, masturbating. He admitted that he would be willing to be
Masturbating.
penetrated by a strap-on dildo when they're finally together, and also said that he would have sex with a female dog for her, specifically a collie. Christian also revealed that he bought a chocolate
Wait.
condom for $1, which he will be saving for their first time. He also
Why do I not remember that? His dog was a collie, right? Is he just admitting that he had sex with his dog?
confessed that he loved her. The next day, they had another chat in which they discussed more private details, such as Chris's fecal incontinence. During the conversation,
Means
Panda
he poops
confessed
himself,
that she was
right?
having emotional and painful period pains and unleashed a series of bizarre outbursts at Christian. It especially angered her when he said that he wasn't up for cybersex at the moment. Panda instructed Chris to fuck a dick you're a gay
Thought she was
anal
on a
sex.
period.
He later revealed that he lacked inspiration for making YouTube videos due to his sudden internet fame. Panda said that he must suck being famous for
Bro,
fucking
can you
being
guys
a
hear my dog?
retard with autism, you
You hear him yipping?
dog fucker. He took little notice of her verbal eruptions and, in general, was growing distant in their interactions. Panda Halo finally
Bro,
managed to
he's
convince
yipping.
Chris to film his first video in over 2 months.
Captain's log. I wish to express my deepest appreciation for everybody who voted for me on the Guitar Hero
Bro,
Be a
he's
Star
so
contest,
asleep.
and for allowing me to be the first to win the first of the $400 gift cards weekly there.
He also addresses Ryan Cash's family.
And for Ryan Cash,
You guys can't hear
family,
him.
I feel for you, and I'm sorry, but best thing you could do.
This
for,
is the
Ryan and
longest yip
yourselves
session he's ever had.
is to move on. Try to be happy in the future. Gee, so much power. That's a lot worse than when that child locked himself in the room after seeing Optimus Prime die in the original movie.
Bro, whatever he's
Informs his
dreaming of
fans
must be
that
great.
Sonichu Issue 8 will be released in early January, and announces that the first meetup of the Sonichu Home Club over on the PlayStation Home Network will take place on
He's done
January
yipping.
2nd.
Do not leave me, fans, because more is to come, definitely. But just depends on my inspiration. I get a lot of stress in my life, and it sometimes hinders me.
and even my mental block. Yep, a little embarrassed from saying that, but it's a truth. But you can depend on me to have the comics up as
Isn't
soon as
he?
possible
Wait, isn't
at
this the
my
point where
own
he's just
pace.
trying to get his noodle wet?
So patience will be greatly rewarded. Thank y'all very much, and
That's
have
more
a
likely
pleasant
the
day,
reason why he
and
hasn't
talk to y'all
uploaded.
again in 2009.
2 days later, Cassie Rosechew emailed Chris letting him know that she and her friend Sarah May created Sonichu Girls, a web forum dedicated to the female fanbase of Sonichu.
The Sonichu
He
Girls.
quickly came and introduced himself to everyone, and proclaimed that he empathized with the fairer sex. I feel that I am
Okay.
truly in touch with my feminine side, to the point where I'm capable of learning from that to better understand how to treat women in a caring, nurturing, positive way. I've also learned from Red Skelton of how to be a gentleman. Sometimes I wonder
who?
between my caring attitude and the lack of a sweetheart if I
Red
was born
Skelton?
the wrong gender. I wonder what life would
fuck
have been
is
like
that?
if I had actually been born a girl. But afterwards, I'd realized that I should still appreciate being born a boy to gentleman. God gave me the package, and I signed for it. He thanked his female fandom for
Appreciate?
treating him like a king. On that same day, Gay for Sonichu, a web forum
Gay
for the
for
gay Sonichu
Sonichu.
fans, was founded by one named Ignatius J. Riley, named after a character from the novel
Gay
A
for
Confederacy of
Sonichu.
Dunces by John Kennedy Toole. On January 2nd, 2009, Christian held his first Sonichu Home Club get-together. This event was recorded and later transcribed, but that video has since disappeared and thought to be lost.
The fuck is
On the
this?
same day, he received an email from someone claiming to be Takashi Tezuka, a famous video game director associated with Nintendo. He stated that Nintendo were going to introduce Sonichu and Rosechew as characters in the game Animal Crossing City Folk for the Nintendo Wii. But during development, they left their Wii Connect 24 feature on, and the characters wandered off into the network and were
What?
encountered by other players of the game. The following day, Christian participated
Wait,
in
did
a
they
2-hour-long
convince him that-
IRC chat with members of the Sonichu Girls, who persistently praised and
Okay,
complimented
I'm
Chris
gonna
to
leave the
point of
gameplay for
collectively
here.
exclaiming about
For
how
here.
they all wanted to lose their
They convinced
virginity
him
to
to that
Towards the end,
they made
he confessed that he
Sonichu, but
didn't
he
get along
just
well
went
with his
off into
father,
like what, the
citing his
ether?
unwillingness to wash his
Into the
hands,
game?
the number of arguments he starts, and his homophobia as pressure points. While getting asked why he didn't move out and live life on his own, he said he was feeling stressed. Blue Spike revealed that her real name was Julie.
Oh my
Behind the
god.
scenes, Christian
Yeah,
and
Blue
Julie's
Spike.
relationship
Oh
was
god.
getting more heated.
We're
which
in the
came
Blue
to a
Spike
boil
era.
in an IRC chat a day later.
This is
Julie
bad.
confronted Chris, upset to find out that he was still dating
Bro,
Sarah, and Chris
tomorrow's
was
stream's gonna
compelled
suck
to say
then.
that he loved her more than Panda.
Are you awake,
Then
buddy?
Sarah joined the chat and understandably felt betrayed. Everyone in the chat
What's going on,
called him
Panda?
a jerk. Julie was so
Why are you
hurt
trying to hold
that she
hands?
threatened to kill herself and left the chat. Christian responded with a somber
What?
damn.
You wanna hold
He
hands?
then told Sarah that he loved her more than Julie. After a while, Blue Spike came back.
Where's your good
Chris
girl?
regrettably confessed
Yeah,
that he got carried
you're a
away
good girl.
and professed his love to both of them. Julie threatened to reveal his lying ways to the Sonichu Girls. While Chris was still virtually being yelled at and branded as a heartbreaker, he confessed that he needed to finish
No,
the
Panda.
comic and left the chat.
No,
This
stop.
day also marked the
Panda,
first documented
stop.
Skype chat between Chris and Julie,
Ow.
with Julie revealing that she was moving to
Scratch
the
my
United
titty.
States from her home country, the fictitious Mulvania. On January 5th, Christian finally released Sonichu Episode 18 to the public. The prologue of the story once more establishes that all the relevant characters are of legal age
You
by
fought?
showing the birthday parties
That
of
stinks.
Sonichu, Rosechew, and the Chaotic Combo.
That's probably where you
At
want. You probably
Jungle
need to take
Beach,
a poop.
Bubble surprises Blake with a birthday cupcake, and they share a kiss. The episode itself begins with news reporters covering the spring break party, with the anchor of FQX News, Greta Squall, without warning, tearing off her suit to jump into the party herself.
Greta
The scene
Scroll.
cuts to DJ Jams
What
to
a name.
Sonichu, who thanks Mayor Chandler for keeping Quickville clean, noting that nobody has to go home drunk or somkey. He then promotes Quick Cola and informs the listeners of the upcoming events. The scene then joins Gigliami and Blanca backstage, excitedly waiting to perform. Sonichu and the Rosechews
Is
are at
cola
the
like
beach
a
enjoying the
flavor?
sun when they spot a mysterious Rosechew. Magichan telepathically informs Bubbles that there is
Hold up. I need to know this now. Oh, that's ducks. I'll watch that later. I need to know this. Is cola a flavor? And the brand is Coke? Is that why it's called Coca-Cola? Is cola a yeah, there it is. First thing came up. Yes, cola is a flavor. Oh. Cola is a carbonated soft drink characterized as by a complex flavor profile that includes sweet, spicy, and tangy elements. So that's why you have like Pepsi Cola. So cola is the flavor. Okay. So quick cola. Yeah, okay.
There's a Sonichu crystal in the ocean, ordering her to fetch it. Sarah Mackenzie and the late Sarah Jackson make a cameo appearance. Chris incorporates an illustration made by Panda Halo into the artwork. Bubbles brings Blake off to the side and tells him that after she receives the crystal, they will meet under Pier 969. After she leaves, the dark new character assumes Bubbles' likeness.
I was about to say, this is
Chris
where they
then
get
tells
tricked,
the origin
right?
story of this new addition to the cast, claiming that one egg from the Rainbow Blast in Episode 1 was launched into space and landed on the moon. After it hatched, Count Graduan appeared to mentor it into
Not
adulthood.
Count
He
Graduan.
announced that she would not be able to give birth, but in return would acquire both male and female genitalia. She, or he, evolved into Sylvana
She or
Rosechew.
he.
Back in the present
Age
day,
19.
Bubbles is searching for the crystal, and Christian inserts a reference to the Disney animation The Little Mermaid.
Wouldn't they all be age
Meanwhile,
19?
Blake has just purchased a box of condoms labeled Jimmy. When Sylvana, disguised
If their
as
eggs
Bubbles,
like all fell at the
surprises him,
same time.
she convinces him to forego the condoms. They get to the pier and have sex. Unbeknownst to Blake, Sylvana secretes a sleep-inducing nectar from her vagina, which tranquilizes him. Bubbles then texts Blake.
Oh,
letting him know that she
bro,
will
the
meet him
tiny
soon.
details I
So
just
Sylvana
forgot about.
transforms into Blake. In the meantime, Punchy tells Wild how much he fancies
So-
Angelica, but can't seem to express his feelings for her. Wild informs him of a dating
So
education
he-
class at Quickville University.
So
They
Blake
agree
was
that they
raped,
both will join
went to
it.
sleep with the vagina
Giuliani is backstage
tranquilizer,
and discovers the sleeping body of the true Blake.
and then turned into
Bubbles is
Blake.
about to meet with whom she thinks is Blake when Magi-chan sends her a message telling her that he is
Ah,
an imposter.
okay.
Skeptical, she tells him to use a thunderbolt attack on her. Unable to replicate the attack, she realizes that it's not
I
the
thought
real
that
Blake.
Blake
But
was about
before
to.
Sylvana
I
could
thought she was
destroy
about to rape
Bubbles,
her too.
Magi-chan teleports her to Blake's bedside. Finally, Giuliani gets to perform the song War of Love,
Forgot about
written by
Giuliani.
Blanca Weiss. After she finishes, Christian informs his readership that Blanca found herself a boyfriend and moved back to Kentucky. He also
Okay.
mentions the difficulty he had in choosing one out of 3 women he was flirting with over the internet. Fortunately, God and Jesus made the decision easier
God
for
and
him
Jesus.
by killing Sarah Jackson in a car crash and revealing the other to be a troll, possibly referring to Jesse Ruddy. This left only Sarah Mackenzie unscathed, promising her his virginity and eternal loyalty. He gives a brief message of condolence to Ryan Cash. On the same day the comic was officially completed, Chris received an email from noted game designer and the then senior executive of Nintendo, Shigeru Miyamoto, an elaborate scheme of a troll. The fake Miyamoto
Yeah,
told
yeah,
him
yeah.
that he was interested in meeting Chris
The
concerning
fake
the Sonic
Miyamoto.
video game. The same troll also assumed the role of James Zilberstein, the alleged
Bro,
lawyer
there's so
from
much
Nintendo
shit
of
that's
America,
happened.
who was often referred to by the nickname Jay-Z. While very flattered, Chris voiced his concern concerning the commute to Nintendo headquarters in Washington state. The following day, he expressed his elation in a video.
For those of you who own a Nintendo Wii and the Animal Crossing City Folk game, you'll be interested to know. Sonichu and Rosechew, actual villagers, coming to your town. February 24th, 2009, my 27th birthday. And also with that, I am definitely
Bro,
in
he's so
talks,
easily trolled.
aside from the Nintendo associate who has informed me about the Animal Crossing deal, as well as their lawyer, the lawyer of Nintendo of America, who I will not reveal their names. Keep them quiet there.
He talks about an
They
issue
could just
concerning the
Google
names
it.
of some of his characters.
I am working on the
They could
edits
just
on the
Google
comics,
it.
you know,
What?
with name changes of some of the characters, because some of them are based on real life, but most are not. And also, I had to talk with the lawyer and sort out which were most relative to Sancho himself and the franchise, as well as those that are only relative to me and my person, and those that were not relative to either one. And, I'll just let y'all see what I did with my Wiimote and Nunchuck. Look, Sancho colors.
He painted them.
And I painted silver C's around the Wii. Make it more like Queek. And then, just keeping it CWC there. Okay, so enjoy. Continue to make Sancho and Rose Shoes very popular and praise you very much. Then we can get the games made. Alright. That's about it for now. Have a good day.
Christian was told by Miyamoto and or Zilberstein that he was legally obliged to change the names of all the characters in his comics who were based on real people. He proceeded to go through the entire Sonichu back catalog, altering the names of people from his real
Meg-chan.
life. Mary Lee Walsh, for instance, was reimagined as Sloweel Ryam, and sometimes Sloweel the Witch, the names of whom being based on the reverse spelling of Mary Lee Walsh.
Yeah, I was about to say, didn't he
Despite
just like
manually
mix up their
altering all
names
the
or something?
instances of actual people being mentioned in his comic, he made no attempt at correcting the numerous spelling mistakes present throughout. Likewise, he was instructed to change his Curse-Ye-Hameha attack because the word curse was deemed too aggressive. Chris consequently changed it to a Shin-Ye-Hameha, which was likely to have been a reference to the anime series Excel Saga director's name, Shinichi Nabeshin Watanabe, and is a similar use of wordplay to the Nabehameha, which is the iteration used in Excel Saga. This ongoing relationship between Christian and Miyamoto came to be referred to by the trolls as the Miyamoto Saga.
Yeah, the Miyamoto
to
Saga.
other past interactions with Chris and particular people, be they real or fake.
Miyamoto.
For example, his relationship with Megan became known as the Megan Saga. His conflict with Stackhouse was the Adam Stackhouse Saga, and his failed romance with Blanca became the Blanca Saga. This categorization system became common practice with future trolling endeavors and important life events.
Yeah, and Liquid
On
Chris is the
January 6th,
best.
The same troll who posed as Miyamoto and his lawyer assumed the identity of Greg
Peak
Mays,
Saga.
a web designer working for Nintendo, and emailed Chris, informing him that he had been assigned with the task of redesigning the Sonichu website in anticipation of Sonichu and Rosechu's incorporation into Animal Crossing. After a few exchanges, Christian gave Greg the administrative password to Sonichu.net, which was swiftly changed so Chris could not access it anymore. His other themed websites were also blocked. Mays claimed that lawyers representing Sega suspended the site due to a copyright conflict. Despite Mays denying it, Chris accused him of being a troll. Now listen, sir. I want you to restore all the files you've deleted from Sonichu.net, the Sonichu and Rosechu fan site, Quick's Pokesite 2, and the other Quick sites that were on there, or I will have my lawyer, his people of Nintendo, and the people of Sega, even the power of Mr. Miyamoto himself, bring in a tracking team, track you down, and force you to restore Sonichu.net, and all with a cruel, beating up, terribly painful punishment. You do not want to remain on my bad side. My fangs are sharp, and I can thirst for blood, even though I am Cherokee, not a vampire.
What?
Greg Mays even showed Chris a mock-up of the proposed new design.
He has fangs,
to prove
even though
that
he's
he
not
was
a vampire.
troll, only to be apparently fired by Nintendo. Look, thanks to a mistake on Sega's part, I've lost my job, and now I can't feed my kids for the next week. I offered to restore the site, but you wouldn't let me, so the client, you, has been lost, and my employer just fired me. I am crying right now. Thanks. Christian made a video addressing the issue.
Unfortunately, due to a troll having found access to the database behind Sonichu.net, it is temporarily shut down, and I cannot change the password at the moment. But apparently the guy said that it can't fix it, so pretty much forced him to do it. So, Greg Mays, Greg Mays at gmail.com.
Damn that Greg Mays.
With 3 G's in the Greg.
What? 3 G's in Greg?
If you do not re-upload Sonichu.net back to the way it was, I will come down at you with my boys from Nintendo and my lawyer man
My
from Nintendo,
boys from
JC.
Nintendo.
You gotta come down with his boys from Nintendo and the boys at Sega. They're gonna track you down. We're gonna punish you for what you did if you don't bring my website back up to the way it was.
Yeah, you get him,
If
Chris.
you're the one of the trolls that wanted a response, you're getting it. So just listen to me, you jerk. Re-upload it, or we're gonna rain heckle on you, because I'm not afraid to show my fangs. But I digress. Peace and love
Okay.
to all the rest of the loyal Sachi and Roaster fans. Thank you for your patience.
Despite the troubles concerning his website, he continued to correspond with Shigeru Miyamoto, recounting the discussions he had with his parents. Mr. Miyamoto, my mother has given the issue.
Bro, I just noticed this episode has 2 million views. How many views does the fucking like newest one have? Like episode 85. Wait, hold on. Can I see it if I just go over here? And go video? 85. It has nearly a mil. Hey, these ones only have like 400. And that one has like a mil. What? Okay.
Much thought, and she feels that she should come with me to be my escort. Personally, I also would feel better and safer
bringing my
with her
mama.
around. I'm sure you can understand, since upon my understanding based on your past story ideas with Pokemon at least, and Ash with his mother in the second and third movies, my mother and I felt the sense of those who worked
What?
on them had deep affections for their mothers as well. We were deeply moved. My father, who has traveled with
They're
General
movies.
Electric, says that Nintendo should pay for mine and my mother's tickets in advance. Then my mother and I can pick them up at the airport. Please let me know swiftly if it's possible. Due to our financial situation, and my father being a penny pincher, we need you to advance the tickets to me and my mother, please. Barbara herself contributed an email to Miyamoto. We apologize for any inconvenience. A rush request of this nature jams the thinking process and does not allow time for working out all details to travel from coast to coast and does not allow for necessary financial arrangements. We thank you for this opportunity and hopefully can come to the best solutions for all involved in this venture. Robert and Barbara, writer, have both had experience with big business with General Electric Company and Reynolds Metals. Of historic value to the computer world, Robert was in on the research and development from the beginning, and without his knowledge, NES might not have arrived so soon. We look forward to joining with you in this venture. Yours truly,
What?
Barbara Weston
Wait.
Chandler, Mother.
Did fucking Bob Chandler have a hand in making the NES?
Robert Franklin Chandler Jr.
Or like parts of when in the
After
NES,
arranging
maybe?
a new date, Chris presented Zilberstein
Pretty cool.
with new game ideas, talked about his vast game collection, and suggested that it would be no trouble for Miyamoto to send him $800 to cover the trip to Washington. He suggested a plan B, which involved flying Miyamoto to Chris's house instead.
Wait,
but
hold on.
understood that it would be challenging, given his
Did he just say it's only going to cost $800 to fly to fucking to another state? Bro, that's insane because I think it costs about the same for fucking if you were to fly from like Brisbane to Sydney. Brisbane to Sydney. Because I think my mother took a flight once from Brisbane to Sydney, and it costs like that much. Flight price. How much? The cheapest is $300. No, $200? It says from 150. But that's with Jetstar, and it's probably like shitty seats, right? Like really bad seats. It's 150. And then the next cheapest is 300. What? How much would it cost to like? We went like Let's say Brisbane to like what, Melbourne, maybe? Because that's further, right? About the same price. Okay. Interesting. Thought it was more than that.
Busy schedule. When suggested that he should sell off his games to pay for his trip, Chris stated that he couldn't due to the history he had with them. He also talked about receiving a monthly social security payment for his disability, and then talked about the numerous times in his life he overcame
You were
the
yipping
odds.
a lot.
On
My
January
microphone picked it
12th,
up.
the troll behind
Yeah.
Greg Mays told Chris that he was actually Jason Kendrick Howell, and said that in order to regain access to Sonichu.net,
Wait, look
he
at
had to make a video announcing that he was either straight or gay, leaving the choice up to Chris.
Wait, what?
He made a 9-second long video stating that he was straight, holding up a poster of Britney Spears
Oh,
as
you just
proof.
fucking stuck my finger in your
Insulted by his
ear.
brevity, the one who called himself Jason ordered Chris to make a much longer video.
You're
He
your
conceded,
baby.
making a near 10-minute long
Baby
video
boy.
in which he professes that he is straight.
You know who I am. But I have randomly decided to make this video because I am sick of all the false accusations and rumors and slanders that have been going around on the internet against me.
Bleh. Bleh.
So I tell you for
Look at
sure
me.
and for true that I am straight. Most of my friends
Says
in my
you.
life have been female. I've had
This doesn't
only
make you straight,
few
but anyway.
male acquaintances, and they definitely
Anything
turn
that
me
makes-
off.
that leans more towards being gay,
because they
doesn't
are
it?
rude, crude, and inconsiderate, causing wars and such.
Did you just say men cause wars?
Women are so kind and sweet,
Okay.
and you don't have to look at any of them in bikinis or in the nude.
Bro, most of the people that troll
to-
him
not
is
to-
women.
to fail to
What?
see the beauty in each and every wonderful woman. You know, between them and me and the majority of the world, we all just want to be understood. And I understand the ladies. I understand the women.
Oh.
You could definitely see
Give you kisses.
the sheer brilliance.
You want to talk in the microphone?
of
Mama.
their delightful
Yeah?
personalities between each and every one of them. And just because they act in a harsh nature,
You ain't got nothing to say?
even when they should be calm and peaceful, they still care
What?
about
Okay.
the men in their lives.
Are you going to chew on the microphone?
And especially the children that she and her husband
What are you doing?
put together.
Why are you
Like
in
I
my
would
face?
be putting together with my
Why are you being all baby?
sweetheart.
Huh? Why are you being an adorable little baby?
Never gonna give you
What's going on?
up.
What? Rick Astley.
I appreciate the inner beauty
What are
more
you doing?
than
Alright,
the
I
outer
wish
beauty.
you guys could see this. He's being
But
so
yet,
weird.
I am attracted to the outer beauty as well, as the majority of my gender should be able to appreciate. And Playboy has been able to help us in that sense to better relate and further our appreciation
Wait.
for the female species, the females, the women.
But
the
wasn't he just saying that you didn't have to look at their bodies? Okay.
beautiful ladies.
Okay, Chris.
But I digress with holding a Playboy. I still care about the women. And I even go as far as to stoop to one low level. Boobies. Vaginas.
Okay. Okay, Chris. Oh my god.
Gorgeous.
What was this weird rant he just went on?
Christian Weston Chandler. I am straight.
Oh, it was, okay. It was because he was trying to prove that he's straight.
Peace.
After the video was completed, Hal asked one more thing of Chris. Saddened by the loss of both of his own parents, he wanted Chris to make a video with Bob and Barb and have them express how proud they are of him. He said that he would film it soon. He never did. On January 15,
Fiery Angus
2009, Chris announced
Bro,
that Sonichu.net
that was so loud.
restored and also uploaded a video officially denouncing ED.
I am hereby
Erectile
making
dysfunction.
it official and making
Bro, I'm on Twitter and I've just been scrolling and I just got a fucking ad for Fiery Angus Grill Master. Some fucking burger. I guess I talk about Hungry Jacks too much. Like, I didn't think that it was gonna play the ad when I went over it, but it did. Okay.
Making a statement that the majority to every single
Majority?
detail on that heinous page against me is all a pack of lies, bunch of slanders, twists of my
Bunch of
own
slanders.
actual words and drawings and such for the trolls / internet bullies' own evil purposes. I'm a good
I
person.
don't want to get verified. Shut
I'm
up.
good-natured, but I will show my fangs.
He's talking about his
when I
fangs
have
again.
to. Only when I have to. I'm showing my fangs right now against that page.
He also thanks Sarah Mackenzie and the Sonichu girls for their ability to appreciate and understand him for who he is.
So I'm making it official. Nobody will be allowed or ever able to use anything on that page, that Encyclopedia Dramatica page, with the name Chris Chan or something similar along the lines of running to Christian Weston Chandler or Christopher Weston Chandler, or even Christopher Christian Weston Chandler or Christian Christopher Weston Chandler.
What is he saying?
Among those names. I curse y'all to bad luck and extreme
Oh
misfortune.
no, he's cursing us.
Shinye Hame Ha. Peace.
The following day, Christian stated that Jason had seized control of Sonichu.net once again and announced the conception of his new domain.
That bastard, Jason Kendrick Howe, the guy who originally started
Boom.
the Encyclopedia
Phrase of the day.
Dramatica
Done.
page, hacked my
Done. Phrase of the day. Show my fangs. Beautiful. Okay, I'm done with Twitter. Fuck Twitter.
tripod account the first time, and after recovering the password and full capability of the tripod account, he just had to do it again. So in the future, from this point on, it's sonichu.info.
Oh no, the music.
Info.
I hear the music.
On January 17th,
Video's ending.
the troll masquerading as Jason Kendrick Howell revealed himself to be Ryan Cash's older brother, Clyde Cash. Refusing to believe this latest revelation, he continued to refer to the troll as Howl and left an angry message on his voicemail.
Jason Kendrick Howe, you bastard! Bastard! You hacked into everything! You have driven me so beyond the wall I can't even describe it, Eva! I pray you dead!
With troll's moves and behavior becoming predictive, had the sense to and not fuel the fire.
Yep.
He could have realized that the trolls only craved for attention and would grow in tenacity once noticed. Clyde Cash would proved.
Sag. End of part 7? Yeah, end of part 7. Well, I'm going to leave that here for today. Tomorrow we're doing Bunch of Christian. I think tomorrow we're going to get into the blue spike stuff. I think. Or it's going to take us a while to watch all these. So yeah. Oh. I think my dog needs to poop. Yeah, I know, you want something. You've been getting in my face. Normally he only gets up in my face when he wants something. Panda just looks at me. She sits next to me and looks at me. And then if she wants to go out, she'll walk over to the door. But Asta's just I don't know. He thinks if he annoys me enough, then I'll figure out what he wants. He just sits in my face. And when I say he sits in my face, he literally sticks his face sideways in front of my face. That's what he does. In it, buddy. Yeah. In it, your baby. Big baby. Yeah, I know. I'm ending it now. We've been live for 5 hours. Is that all? Yeah, well, yeah. Tomorrow we're gonna be doing Pokemon again. Hopefully hopefully tomorrow it doesn't break when I start stream. What are you doing? Don't try and hump her face, weirdo. Bro, his dogs are unhinged. Yeah, we're gonna do Pokemon and we'll react to nothing but Christian. I think that's the plan. I think we start at 65, which means 95 will be when we start playing other games. 95, 96. Because that'll be 30 streams in a row of Pokemon. So you guys better buckle in. Bro, if we get to nearly 100 streams and we still haven't gotten a shiny on this goddamn route, I'm going to be mad. Okay. If you guys enjoyed today's stream, leave a like. If you would like to see more, subscribe. But till next time.